Quick warning, folks, this manhwa is about to test your patience like a broken loading screen. It will have you boiling with rage for a good while before you finally admit you're hooked. Our main guy is a certified loser, limping into dungeons on crutches just to make rent. Yes, you heard that right. The man raids dungeons with wooden crutches. And then he uses those same crutches to smack monsters like he's playing whack, a mole. The younger brother he raised and sacrificed everything for awakens at SSS rank and immediately pretends our guy never existed. Peak betrayal energy, the kind that deserves a villain arc. But don't worry, later he unlocks a power so ridiculous it feels illegal. And he starts serving revenge like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. The opening screams solo leveling fanfiction. Gates pop up worldwide, and our loser works as a moving company grunt. Ever since those gates started appearing, people have been relocating non-stop to dodge danger like it's a sport. The job even comes with chill breaks to sip water mid-shift. On the surface, it looks like easy money. Profit built straight off other people's fear and misery. He grinds endlessly just to support his little brother, buying him Pokemon cards and random goodies like a full-time sponsor. Meanwhile, the kid is still just a student. One day, while heading out for another moving job, they notice a once black gate now glowing an ominous red. Too busy staring, they forget to watch the road. Boom, they crash straight into something. Turns out it's Satan's pet parrot, yeah, no joke. The starving monster immediately lunges at them, with murder in its eyes. He thinks he's about to lose his job, maybe even his boss. But what he sees next is way worse. A flood of monsters pouring out of that red gate like a nightmare sail. Those gates are basically entrances to dungeons, and when they're not cleared on time, monsters clock out and come hunting. Hundreds of people drop dead in minutes. Their moving service just upgraded to afterlife delivery. Honestly, opening a funeral business might be the smarter pivot. And yet, this guy is still worried about unfinished work. So he runs off to find his boss in the chaos. Suddenly, he spots a pair of insanely muscular arms pinning down a monster. He's confused since when did that old man start hitting the gym? Plot twist, it's actually the old man's wife. Babe, when did you start secretly taking steroids? Clearly, along with Gates, awakened humans have entered the chat. Another totally not suspicious coincidence. Now all we're missing is Sung Jin Woo making a cameo. But remember, I said the main character has a younger brother still in school, whose bus just flipped over. That so-called useless brother suddenly awakens powers. He becomes one of the rare S-rank awakeners in the world. His name is Sung Jin Woo. Just kidding, it's actually Yu Hyun. Then 8 years fly by like a skipped cutscene. Now a female awakener is on TV explaining everything. She says they all have a system window floating in front of them. Thanks to it, she can use all kinds of flashy skills. She's a wood-type user and joins a guild to clear dungeons. Selling dungeon loot makes you rich fast. Like Elon Musk rich, no exaggeration. Money overflowing like it's about to leak out of your ears. Take Korea for example. Yu Hyun became famous right after awakening in high school. He founded the Abyss Guild, rising from poverty and losing his family early on. Now at 25, he's rich enough to buy a can of Coke without blinking. You need at least $600 a month just to feel like you matter. That girl from the interview earlier, you'd think she's on her way to riches too. Nope, she already booked a one-way trip to the afterlife. She dies brutally inside a monster-filled dungeon. Yeah, life isn't strawberries and sunshine. It's more like biting into a sour lemon that wrecks your teeth. Now that I've covered the messy gate and economy stuff, let's get back to what actually matters. A group tries entering a dungeon, but something feels off. An F-rank crutch, using hunter named Han Yujin, is there too. Yep, that's our main character. He does all this just to survive another day. But the other hunters treat him like dead weight. Only the team leader keeps him because he's dirt cheap. Cheap because he somehow survived multiple failed dungeons. Everyone else dies, and he crawls out like a stubborn parasite. Some even mock him, saying his own brother abandoned him after his legs were crushed. That hits a nerve, and he charges forward with fire in his eyes. But at the end of the day, he's still F-rank, and his opponent is a D-rank beast. The power gap here is straight, up monster versus human, no debate. At the very least, he should chuck that crutch right at the guy's face for some emotional closure. Luckily, the old team leader still has a shred of sympathy left. The bald dude uses a bone reinforcement skill to keep him from getting folded for a few hours. He knows he's dead weight, but this job is literally his lifeline. So he shakily stands up, shakes hands, and starts buttering up the old man like a pro. Just toss in a compliment like your bald head shines like a legend. And boom, instant morale buff unlocked. But what the crutch guy really wants is that handshake to secretly trigger his ability. Anyone he touches gets added to his personal target list. And trust me, that's going to matter real soon. Anyway, back to business. Grab the crutches and head into the dungeon. Inside, the squad gets jumped by bat, like creatures straight out of Pokemon. The hunters wipe them out fast, but the leader still tells everyone to stay sharp. Some genius claims a D rank dungeon is basically a walk in the park. They even joke about how 8 years ago they ran from these weaklings, and how one pathetic monster dropped a juicy reward before dying. Seeing a big mana stone makes everyone's eyes light up like it's payday. The D rank guy tells Han Yujin to hurry up and mine, since he only gets 20% anyway. Han Yujin feels robbed because his cut is basically pocket change. But they remind him he gets nothing from monster drops, so mining is his only income here. At that moment, he compares himself to Cinderella, while those two are the evil sisters. So he swallows his pride and keeps mining like a tragic princess. Alone, he starts reflecting on his miserable life and how his brother ditched him after their parents died. Not long after becoming a hunter, his brother left home. He tried to stop him, warning how dangerous the world was, but the kid didn't care. Later, while he was in the military, his brother went solo, built a guild, and climbed to the top of the country. And just like that, he got left behind again. Now completely alone, he desperately wants an awakening to flip his life around. He even spent all his savings on a smooth, talking broker who promised to awaken his powers. Reality hits hard when the top hunter's brother turns out to be a useless F rank. Rumors spread that he's just clinging to his brother's fame and scamming investors. He becomes a media punching bag and drowns in debt. His brother feels embarrassed and even mocks his weakness. Yoo Hee-yoon straight up calls the guy who raised him a disgrace. And the bad luck keeps coming when he injures his leg during a dungeon raid. His brother won't even lend him a healer and tells him to quit raiding forever. The guy with everything coldly tells the guy with nothing to stop ruining his reputation. So now he's stuck mining like a slave. Yoo Hee-yoon feels an emptiness deep inside, but he still says he understands why his brother left. After all, he's just an F rank leeching off his brother's fame. But this job is insanely dangerous. The only reason he's still alive is thanks to his unique ability. Yoo Hyun is known by the title Guardian. This ability lets him place certain people under his protection, including Yoo Hyun, the brother he raised his whole life, and a few close allies, making the skill pretty easy to use. Just say 3 simple magic lines and boom, they're protected, and as a guardian he can grant buffs. But even that isn't enough since he's still stuck with F rank stats. Yujin has a hidden trump card that lets him survive impossible situations, even when everyone else dies. That hidden power is called Last Gratitude, and when it activates, he's completely stunned. As he searches for strength, energy suddenly floods his body, and he realizes it's the guild leader's power. His heart drops as panic kicks in. This was supposed to be a safe D rank dungeon, but now, for a short time, he gains double the stats and abilities of those under his protection. In other words, if the protected target is strong enough, even an F rank can temporarily turn into a titan. But this power is not all sunshine and rainbows, because its activation condition is dark as hell. It's tied directly to the people under his protection. Han Yujin refuses to believe. Something happened to the guild leader, but then he steps into a pool of fresh blood. For Last Gratitude to trigger, someone under his protection has to die. And there lies the respected leader, motionless on the ground. A desperate scream forces him to look up. That D rank hunter is now trapped in the jaws of a massive dragon. The guy realizes a monster this strong should never exist in a D rank dungeon and blames his cursed F rank luck. In the blink of an eye, the man in red is torn to pieces. The horrifying creature is the poison dragon king of curses. Rochi Tas, a monster that absolutely doesn't belong in a low-level dungeon. An undefeated dragon that no one has ever managed to kill. And for our unlucky F rank, a guy who can barely walk now has to face it alone. He can't believe one of the safest dungeons hides a top-tier dragon. To survive, he reinforces his legs with his skill. Using the doubled power from the guild leader, he tries to escape. His goal is simple: get out of the dungeon ASAP. But that tiny hope shatters instantly with one tail swipe. The dragon blocks the only exit like a final boss who refuses to let you leave. With an attack crashing down like a raging storm, the main instantly buffs his arms to shield himself like a desperate tank build. But the beast barely tries and casually swats him away like he's a cheap toy. Han Yujin slams hard onto the cold dungeon floor. Seconds later, he's coughing up blood like a broken fountain. Even with the guild leader's buff running through his veins, he still looks like a joke in front of the 3-headed dragon, while Last Gratitude kicks in. The skill floods his mind with the guild leader's final moments. He sees that bully hunter risking everything just to buy time for the old man. Before he can process it, the monster lands a fatal blow. Blood explodes everywhere and screams echo through the dark cave. Those horrifying memories leave him trembling in fear. His legs completely give out beneath him. Badly injured and facing a top-tier dragon, there's no escape left. He knows he has zero chance of winning, but somehow he still refuses to die quietly. Suddenly, a powerful strike slams into the beast. Like destiny hitting fast forward, a savior appears. It's his younger brother, the legendary S rank hunter. Yoo Hyun drags him behind a rock and tells him to stay out of it. but he keeps trying to warn him about the three-headed monster. The strongest hunter in Korea takes a deep breath and steps up. He instantly activates one of his abilities. A storm of feathers erupts as he unleashes his green willow skill. Then he casually leaps into the air like gravity is optional, delivering lightning, fast strikes that leave the monster stunned. The prodigy activates another skill, turning his blade pitch black. Dark flames ignite and rage like a boss battle cutscene. He channels all that power into a single point and slices one of the dragon's heads clean off. The mane is blown away by his brother's speed. It's his first time witnessing a high-rank hunter in action. Then he notices the second head charging up an attack. In a split second, the young hunter dodges it flawlessly. He warns that the attack is deadly poison with no cure. He rushes in and uses Titan's shield to block the poison for him, but he still takes damage in the process. Seeing this, the brother panics while the younger one stands firm. The elite hunter unleashes a barrage of powerful slashes, but under pressure, his blade begins to melt. He quickly realizes his brother can't go all out while protecting him. In that moment, he understands he's just holding back an S rank. Fueled by anger, he yells at him for coming back despite his broken legs. He even blames everything on him, saying he's tired of fixing his messes. He shouts for him to stop trying and just give up, freezing him in shock. That's when he realizes his brother doesn't want to carry dead weight like him. He once believed Yu Hyun came to save him out of brotherhood. Now he's reminded just how useless he really is. So he decides to face Yu Hyun head on. He forces himself to stand on his shattered legs. Summoning his blade, he asks if his brother is tired of someone like him. And before the S rank can react, this crazy F rank charges straight at the dragon. He stabs into it, pulling all the monster's attention onto himself. He declares that if he's a burden, he'd rather die right here. He even says if he dies in Beast Valley, his brother won't have to bother with a funeral. He bitterly adds that the Heya Guild would probably celebrate his death. And as the monster charges, he closes his eyes and accepts his fate. Yu Hyun is thrown into absolute panic. He pours every ounce of strength into saving him, and crashes head on into the unstoppable beast. But in the end, it's human blood that stains the ground. The mane is frozen, unable to believe it. As reality sinks in, he sees his brother impaled by the monster's claws right in front of him. In that moment, he questions where everything went wrong. Back then, the two brothers were inseparable. After becoming orphans, they stuck together against the world. No matter how much pain, the older brother always smiled for him. He once swore to raise his brother no matter what, because back then, it was just the two of them versus everything. Now history repeats as he holds his brother's pierced body. He can't comprehend this sacrifice. Even so, the genius hunter manages to cut off another head. He whispers that the dragon only stays awake for 5 hours, and 4 have already passed. He says if he survives 1 more hour, he can escape safely, leaving him confused. Because this is the same brother who never visited when he was injured, and the same one who abandoned him when he needed him most. Just moments ago, Yu Hyun was telling his brother to quit and walk away. Now he's handing him a gate stone, an item that can teleport him out of the dungeon. He insists that Han Yujin is the one who has to use it. After patching him up as best he could, fear still lingers in the air. The S rank admits it's pointless, because they both know he won't make it out alive. And after saying that, Yu Hyun slowly closes his eyes, leaving him completely frozen. At that exact moment, the skill activates. Last Gratitude erupts, granting a full 60-minute duration. The death of Korea's top hunter grants him double his power. In an instant, Han Yujin gains strength beyond comprehension. Energy surges wildly through his entire body. The monster decides it's time to end what it started. But as it lunges in, he uses Green Willow to escape at lightning speed. He manages to create distance between himself and the dragon. He holds his brother tight, feeling the power boiling inside him. With this newly awakened force, he decides to forge a weapon. The Guardian now grips a sharp spear in his hand. He even taunts the monster, asking if it really wants to fight him like this. As the dragon charges, he takes a deep breath, then sidesteps and pierces straight into one of its heads. He admits the creature is terrifyingly fast, but right now, he's twice as strong as the best hunter in Korea. 1 head down, only 2 left. At last, he sees into his brother's memories, and understands why he cut ties after learning his brother was only F rank. Yu Hyun knew enemies would target him instantly if he became a weakness. While lost in those memories, he keeps charging at the monster. With insane speed, He leaps and lands on the dragon's head. Midair, he prepares a finishing strike, and recalls how his brother secretly ordered subordinates to protect him because he had no one else. Back when he was hospitalized, Yu Haiyan was furious and demanded punishment for those who hurt him. At that very moment, he slams a devastating strike into the dragon's body. Even when kicking him out of headquarters, Yu Haiyan still told someone to give him money before sending him away coldly. The young hunter only wanted to push the guardian away from dungeon danger. Yu Haiyan hated himself for how he treated his brother, but it was the only way he knew to protect him. Back to the present, everything falls eerily silent. The three-headed dragon is finally dead. Yet the victor feels no joy at all, because he realizes he never understood how much his brother sacrificed. His power fades, the poison spreads, and just as he accepts death, the system suddenly announces an achievement for slaying a dragon. The guardian earns the legendary title Dragon Slayer, 10 gate stones, 5 level 1 magic scrolls, and the red dragon greatsword. Not only that, the system grants him a wish, granting stone. He doesn't hesitate to think about what he wants, but when he tries to wish his brother back, the stone refuses since it cannot affect the dead. In despair, he thinks the item is completely useless. Then he realizes he wants to become stronger than his brother ever was. Strong enough to stand at the top of the world and protect what he loves. With clarity, he finally decides his wish. Han Yujin wishes to return to a time when his brother was still alive. Then he goes further and wishes to go back before his own awakening. He no longer cares whether it's the right choice. He locks in his resolve and confirms the wish. The stone begins to rewind time itself. His goal is to stop countless tragedies before they happen. Moments later, he opens his eyes. He's no longer inside the dungeon. The guardian realizes he's in his brother's headquarters. Unable to open his status window, he knows time truly reversed. Checking his phone, he confirms he's back 5 years in the past. He remembers that day he planned to meet a fake awakening broker and feels second-hand embarrassment. Back then, he wasted his savings chasing a scam to become a hunter. Suddenly, something clicks in his mind. Yu Haiyan should be walking into this room any second. The door opens and he turns his head. He sees someone ready to scold him. Seeing the younger Yu Haiyan telling him not to embarrass himself, he breaks down in tears because his brother is alive again. His wish actually came true. The younger version looks completely confused, even more shocked when his brother suddenly apologizes. He admits he deeply regrets everything he's done. His brother assumes the guardian has caused trouble again, but he quickly denies it. He says he just realized his brother is only in his early 20s, and he finally understands how much his brother endured alone while clearing deadly dungeons. The main promises from now on he'll stay put and stop causing headaches for the S rank. Han Yujin is overwhelmed because he finally gets to keep his brother close again. Even though he knows this moment is cheesy enough to cause goosebumps, he still can't stop himself from soaking it all in. Now he has a chance to fix everything and rebuild that brotherly bond. He openly expresses his feelings to the younger brother he raised. After understanding his place, he decides to stay away from the hunter life and dungeons. Suddenly, the system congratulates him for becoming an awakener. Han Yujin is completely stunned and can't process the news. Things get even crazier when he gains Dragon Slayer and Perfect Guardian titles, plus a new skill Super Caregiver, and the system says his growth speed is doubled under his own protection. A while later, dinner is served. He has already finished cooking everything. The main feels oddly out of place. In the old timeline, this was where they had a massive argument. But now everything is different, and he's happy they reconciled. Still, it feels strange sitting together peacefully. He glances at his status window. After the reset, his awakening is completely different. He now holds the L rank title Dragon Slayer, only given to those who solo a dragon. The Guardian recognizes it came from that monster, but finds it odd it exists this early. He realizes L rank is legendary, even above S rank. Even better, it comes with 4 skills. These new abilities leave him speechless. He gains L rank Poison Resistance, Curse Resistance, and 2 anti-dragon skills. His heart races with excitement. He starts imagining himself as a rewound Ice Guy protagonist. And just like that, he dives into his fantasy. He imagines Yu Haiyan getting overwhelmed by a dragon. And right before they both die from poison, a miracle happens. A heroic savior appears. The main makes a grand entrance to impress his genius brother. He's convinced he's basically a superhero now. He quickly checks his rank, hoping for S or even L. But reality hits, he's still F rank. Realizing this isn't your typical ice guy, panic kicks in. He fears becoming useless all over again. So disappointed he jokes that L might stand for loser. The Guardian gets some stronger E rank buffs, but nothing flashy. The only real highlight is his Guardian title, upgrading to Legendary. This gives him 3 new skills, though Last Gratitude is one he never wants to see again. The first new ability is Super Caregiver. It boosts a target's growth for 3 days using a password, so he checks the effect, and is shocked to learn it doubles growth speed. He realizes this is insanely useful for Yu Hyun, especially combined with Best Kid Ever, which boosts stats when the password is spoken in front of a crowd. Meaning if he says it in front of 100 people, an S rank gets a 100% stat boost, basically doubling power. He's thrilled at the idea of making his brother and guild ridiculously strong. Hyun will become the top guild, and he'll be treated like royalty for helping. But just as things look perfect, the password turns out to be I love you. He immediately slams his head on the table from pure embarrassment. He realizes the password changed after the time reset, but every time he uses it, he risks spending the night in a police station for being suspiciously affectionate. Seeing how awkward that is, he checks the final skill. This one lets him see the potential of unawakened people and fully unlock it with a password. But before he can think further, dinner is ready and his brother hands him a bowl. Yu Hyun worries whether he'll like food made from leftover ingredients, but his reaction says it all. Yu Hyun is relieved seeing him enjoy the meal. He even jokes that Japan has even better food. Yu Hyun is surprised his brother can cook, and even though he's rich enough to eat out, he prefers safety. Back then he didn't have antidotes or curse removal items. That makes the older one realize someone once tried to poison his brother. According to Yu Hyun, many envied his talent when he was young. Most guilds sold out to corporations, but he built his own empire, and when he mentions joining a big guild, suddenly his brother grabs his face. Yu Hyun gets annoyed that he hid something so important. The young hunter tells him not to judge as an F rank since it was his choice. At 20, he says his biggest regret is drifting apart from his brother. Yu Hyun had to act cold to protect him from enemies. He kept it secret to avoid becoming a burden. But in the end, he admits he was wrong. Yu Hyun is moved by the apology and his brother's love despite everything. Seeing him like that, the older one just awkwardly piles more food on his plate. Yu Hyun feels grateful for the time rewind, calling it the best decision ever. Then his brother stands up to leave. Before going, he tells him to delete the broker's number, since they won't answer anymore. Not wanting to mess this up, he immediately obeys. As the guild leader leaves, Yu Hyun says he'll handle everything else first, leaving him confused. He explains to his brother that from now on, he's staying put right here. Not only moving in, but he's also banned from stepping outside even once. Yu Hyun is completely confused by this situation. Somehow, he's turned into a hostage under his own brother. Once he processes it, the main demands a proper explanation. His brother calmly says the outside world is way too dangerous. Things are different now that they've repaired their relationship, which means he's now a prime target for enemies trying to threaten Yu Hyun. So the Guardian is forbidden from leaving, but in exchange, he gets a luxury apartment life. Refusing to accept this reality, Yu Hyun charges toward the door. But in a blink, he's locked behind heavy security bars. Right then, a delivery guy shows up asking for his signature on a mountain of packages. Turns out Yu Hyun already hired movers to clean out his old place. He doesn't understand why his brother objects after agreeing earlier. To him, everything was settled the moment they forgave each other. In this 20-year-old's mind, his brother basically agreed to become his protected captive, while the older one protests weakly. And just like that, the Guardian is left alone inside a fancy golden cage. He starts wondering if his brother went insane after the timeline reset. Without hesitation, he packs essentials and plans an escape before Yu Hyun returns. But just as he reaches the door, he runs straight into a human wall. Facing a gorilla-sized man, his tiny frame can only tremble. This is Seunggon Kim, Yu Hyun's right-hand man and an A-ranked defense specialist. The moment he asks to leave, he's denied instantly. He finds the whole situation ridiculous. His brother even assigned an A rank as his personal jail guard. He tries to argue that the guy shouldn't interfere with his personal freedom. Seeing that, Seunggon Kim switches tactics. He goes straight for intimidation using overwhelming pressure. And honestly, it works perfectly. Standing before a high-rank hunter, he feels like a bunny facing a giant grizzly. Still, he forces himself to stay calm. Right then, a new skill activates. Fear resistance kicks in. Thanks to it, the Guardian stops trembling and feels zero fear. The A rank suddenly looks like an oversized plush toy. Taking advantage, he fights back by quoting Article 12 of the Korean Constitution about personal freedom. He even threatens jail time for unlawful detention. But before finishing, he gets lifted like a child, realizing the skill removes fear, not weakness. Carried back inside, he searches his skills for a comeback plan. Using forest insight, he discovers something interesting. The little bunny suddenly grabs the grizzly's face. Turns out this guy has the potential to become an S rank awakener. If awakened, he'd be the second elite hunter in the guild after Yu Haiyan. He wants to exploit this potential and wonders if his ability can help. The system confirms he can unlock it even without protection status by using the password. He calculates that if he recruits this guy, he could gain an S rank ally and maybe his freedom. But the bunny feels extremely embarrassed because he has to confess affection to the grizzly, and he just can't say it out loud, so he uses sign language, forming a heart with his hands, confusing the guy. Once understood, the man gets mad because he's not into that. Branded a weirdo, he gets tossed back into his room and realizes he needs a new password. That night, his brother finally comes home. Yu Haiyan asks how his day was and tells him to move his stuff since his room is ready. He complains about being treated like a prisoner, and the elite hunter reassures him he'll be free someday. Yu Haiyan explains the guild has too many enemies, but once they reach absolute power, things will change. His hope shatters when he learns he can only leave once Heya becomes the top guild. His brother promises 1 year, but the time traveler knows it's actually 3. Yu Haiyan says he's not completely trapped since he can go out with supervision and a leash. The guild leader worries about his safety during long dungeon raids, and the guardian realizes his ability could help. Before the reset, Yu Haiyan studied all hunters and knows he will become powerful. His plan is to recruit future elites before awakening and trade that for protection. With his own squad, he won't depend entirely on his brother, and his title suits scouting perfectly. And so, he tells his brother he wants to recruit an A rank himself. His brother is left speechless, but he's dead serious, even aiming for A or S rank. The ideal target would be someone young and naive. Luckily, someone like that exists out there. Someone he can groom into a future S rank hunter. Without hesitation, he presents his grand plan. When asked how he'll find awakeners, he just says it's a secret. The elite hunter quickly realizes his brother has awakened. Fearing he has scouting skills, the S rank worries he'll attract attention. At that moment, he realizes telling the truth would lock him up forever. So he lies, saying it's just an F rank skill that senses potential once a month. He judges that weak enough to stay under the radar. Honestly, he thinks this skill will eventually get overshadowed once awakening centers become mainstream. Then it hits him that at this point, humanity already has a system to evaluate awakened abilities and potential. These centers provide safe awakenings, no shady scanners, and no judging each other's power levels. Yu Haiyan even admits he's lucky these exist, since it lowers the chances of becoming a target. He begs his brother to let him go recruit an A rank. Eventually, Yu Haiyan agrees but tells him to clean up his mess first. And just like that, the main takes his first step toward freedom and building his own awakened squad. He even fantasizes about surpassing his brother's influence with a stacked team. The next morning, at the Korean Hunter Association Registration Center, everyone is shocked when they see Haiyan's badge. But the A rank doesn't show up alone. People assume the protected guy must be some VIP about to awaken as S rank. Reality hits when he's labeled as F rank. The crowd immediately gets disappointed and calls him a fraud without him saying a word. He checks the money his brother gave him and is stunned to see over $800,000. Without hesitation, he rushes to the shopping mall. Smelling money, the staff swarm him like vultures. They show flashy gear with insane stats, but he prefers something simple. He buys dark fairy earrings to boost magic power, then manticore leather gloves and a light cloth belt, pushing him up to C rank level stats. With money left, he grabs potions and contracts. Afterward, his bodyguard questions why he's late. The guard points to the giant guy pacing outside as a warning. The A rank tells him to be more careful and prepares to take him home. But the main still has one last destination. He remembers Yerim Park, a future ice mage currently working at her family's barbecue shop. In the old timeline, she became one of the strongest A rank hunters. Now just 15 and unawakened, he wants to recruit her early. At the night market, he asks around about an orphan girl, but no one knows. Turns out there are way too many barbecue shops, making the search a nightmare. The smell of grilled meat distracts him, and he invites the guard to eat, but gets rejected. The A rank says there are plenty near the guild, while the F rank insists he senses strong energy here. The big guy laughs at him for acting like a Jedi. While daydreaming about barbecue, he suddenly spots a heated argument. A young girl desperately tries to explain something. Finally, she gets angry and throws down her apron, then storms off into the night, cursing her boss. He freezes in place, because he just found the future Ice Queen. But before he can talk, she's already gone. Yu Haiyan tells the big guy to hold his stuff. As he chases her, he's surprised by how fast she runs despite not being awakened. When the belt activates, his speed boost lets him catch up. He's thrilled to finally use the ultimate cheat code, money. He dashes through the market at full speed, searching for her. After a while, he finally finds the girl. She hears him call her name, At first, she thinks he was sent by her uncle. She turns to run, not wanting trouble. But the guardian suddenly panics. A car is about to hit her. Disaster is seconds away. He lunges forward and pushes her out of the way, saving her just in time. Without him, the driver would have been a killer. A crowd quickly gathers around. Even though she's safe, he's annoyed he didn't pull off a cooler rescue. That move cost him some main character aura points. Not long after, they sit down eating barbecue. He says it's been forever since he had Korean barbecue. Since it's his brother's money, he treats her to more food. When asked why not eat at her uncle's place, she says the meat there is tough like it's for seniors. Yerem gets suspicious of this stranger claiming to know Han Yujin. When she asks why he's looking for her, he says he senses power in her. Thinking he's weird, she mocks him and tries to leave. He lies that her late parents once helped his family. He apologizes for repaying the debt late, and she shrugs as long as he's not scamming her. He tells her she has hidden talent. He explains his ability can detect future awakeners and help them grow. He even claims she could reach B rank. With his brother backing him, Yerem Park would get full support if she becomes a hunter. The Guardian offers to be her sponsor and asks her to sign a contract to become a hunter. Yerem is shocked since everyone dreams of becoming a hunter. Now he just needs a little performance to convince her. He suddenly summons a contract from his inventory and asks her to read it. She's impressed by his inventory skill, and he explains she'll have 1-2 after awakening and that the paper is made from dungeon materials. Then he hands her the contract, saying signing it makes her an official hunter. However, she must join his brother's guild and keep every secret locked tight. On top of that, she has to act as his personal bodyguard for 1 full year. Trying to look pitiful, he claims he needs protection from a scary guy who wants to lock him up. But his pride takes a hit when she points out he's asking a kid to protect him. He argues there's nothing embarrassing about it since once she awakens, she'll easily surpass him. Still, the girl asks if signing means she can live independently. He hesitates for a second, then explains hunters gain adult legal rights, and she instantly agrees to sign. Right then, he panics and stops her for not reading the contract carefully or adding her own terms. That makes her realize she almost messed up. He warns that not reading contracts carefully is how people get scammed later. He stresses contracts must be handled carefully, especially for minors who need a trustworthy guardian. But while he's lecturing, she points out if the guardian is a scammer, none of that matters. The girl starts losing patience. She believes if the guardian is shady, her money is doomed anyway. As she gathers courage to speak up, someone suddenly barges into the restaurant. It's her uncle looking for her. He ignores the maid and rushes toward her, who should be working. He tries to drag her back, but her new sponsor blocks him. At first, the uncle thinks he's some creep chasing his niece, but the broke guardian quickly denies it. The uncle assumes he's strong because he can't pull his hand away, but it's actually the gear doing the work. Yerem Park starts shouting for her uncle to leave her alone. He takes a closer look at her and notices her clothes are worn out. Even her shoes are on the verge of falling apart. Remembering their earlier argument, he pieces everything together. He tells her she doesn't need someone this pathetic as a guardian. Yerem Park confirms her uncle is awful. She accuses him of stealing all the money her parents left and giving her nothing. In front of everyone, she even reveals he gave her a broken umbrella during a storm, forcing her to cover herself with plastic bags. Exposed as an abuser, the uncle snaps. He shoves the maid aside and moves toward the girl. Suddenly, the scout collapses to the floor. Both of them panic, thinking he's seriously hurt. But he says nothing and pauses dramatically, then suddenly rolls around screaming like a pro actor. He plays the victim, claiming he's just protecting a poor girl, while the uncle looks worse by the second. The uncle is speechless. He grabs his collar and yells at him to cut it out. He realizes this is his golden opportunity. While no one's watching, he kicks the guy's leg, sending him face first into a pan of sauce. He even kindly warns the floor is slippery, causing the uncle to fall again. As soon as he stands, he smashes face first into the table again. Watching this, the girl struggles not to laugh. He pins the guy's face near the grill and scolds him for being a terrible guardian. But before he can escalate further, a loud explosion echoes. Yerem Park thinks the stranger just slammed her uncle again, but he says the sound came from outside. Panic spreads as the entire building shakes. Seung-kan Kim rushes to the guardian, trying to move him to safety. Because a monster has appeared, and it's rampaging through the streets. A dungeon break has just occurred. Civilians scatter in terror. The hunter orders them to stay away from danger. He says he'll hold the monster off, then slams the ground, activating his A-rank Earth shield. A massive wall rises instantly between people and the monster. This is the perfect chance to run, but he's completely confused, because this event never happened in the original timeline, making him question everything. The A-rank charges toward the monster. He leaps off the wall, building momentum, then delivers a powerful flying kick, but Seung-kan Kim doesn't even hit the main body. He has to dodge the sweeping tentacles instead. The crowd panics as the monster begins breaking through the wall. As chaos erupts and people flee, the girl suddenly trips. She falls hard while her uncle runs off without hesitation. Once again, Yerim Park is abandoned by her guardian. A tentacle reaches out to grab her. Just when everything seems over, someone steps in front of her. It's her new sponsor. He shouts for her to get up immediately, because they need to find shelter right now. For the first time in her life, someone actually came back to save her. Confirming the underground shop is a safe zone, the adult orders the kid to run there fast. As for him, he has no choice but to head back to the battlefield. It's his first time seeing this type of monster, and while one alone isn't deadly, leaving it unchecked means disaster. Worse yet, his bodyguard is all defense, and basically zero damage output. In other words, soloing this thing is not happening. So the main starts brainstorming how to support, but just as he turns back, he's stopped. Yerim Park demands he awaken her so she can fight beside him. He says that's impossible without a contract, but she promises loyalty and won't run if she gains power. Hearing that, the Guardian reminds her she's still just a kid. He insists he wants her to awaken safely, not become some reckless hero charging into danger. He refuses to watch another child fight alone ever again. So he orders her to stay back and let the adults handle it, and leaves her behind. As he runs toward the monster, he strategizes, determined not to embarrass his 5 years of hunter experience. Soon, he reunites with his bodyguard. The big guy tells him to retreat, but he demands using Earth Shield even if it won't cover everything. The A rank is shocked when the F rank says that's enough because he has a plan. The two climb to the top of the stone wall and prepare for battle. The defensive hunter activates all his skills, then slams his fist into the ground. Before the monster can react, a massive stone dome traps it inside. Seungkwan Kim never imagined his ability could be used like a cage. Now it's the main's turn. With his gear, he rushes toward the stone prison. Since shields create solid surfaces, they can form a sturdy dome. During shopping, he picked up several A-rank dark poison cocoons. Always prepared, he carries them just in case. Tossing one inside the sealed space should finish the monster. But just as he's about to throw, he senses something off. The cage is empty, and as he wonders where it went, something grabs his leg as the monster bursts out from the sewer. His plan collapses because he forgot it could hide underground, and just as he thinks he's done for, Yerim Park rushes in with an umbrella to save him. She starts whacking the monster like crazy to free the Guardian. Finally, it lets go. As she lands, she urges him to run immediately. He reminds her she's a civilian, but she fires back that he's just an F, rank 2. He says he's an adult, and she counters that he's the one recruiting kids as bodyguards. He tries to argue she's still underage, but she says that's exactly why she needs power. She admits she felt happy when he saved her, since it was the first time someone tried to protect her. But that happiness mixed with anger when she realized how weak she was. So to survive future disasters, she wants strength. She refuses to stay a helpless child. She rejects the role of a damsel in distress. Instead, she wants control over her own fate. Yerim Park repeats his words about her massive potential, and demands he awaken her right now. At that moment, the tentacles are seconds away. He immediately activates his ability. The tentacles are blown back. The bodyguard goes from curious to shocked, because the girl just froze the monster's tentacles solid. Yerim Park awakens with the title Asterian Bane and uses Frost Breath. She's so excited she wants to list all her skills. He quickly tells her not to do that in public, but while celebrating, she doesn't notice the monster attacking from behind. It grabs her arm, startling her. She struggles and accidentally slams it into the wall. Even the veteran hunter is stunned. No doubt about it, she's awakened as S rank. Yerim Park prepares to finish it off. She tells him to stay still and hands him a spear, then channels ice energy into it, and launches a powerful attack. Ice explodes everywhere, forcing the bodyguard to shield the Guardian. Hermes' boots activate, letting her hover. Her speed skyrockets as she shoots forward like an arrow. Yerim Park pierces straight through the monster. He screams, worried she might take out her allies too. She quickly apologizes, admitting she's not used to her new power. In the original timeline, she was known as the Ice Mage. He never imagined she'd be this cheerful. But just as he wishes for her to have an area attack skill, someone suddenly steps in to assist. Black flames erupt and incinerate the monster into ash. The guild leader has officially entered the scene. Witnessing that insane firepower, the Ice Mage is left completely speechless. The massive monster gets vaporized in a single attack. Burning embers fall like ash from the sky. When it's all over, the two powerhouses stare each other down. The main thought his brother came to save him, but instead he's met with a dark, unsettling gaze. The overprotective guild leader rushes in, hugs him tightly, and swears to lock him inside forever. But Han Yujin calms Yu Hyan down, saying he already found a capable bodyguard. He introduces his new shield, Yerim Park, the newest S-rank hunter. The girl feels a bit intimidated by the handsome Haeyun guild leader. He explains she signed on as his bodyguard, but wonders if her parents would approve. He decides to come clean, and tells his brother he wants to be her legal guardian. Yu Hyan thinks being her sponsor makes more sense, but the girl doesn't even understand the difference. Sung Gon explains that a sponsor is just business, while a legal guardian is basically a parent for minors. Yerim Park tells him that's going a bit too far. He agrees, but when he says she's better off with him than her abusive uncle, she starts reconsidering. At that point, Yu Hyan decides to shut down this madness for the guardian's sake. The news is full of young awakeners bullying their guardians, meaning there's a high chance she could boss around an S rank. But she insists she's actually kind. In a sudden move, Yu Hyan offers to be her guardian, but she refuses and picks the older brother. Fire and ice nearly clash until the guardian jumps in to stop them. Stuck between the world's strongest hunter and a fresh S rank, his shoulder ends up dislocated. Both feel guilty for hurting him. He tells them to ignore him, while Yu Hyan calls for a healer, and the main wonders if he raised his brother wrong. He yells that she has the right to choose her guardian, and that Yu Hyan should be grateful for another S rank. He reminds him that as guild leader, he needs to handle the aftermath with his right-hand man. Yu Hyan reluctantly leaves, promising to return quickly. Once the leader is gone, the girl complains that someone so cute turned out to be such a hassle, and gets told to sit quietly. Yerim Park apologizes since she still can't control her power well. He offers to help her put on her shoes. The shoes don't even fit, proving her uncle is a terrible guardian. So he decides to buy her a proper pair tomorrow. Yerim Park says this feels like a drama scene straight out of a rom-com. At that moment, Kai Notes spots a fly, and tries to smack it, nearly landing a fatal blow on him instead. He barely survives the encounter. Yu Hyan nearly has a heart attack, saying this feels more like horror than romance. He decides to explain why he wants to protect her. In his eyes, they're not that different, because he also grew up as an orphan. Back then, he prayed for someone to take care of him and his brother. While he doubts himself, she tells him he's enough, even if he's just an F rank relying on her for safety. The Ice Mage still wants to work with him, and just like that, they reach an agreement. The Guardian admits he can't love her like parents would, but he still cares deeply for her. The moment she smiles and calls him cheesy is when she officially becomes under his guardianship. But just as things settle down, trouble returns. The uncle storms in claiming he was worried. He asks if she really awakened and says it'll make them rich. Both the guardian and the girl realize they still have to deal with him. He keeps pretending to care and keeps asking about her awakening. When he hears she's S rank, he gets ridiculously excited, talking about getting rich before freezing in shock. When she says she signed with a new guardian and will move out, he insists that's impossible since she's still a minor. Yu Hyan explains that hunters over 14 can legally live independently. Just as the uncle is about to scream, evidence is presented. Footage from the restaurant makes it look like he was assaulting Han Yujin. He even suggests pulling up more live camera footage. He scolds him for being a terrible guardian, and accuses him of planning to steal her earnings, while the uncle argues he raised her for years. He quickly pulls his hand back, securing his phone. The uncle immediately lunges at him, unable to hold back anymore. But just as he threatens to take it to court, Yerim Park slams her umbrella down, shocking both adults. He thinks she's about to lose it, and reminds her she can't harm civilians even as a fake awakener. But her eyes suddenly shine with innocence. She tells her uncle violence isn't needed, and he claims self-defense in front of cameras. Then she snaps the umbrella in half, leaving him completely speechless. With a bright smile, she calmly proves that's not the case at all. To spell it out, the one who attacked her back then was none other than her own uncle. The abuser completely lost it when he realized the fragile little girl he remembered was gone. In his eyes, she turned into a dungeon-born catastrophe straight out of a high-level raid. With fear resistance active, the male lead casually noted she's just as terrifying as any S-rank hunter. Yerim Park coldly declared she owed that uncle absolutely nothing. Then she effortlessly crushed a steel umbrella into a compact metal ball like it was nothing. She reminded him how he once left her in a raging storm without even a lousy umbrella. The female hunter calmly stated she could crush him like a bug under her heel if she felt like it. Still, she decided to grant him one last drop of mercy. After all, a pathetic guy like him wasn't worth her time. Yerim Park made sure everyone understood just how useless he really was. She even warned that if he dared approach her or her guardian again, his end would be worse than death. With that, the F rank and S rank hunters walked away side by side, leaving behind a civilian, trembling like his soul had been stared down by a monster. Yerim Park cheerfully admitted she learned intimidation from her new guardian, while he realized he might be a bad influence. But hey, he secured an S rank recruit and his own freedom. Unfortunately, he had no clue an unexpected storm was quietly approaching. Early the next morning, someone barged straight into his room. That someone was his younger brother. Han Yujin jolted awake, wondering what could possibly be urgent enough for a dawn raid. Yu Hyun immediately demanded he hand over the items he bought yesterday. The main felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he'd gone overboard with spending. He figured he bought too much, but turns out his brother only wanted the venom cocoons. So he quickly handed them over. The main grew curious when his brother suddenly asked if he really thought he wasn't fit for the task. Out of nowhere, the younger guy hugged his guardian tight. The guild master deduced the venom cocoons were a last resort, meaning the brother planned to end himself rather than become a burden if captured. Yu Hyun was deeply moved, insisting his brother didn't need to go that far. What he didn't know was that Yu Hyun bought them for selfish solo dungeon runs, but since he couldn't reveal his poison immunity, he just went along with the misunderstanding. From then on, their bond grew stronger like a snowball rolling downhill. Later that day, Yu Hyun informed Yu Hyun that Director Seok had met the rookie's uncle. After investigating, they found he had burned through her inheritance trying to save his failing restaurant. In the end, a mix of bribes and threats forced him to sign a document never to approach her again. Yerim Park didn't bother reclaiming the lost money, she just wanted to cut ties completely, and honestly, lawsuits weren't worth it. Her inheritance couldn't compare to an S rank's income anyway, and the guild master believed she had already mastered her power. She trained all night, and Yu Hyun proudly claimed his training room could handle S rank power. But the moment they stepped inside, it looked like a boss raid aftermath. The so-called S rank proof room was completely wrecked. Yu Hyun had no choice but to swallow his earlier brag. Ice and destruction covered every inch of the place. The girl was unleashing her full ice-based power. As she landed on the ground, she focused entirely on her target, then delivered a chilling punch packed with insane force. After that, she activated the skill Shadowless Day. Her shadow stretched out instantly, covering the room like a barrier. Her guardian stood there completely confused. Before he could process anything, he was already bound by her shadow, unable to move. Yerim Park continued by using one of her newly awakened abilities. Like dark tentacles, her shadow swept up everything heavy nearby, even things that barely had weight. Once everything gathered at a single point, she wound up and stomped the ground hard. The impact was so intense the floor started cracking, but the real damage came from her final punch. That last strike hit like pure destructive magic. The shockwave spread, causing even the walls to collapse. In an instant, the entire room was completely destroyed. As the girl tried to steady her breathing, she suddenly heard someone mention her guardian. Seeing the main passed out, both Yerim Park and Yuhun panicked instantly. After waking up, the main realized something seriously weird. He didn't recognize the girl standing in front of him at all. Yerim Park initially worried he hit his head, but Yuhun explained it was just her new hairstyle throwing him off. Hearing the guild stylist visited her, the main joked she now looked good enough for sports drink commercials. From now on, Yerim Park needed to care about her appearance since S ranks are basically celebrities always on the news. She had finished all the paperwork and was just double-checking everything. After apologizing for not noticing him earlier, the main asked about her new abilities. First was Frost Breath, letting her freeze anything she wants. Second was Hermes Slippers, allowing flight and short-range teleportation. Third was Shadowless Day, boosting her stats while weakening enemies. Han Yujin noted it was basically power absorption, and she added she still had a fourth skill. That skill was Pale Corpse, letting her extract information from the dead. Both agreed it sounded creepy, and she honestly wished for something less horror-themed. So the main advised her not to list that necromancy-type skill, since it wasn't legally required. Yu Hyun began editing the paperwork, removing the buff effects of Shadowless Day and the teleport feature of Hermes Slippers. Yerim Park smiled brightly, praising his deep knowledge. At that moment, the younger brother cut in, insisting his brother only became knowledgeable for his sake. And just like that, the adult had to step in again to stop a fire versus ice argument. Yu Hyun even started questioning whether leaving these two alone was a good idea. Honestly, he felt like he was housing two walking nuclear bombs. The moment she stepped out of the car, everyone rushed to welcome Jaime-on's newest S rank, Yerim Park. So while everyone's eyes were glued to the 8th elite female warrior, like it was a live broadcast, her guardian was quietly lurking in the shadows, watching her every move like a proud but low-key fan. when asked why he let the ice witch down by refusing to appear beside her in public. The main casually shrugged, saying he hates attention anyway, and once she becomes a full-blown superstar, she won't even have time to remember a lowly F rank like him, though deep down he's genuinely happy for her. This new timeline is wildly different, because the once cold ice witch is now a cheerful, lively girl full of energy. But that also worries him, since the dungeon break at the market never happened in his previous life. Still, he figures as long as everyone stays alive, it's all good, then decides to scout for hidden talent in the crowd. After scanning left and right, all he sees are average folks, and he concludes recruiting another S rank that easily is pure fantasy. But right in the middle of his inner monologue, he suddenly spots something very interesting. Without hesitation, he rushes over to check, because Han Yujin doesn't care if he messes with the timeline. After all, he rewound time to change it and save his brother, and now, he wants to make things better for everyone he cares about. If he finds a hidden gem, he's grabbing it no matter what. Who knows, maybe his ability exists to unlock people's true potential. Standing before him is Myungwoo Yu, a guy the system judged as permanently stuck at F rank. Yet somehow he possesses an unawakened SS rank skill. Han Yujin instantly recognizes him and asks if he remembers him. Myungwoo shakes his head, saying he has zero memory of him. He doesn't blame him, it's been years since they last met. Of course, that's a carefully crafted lie. The main is actually stunned by this guy's broken skill, called Golden Blacksmith Master. One glance and it screams SS, rank crafting, capable of producing insanely valuable SS gear, yet somehow it never surfaced in the original timeline. He's convinced that if fully developed, this guy is basically a walking jackpot disguised as a starving skeleton. He notices Myungwoo has only recently awakened. As the guy mutters that even as an F rank, he can somehow scrape by. The main points out they share the same rank and suggests training together. Myungwoo politely declines, saying his F rank talent is basically useless. He also admits he can't afford training costs. Han Yujin immediately says he can train for free at his guild. Suddenly, a gray bear grabs the poor bunny, reminding them only guild members can use facilities, while the main tries negotiating an exception. Myungwoo realizes that Hunter is Haeyeon's shield and gets curious. He asks about their relationship. To his absolute shock, Han Yujin reveals he's the guild leader's brother. For some reason, the main radiates saint like energy as he sincerely invites Myungwoo to train and even offers him gear. Myungwoo hesitates, asking if he's serious since he doesn't even remember him. But Han Yujin grabs his hand and says he simply wants to help a good person, because Myungwoo deserves to be treated like a real human being. Hearing those heartfelt words, the man's eyes instantly fill with tears, and before anyone can react, he breaks down crying on the spot. Later that day, while the two sip coffee, Han Yujin says they don't need vending machines, he can treat him to a proper cafe. But Myungwoo declines, saying he's fine now. It's been a long time since anyone treated him this kindly. As a kid, he had crafting talent and was constantly praised. But growing up, people forced him to abandon it and focus on academics, and everything spiraled from there. The genius became a terrible student, his grades tanked, no one accepted him, and his family couldn't support him. Worse, after endless struggles, he fell into massive debt. Those words hit the main right in the chest, because he understands that pain way too well. People haven't changed much, still quick to judge based on shallow labels. Only fighters and healers get praised, like society thinks there's only one path to success. Other skills get tossed aside, forgotten in the shadows. No wonder a blacksmith like Myungwoo never saw the light. But now things will change, because Han Yujin has a big plan brewing. Fired up, he jumps up like he's about to challenge the universe itself. He tells his friend that caring about others' opinions is completely pointless. In his slightly cheesy way, he makes Myungwoo realize he should always hold his head high. Not even a second later, he shouts that he's the best in the world and loves himself. According to him, that's the mindset they need for life. To boost morale, he even says there's a place in his heart for Myungwoo too. Hearing that, the skinny guy lights up instantly. After recruiting his new ally, the main thinks the hardest part is over. But he forgot about the obstacle named Shim Young-seok, the guild's HR director. A stubborn wall that won't budge easily. According to him, Ha-Young Guild can't just let random people train for free. He bluntly says only useful people deserve resources, not some walking skeleton. Yu Hyun immediately calls that out as harsh, and the Four Eyes guy backtracks, claiming it's just hypothetical. The main tries negotiating, insisting his friend has real talent. Director Park admits Yu Hyun has a good eye, considering he found the Ice Witch. But he mocks that it might have just been luck. He even brings up how the main almost got scammed last week and is living off his brother. Myungwoo can't take it anymore seeing his friend attacked, and like a Disney princess, he runs out in tears, leaving the smug director behind. Later, the two F ranks agree that Guy is tough to deal with. In this awkward situation, the main considers calling his brother for help, but Myungwoo stops him. He says being treated like a human was already enough to lift his spirits. Now he has the motivation to keep living and do his best. The blacksmith mentions he heard of a place that hires F ranks like him. Apparently, the job even comes with transportation included. As the truck doors swung open, it felt less like a ride and more like an invitation into a totally unpredictable adventure. Myungwoo flashed a smile at Han Yujin before saying goodbye, promising he'd earn honest money and finally pay off his crushing debt. But judging by the situation unfolding, his new job didn't exactly scream honest living. A thug stepped forward, cold as ice, demanding he settle the entire debt right here, right now. When Myungwoo handed over a check, they just smirked and said the amount was nowhere near enough. That's when the main realized these guys were classic loan sharks, the kind that feast on desperation. When he casually asked where they were heading, the thugs instantly got defensive, clearly not in the mood to share. Not knowing how to play it cool, he awkwardly said he just wanted to tag along for fun. And just like that, the story took a sharp turn into chaos no one saw coming. Thanks to his impulsive move, Han Yujin found himself riding in a truck with Myungwoo and a pack of predators waiting for their next victim. As the main bluntly tells his buddy, these thugs scream danger, like he just stepped into a shady underground dungeon reeking of trouble. The blacksmith can only laugh awkwardly, admitting these guys are the only lenders left in a world where system blacksmiths get bullied into oblivion. Han Yujin insists he can't let his friend roll with such risky company, so he tags along, only to freeze when a fatty asks if he's an awakened, forcing him to admit he's just rank F. Not wanting to expose himself, Han Yujin lies about being Myungwoo's childhood friend, casually saying he joined for fun since they're recruiting F ranks. The thugs snicker, saying most guilds don't even glance at F ranks, then offer him a lovely job mining magic stones in a dungeon for their profit. They claim rank doesn't matter as long as you work, and Yu Hyun beams like he just found the exit in a nightmare maze. He even sighs in relief, saying they look scary at first, eyes shining with rookie innocence fresh in the hunter and monster world. While acting like it's his first rodeo, he keeps that perfectly clueless F rank mage expression. But internally, he clocks it instantly. This is a classic mining contract trap for the weak. He's been burned before, where F rank hunters were tricked into mining magic stones in monster-filled dungeons. In the end, they only kept 20%, while the rest flowed straight into the employer's pockets like invisible tax. The job is insanely dangerous. One slip and you're monster food in the dark. At that moment, Han Yujin realizes why his friend never existed in the original timeline. The pieces finally click. Most likely, the guy died in a dungeon before his true talent could even bloom. Hearing the thugs hype the job like it's a paradise deal makes him want to gag. When asked where they're headed, the thugs say their guild office in Muramal, a name dripping with suspicious vibes. After a short but suffocating ride, they arrive at a rundown building. The name sounds cute, but the place feels like a horror dungeon as the thugs invite them in. Looking at the moldy ruin, Han Yujin jokes it's full of hope, like narrating a twisted fairy tale. And while he's internally monologuing like a lost Disney princess in an ice sky world, he suddenly gets kicked hard from behind, no mercy, mask off. He crashes onto the dusty floor as debris rises like dungeon fog. The men stare coldly, like predators cornering prey. He's confused why they flipped so fast after acting like friendly system merchants. Then he sees his friend getting brutally beaten, blood and groans filling the cramped room. The thugs fake an apology, but blame him for tagging along in the first place. Just like that, the warehouse worker becomes a prisoner in a wolf den. Myungwoo apologizes tearfully, guilt written all over his face. But before the main can react or use any skill, he's lifted and dropped onto a sofa, prepped like a pawn for contract signing. Han Yujin is ordered to press his fingerprint, sealing a magical contract. The boss lady explains they'll take 80% plus fees and calls it generous, bold move honestly. It's a magic contract, break it and boom. A D-rank curse clamps down like invisible chains. The thugs move to force Myungwoo to sign, grip tightening like iron claws. Seeing that, the main asks for a small favor, but she coldly says no signing, no leaving. He just wants to compare contracts, because matching terms with a debtor is straight up unfair. The thugs laugh, thinking he's just a clever but harmless bunny. The boss lets him read it, acting like she's granting divine mercy. After reading, he realizes his friend must give up 90%, a number that hurts to hear. Basically, it turns him into a slave, so to protect him from that fate, Han Yujin tears the magic contract apart midair like breaking a forbidden spell. Everyone freezes, confused why the curse doesn't activate. They don't know a hidden L rank skill just nullified that D rank curse. In the next second, he rushes the boss and kicks her head with martial arts level force. Everyone panics because this F rank just hit like a boss monster. Han Yujin slams her head into the ground, knocking her out cold. She drops instantly, while he casually says he's still F rank, just well equipped. The thugs charge like enraged dungeon mobs, but he stands calm, like someone who's already lived and died once. When he pulls out his phone, they mock him, saying police are useless here. Little do they know, he's calling something way scarier than the cops. A massive gray bear storms in like a living tank. The moment it appears, fists start flying like sledgehammers. The thugs think he's alone, still underestimating him. One punch proves them wrong, power like high-tier attack magic. A thug gets launched into the air like a ragdoll, then crashes down hard, shaking the floor. The gray bear arrives to save the bunny, irony at its finest. Myungwoo just stands there, brain buffering. The main explains he called backup the moment they got in the car, all planned. An A-rank hunter easily tracks targets with system-level GPS precision. Now the beast uses its own kind of magic, no chance needed. Each punch wipes out a thug like clearing low-level mobs. One thug snaps, face red with fear and anger. He pulls out a hidden knife, blade gleaming. Seungkwan Kim gets targeted from behind, blade aiming at his back. The blacksmith tries to warn him, voice shaking. But before he finishes, time seems to slow. The thug swings, then freezes in shock. The blade doesn't even scratch him. A normal knife versus an A-rank hunter. Yeah, good luck with that. With a flick, the bear teaches him the brutal hierarchy of power. That's when the thugs finally realize who they're dealing with. He's recognized as Heel's shield, a legendary figure. With killing intent in his eyes, he orders them to kneel. They instantly obey like tamed beasts. Asked how to punish them, the main decides on poetic justice. He pulls out a glowing golden contract, magic shimmering. It's an S-rank contract, way above their usual tricks. The boss pales reading it, 90% profit for 50 years. Karma just signed the deal. Yoo-jin calmly calls it a jackpot deal, because he owes her absolutely nothing. So that shiny S-rank contract is basically Karma doing a backflip. The men instantly turn pale, loudly swearing they would rather die than sign that cursed magic contract. When the boss lady screams that this contract is basically slavery, her sins come crashing down as stacks of old contracts get dragged out from her files. At least 30 sheets appear, each signed by different F-rank hunters, exposing a full-blown scam operation. One guy desperately argues it doesn't count since the Awakened signed willingly with their own fingerprints. But the moment Han Yujin points out some victims might still be alive, the thug gets kicked straight in the head as a warning. He realizes instantly these guys see F-rank lives as completely worthless. To them, F-ranks are as common as weeds in a field, just disposable pawns meant to die in dungeons. The main snaps, calling them out for treating human lives like a twisted game. He decides it's time they taste their own medicine. When he coldly says they deserve to rot in an A-rank dungeon, one thug immediately begs to negotiate. He stutters that 10 years is too long, voice shaking like jelly. Hearing that, the main smirks internally. Finally they get it. And if they understand their sins, then punishment is only fair. Just like that, the thugs are hauled away like defeated villains in an action arc. Later in the car, it's confirmed they've been handed over to the Hunter Association. Their assets are confiscated and used to compensate the victims they scammed. The skinny blacksmith tearfully thanks his friend, eyes watery. Han Yujin tells Myungwoo not to thank him, since he fully plans to profit off him later, classic honesty. But the guy insists his life has been saved twice already. He says without the main, he'd be dead in some dungeon by now. And before he can process anything, he gets hugged by a homeless-looking dude like a lifeline. Exhausted, Han Yujin struggles to peel him off and calls for the bodyguard's help. Turns out the squad rushes to HR afterward to handle paperwork. After some shameless whining, Han Yujin secures a dorm room as Yerim Park's legal guardian. The room is ridiculously luxurious, like a high-tier mage's residence. While Myungwoo stares in shock, he casually mentions there are 4 bedrooms. When asked if he can stay until training ends, the main asks if he can cook or clean, and the answer is a very sad no. Outsiders can only stay as housekeepers, so Myungwoo has to fake that role. He reassures him it's just temporary, no actual chores required. With everything clearly explained, the emotional guy jumps in for another teary hug. The moment he hits the bed, Myungwoo passes out instantly. At first, Han Yujin assumes he's just exhausted, but then he hears him mumble about bathing together, making things super awkward. So he quickly heads back to his brother's place to grab stuff, wondering about the reaction. But at the door, a massive gray bear blocks his way. The bunny panics, thinking he's about to get trapped like Rapunzel again. The bodyguard calms him down and tells him to follow. Soon after, they arrive at a trendy restaurant downtown. A waiter greets them at the entrance, then freezes after recognizing who's in front of him. Seungkwan Kim calmly asks if he knows Minnie Kim. The waiter confirms and leads them to a reserved table. They look hilariously out of place, like gangsters in a Gen Z cafe. Soon top-tier dishes start filling the table. The The waiter leaves, and Han Yujin wonders why he's here, until he remembers he's actually young in this timeline. Turns out the place was recommended by a coworker, the same age as Seungkwan Kim. The vibe is awkward as he keeps a serious face while girly music plays. So the main cuts to the chase and asks why this private meeting. Seungkwan Kim takes the bottle and pours himself a drink, then pours for him too, saying he just wants to apologize. Though honestly, it sounds more like an insult, since he admits he thought the main was a leech. The bear smiles slightly, admitting he misjudged him. The bunny is left speechless for a moment. Seungkwan Kim brings up how he saved him during the dungeon break. He also convinced a teenage rank to sign a contract and solved her family crisis. And even today, he risked his life to save a friend like a true protagonist. Hearing all that, the main realizes it's all one big misunderstanding. But he also sees this as a golden opportunity. This bro-style dinner might let him drop some key influence on an A-rank hunter. So Yu-jin clinks glasses, determined to recruit him tonight. The A-rank compares the thug incident to a recent broker case and asks about his plans. Not wanting to look weak, he lies that he has everything under control and trusts his brother. But when he mentions being overly protected, the right-hand man explains he understands his boss deeply due to similar pain. His parents were absent, and he was raised by his grandfather. Even as an adult, Sung-gan visited him as often as possible. He awakened his power while trying to protect him during a dungeon quake. The old man passed away last year, but the guild master spared no expense for his care. He uses this story to show how much his boss values family. So he hopes the main won't judge his overprotective brother too harshly. Han Yujin says he's lucky to have someone like him, and both enjoy the heart-to-heart. Later, Seungkwan Kim is surprised at how well the guy drinks. But Han Yujin quickly says he's actually a lightweight and gets embarrassing when drunk, clearly setting something up. The warehouse guy suddenly realizes he's had way too much alcohol, and now things are starting to feel very out of control. Only then does he realize his poison immunity has been trolling him all along, making alcohol completely useless like a broken buff potion. Han Yujin is stuck in a dilemma, because only booze can give him the courage to drop those L-rank skill trigger keywords. So acting cool, he secretly taps the floating system interface in front of him. He disables poison resistance, and boom, the moment hits as he drops his glass dramatically. His drinking buddy is instantly confused, staring like he just witnessed a bug in the system. His face flushes red as the alcohol rushes through his veins like fiery mana. The main starts feeling dizzy, vision blurring like he's trapped in an illusion spell. He didn't expect the alcohol to hit all at once like an AoE magic attack. Next thing you know, faceplant on the table, full system shut down in public. Fast forward to the next morning, Han Yujin wakes up with a brutal hangover, head pounding like a boss fight gone wrong. Someone hands him water to wash up, voice deep and suspiciously calm. That's when he realizes he's not alone in the room. Opening his eyes, he sees Seungkwan Kim smiling, which is already a rare event. The gray bear tells the bunny to get up for training day 1, and he instantly springs up like a triggered skill. Judging by the vibe, it seems last night's keyword mission was successful. But panic kicks in as he wonders why Seungkwan Kim is in his room at sunrise. His imagination immediately goes to very questionable places, especially seeing this normally serious man acting unusually gentle. He awkwardly blurts out that he's not into that kind of thing, drawing boundaries ASAP. Instead of replying, the man feeds him a special hangover juice straight away, then even offers a massage, and now Han Yujin is mentally preparing an apology email to society. That's when the hunter realizes the main remembers absolutely nothing. Apparently he passed out mid-conversation like a disconnected player. Sungdan got worried seeing him completely drunk and offered to take him home. But suddenly his hand was grabbed tightly. Fueled by alcohol, the main gathers his remaining courage and confesses his feelings, leaving the gray bear stunned into silence. The bunny repeats the confession like it's a looping spell. Seungkwan Kim has no idea how to respond to this chaos. Learning he confessed 30 times, the main apologizes sincerely. But plot twist, the man actually liked it. Turns out, while helping him last night, Sung-gan realized this was exactly the embarrassing drunk behavior Yu-jin warned about. And when the same words kept repeating, the gray bear was reminded of a warm memory. His grandfather used to get drunk and say he loved him every time he helped him up. He told him not to care about gossip about his absent parents, because to him, his grandson was the best person in the world. Every time he drank, he repeated those loving words. While the old man spoke, the young boy quietly tucked him into bed. So when the main triggered that memory, the system accepted it and bound him under Han Yujin. Hearing this, Han Yujin becomes extremely intrigued. To the bodyguard, he resembles that grandfather figure. He feels slightly offended since he's still in his 20s, but gets an explanation. Apparently, he gives off the same warmth and safety as that old man. The man admits his behavior is weird and promises not to repeat it with others, but asks to visit often as a way to remember his grandfather, revealing he was the primary caretaker. This gives the main new insight into his skill. Perfect Caretaker, an L-rank skill that triggers emotional imprinting based on cherished figures. It transfers that emotional aura to him, which explains why even an S-rank and a homeless guy treat him like family. The effect on Yu Goyen is even stronger since he practically raised her. That morning, one conclusion loops in his mind. As soon as the A-rank leaves, Youngwon clings to him asking why that scary guy showed up. Right then, the ice mage bursts in happily knowing her caretaker lives next door, then spots her guardian being hugged by a random homeless dude. Youngwon tries to intervene, but Youngwon assures her it's just a friend. The main realizes taking guardianship is basically applying a powerful hypnosis even S-ranks can't resist, raising serious questions. At that moment, he remembers his poison resistance is still off. A few days pass, and the caretaker's cooking skills have leveled up significantly. He says there's no need to try so hard, but the guy insists it's the bare minimum, and the ice mage agrees. She hides her love for the food, saying he still needs improvement since even she can't live with her caretaker yet. When asked about the missing A rank, he explains he's on a raid with his brother. Mentioning the younger one will soon debut and get famous, she proudly claims she'll be a billionaire soon. The S rank gets hyped, saying she'll buy a mansion just for them and ditch the homeless guy. So the caretaker has to step in and tell them to get along since they'll attend training together. Just as she's about to throw a tantrum, the main rushes to open the door. Opening it, he's surprised to see the HR director announcing orientation day. He explains schedules changed so he came personally, and they'll start with practical tests. According to him, it's nothing difficult. The beast looks harmless, at least on paper, so the mission sounds pretty easy. But our heroes are instantly stunned. He insists they should fight one monster at a time. Meanwhile, the S-rank declares total annihilation is the plan. The director says the test is about getting used to monsters. Being swarmed by rats is apparently the best real combat training. Without wasting a second, the young prodigy charges in, ready to wipe everything out. In just 1 second flat, she skewers 3 monsters with her spear, movement so clean it feels like she's been grinding martial arts since childhood. But according to the main, once she switches to destruction magic, that's when the real fun begins like a battle, crazed mage on caffeine. Yerim Park casually asks if the monster meat tastes good, and he reminds her she's not a barbecue staff anymore. Inside the control room, any doubt about her being elite vanishes, because even as a rookie her stats are already cracked. When the female instructor walks in, she lightly comments that the director may have gone a bit overboard with this test. He calmly replies there's nothing to worry about, confidence level maxed out. After all, the S-rank hunter is having the time of her life, not even sharing her monster toys with the 2 F ranks. But beneath the mountain of corpses, stacked like a bloody Christmas tree, one sneaky survivor is still alive, slipping out unnoticed. That monster suddenly charges straight at the caretaker, at terrifying speed. The main yells for his friend to defend with the spear, but the poor guy panics and drops his weapon like a beginner in a horror game. Youngwoo instantly turns and runs, abandoning all hope of fighting. As fear takes over, the monster closes in rapidly. Just as it lunges, he steps in and yanks his friend away in the nick of time, then scolds him not to ever drop his weapon again, voice dead serious. He explains it's an F-rank creature called a fang mole. Their eyesight is trash, and they only charge forward, meaning you can literally let them impale themselves on a spear. In the control room, the director admits this special training was partly for the main. He wants to see his limits. The guy is basically a walking encyclopedia of dungeons and monsters, plus that contract with a teenage F-rank makes him a wildcard. Yu Hyun claims even as F-rank, he can handle situations like this. Young Wen praises his bravery, saying his calmness rivals veteran hunters. That's when he realizes he might have overperformed, killing too cleanly for a newbie. So he decides to act like a clueless rookie and suffer alongside his friend. He even tosses his weapon away for realism, then starts acting terrified of the mole like it's a raid boss. Seeing that, the director begins to think he overestimated him. Eventually, the training session wraps up. While the 2 F ranks are exhausted, the S rank is still hyped after testing her skills. Watching someone carry Myungwoo, it's obvious he's not built for combat. Yerim Park instantly flexes that she's better, forcing the caretaker to shut it down. Right then, the director walks in to congratulate the trio. He says they passed the basic test and gives special praise to the girl, but then roasts the 2 F ranks for being weak, which annoys the main. He announces theory classes will start tomorrow under Professor Hyun Seok. The instructor introduces herself to her new students. While the teen thinks she looks too young, the main instantly recognizes her. She's the genius who studied abroad and uncovered countless dungeon principles, basically top-tier researcher. And she has a wild nickname, the White Doctor. When she says not many know that nickname, he realizes she's not famous yet. She adds that Han Yujin seems very knowledgeable, just like the director mentioned. At that moment, everything clicks in his head. Realizing they share the surname Su, he figures they're related, though the director denies favoritism. Taeyeon explains she'll work with the guild as a researcher for a while. The main briefly wonders if she could be a romance route, then remembers his luck is trash. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Yohyun and his team finally defeat a ferocious beast. The guild notes it was tough, and without fire resistance they'd be roasted. But there's still a problem. The baby monster is still alive. Back on the first day, dungeons appeared on Earth. Humanity reacted like cavemen seeing fire for the first time. Equal parts awe and absolute terror. If left unchecked, monsters would multiply and spill into the human world. These events were called dungeon breaks, first known as dungeon shock. But with fear came hope, as people began awakening powers. Magic stones from dungeons revolutionized science as perfect energy sources. The awakened became hunters, joining public or private guilds. Most S ranks in Korea belong to massive corporate-backed guilds. For a time traveler like him, this is both a lesson and a warning. The professor explains ranking is based on stats and power, and he admits she's a great teacher. She simplifies complex ideas effortlessly. She says abilities awaken as self-defense mechanisms, but he feels that explanation is incomplete. He recalls an E rank who awakened plant powers by bonding with mole creatures. Thinking skills might depend on personality or environment. Suddenly, the professor snaps him back with a direct question. She notices his gaze, the same one she once gave her own teacher when spotting flaws. Han Yujin quickly says he's just sharing a personal perspective. According to him, skills aren't purely for defense, because non-combat abilities are becoming more common in peaceful times. The theory came from dungeon break data, but ignores modern cases. He tells her not to mind him, wondering if he overshared. But suddenly, she grabs his hand. Taehyun Seok gets excited, seeing he follows the latest skill manifestation theories. She invites him to a 10-hour coffee session after class to discuss further, which sounds terrifying. To dodge attention, he asks the teen if she has any questions. Yerim Park asks the most important thing, how much S ranks earned. The teacher suddenly pulls out a money gun and leaves like a boss demonstration. The girl happily explains S ranks can easily earn $10 million a year. According to her, it makes total sense, since only a handful of countries can flex more S rank hunters than they do. Governments keep strict stats on elite hunters because they're the crazy ones diving into the deadliest dungeons to save humanity. Not only that, they also bring back insane loot like magic stones and rare herbs from S rank dungeons. Sometimes they even drag back bizarre creatures that Earth has never seen before. That afternoon, the older brother discovers his sibling casually brought home a baby fire manticore from an S rank dungeon. Yu Hyun dreams of taming it and turning it into his personal mount like a true fantasy protagonist. The creature has a single horn, fluffy rat-like fur and a fox-style tail, basically a weird hybrid DLC. It's a tier 2 monster, a unicorn variant known for insane speed, power and fire-based magic. Fire manticores are so broken that even S-rank hunters struggle in a 1v1. Meanwhile, the one chilling in the fridge is just a tiny baby version. Asked about beast tamers in the guild, Yu Hyun admits they're useless here. He even tried using a master seal item to control it better. But it barely worked. The beast only paused for a split second when ordered. At first, the mains thought it might behave. But nope, this thing has zero intention of being friendly. Suddenly, the baby manticore dives in for a surprise attack from above. Yu Hyun instantly shields the caretaker like a protective tank, then channels his fire ability and unleashes a full power flame attack at the tiny monster. The main panics, saying cooking it alive might be a bit excessive. But both brothers forget one crucial detail: fire doesn't work on fire manticores. The baby instantly counterattacks its future owner with a brutal hit. The older brother is absolutely shook witnessing this. After some chaotic scrambling, they finally subdue the beast. Yu Hyun sighs and locks it inside a steel cage. Both agree this creature is way too wild. He doubts it can ever be tamed, since even with the master seal it's still feral. So Yu Hyun suggests getting rid of it, making the main think he means selling. But nope, he meant eliminating it to prevent enemies from getting it. Yu Hyun admits that's the only logical choice. Still, he feels regret, because if tamed it would be the ultimate mount, something no one achieved in the original timeline. Han Yujin suddenly gets a system reminder that he hasn't tried using keywords on the beast yet. That's when it clicks, he might be able to become a guardian for monsters too. If successful, he could turn his brother into an unstoppable force. He asks if other kids have mounts, and smiles hearing they only ride weak horses. So the Guardian requests a chance to tame it, seeing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Legendary monsters appeared after dungeons opened, and while most are enemies, some can become allies, especially rideable beasts. As dungeons scale up, fast mounts become a huge tactical advantage. He adds that killing a fire-immune creature now is just wasteful. In his eyes, it's the perfect mount for his brother. A creature that can tank Yu Hyun's flames is insanely rare and has top-tier mount potential. That would boost his brother even further, and the main is already thinking about rewards. Now the problem is how to win the creature's heart. The main takes a deep breath. His plan is simple: food diplomacy. At first he considers cat food, but his brother says it only eats monster meat, picky eater mode activated. Each meal also requires a C-rank magic stone worth $8,000, basically gourmet dining. He freezes, calculating yearly costs between $8 to $8 million. When his brother offers to handle feeding, Han Yujin suddenly finds the baby adorable and wonders how it reacts to keywords. Comparing past and present keywords, he guesses expressing affection might work. First though, he needs to get close. When the tier 2 monster lunges again, he decides to play with it. He pulls out his B-rank belt like a toy. Having raised dogs before, he knows they love tug of war. But judging by its behavior, this manticore is definitely not your average puppy. He reassures everyone he's fine and takes out a taming stone. At first cautious, the baby quickly softens its expression. With the perfect guardian title, the master seal gets a buff. The creature gradually warms up and lowers its guard. Even Hai and Taker instantly fall for the cute monster. Han Yujin starts playing with it, but when his brother approaches, he gets bitten immediately. Tragic. The main warns the beast not to harm humans, then notices it oddly likes his brother. So he suggests Yu Hyun take responsibility for raising it. Even if not fully tamed, it could still be a deadly combat companion. Befriending monsters feels morally better than brainwashing humans. If calculated well, he could raise an entire squad of monster cubs. At that point, the Guardian basically becomes a beast tamer straight out of fantasy. Then it's revealed the brother doesn't plan to raise it in his sibling's apartment. Yu Hyun says his dorm is big enough anyway. Truth is, he wants space to avoid being controlled again. But then he notices his brother's gloomy face. When asked, the guild master admits even after reconciling, they haven't spent much time together lately. Han Yujin wants to rebuild their bond like before. He recalls the right-hand man's words about how much his brother values family, and realizes he can't really blame the guy for being overly protective. He blames this sudden personality shift on time travel side effects, and promises to visit his brother more often. Han Yujin even vows that after basic training, he'll swing by to see his precious little brother again. Then the main casually asks the guild master if he's free tomorrow night. He's basically fishing for a chill drinking session. Despite being grown men, the Han brothers have never actually shared a drink together. Without the dungeon cataclysm, they'd probably be downing cold beers like normal siblings. Hearing that, he gets weirdly excited for tomorrow, then suddenly realizes he should name the new pet. After thinking, he names the Fire Manticore piece, because that's what the world desperately needs, and convinces himself his brother stays out of love, not skill manipulation. The next day, a new gate appears. The main is immediately stunned. Meanwhile, his brother is smiling like it's Christmas. He genuinely cannot process what's happening. From her perspective, the guild master has zero reason to escort rookies into a dungeon. So Han Yujin just says he's really looking forward to today. But deep down, he can't deny his brother might actually be influenced by his skill. 2S rank hunters are asked to pose for photos, and reporters are confused why a guild master joins rookie raids. Han Yujin explains it's because of the new S rank, and as a fellow S rank, he's ensuring her first raid goes smoothly. In the corner, the F rank quietly prays the media buys this explanation. Thinking about it, the 2S ranks actually complement each other. Fire and ice combo unlocked. Add future crafting skills and awaken potential, and this squad is basically broken. Soon, a lineup of shiny swords and spears is displayed. Heian guild members can borrow any weapon for free, just return it later. The 2F ranks stare like kids in a candy shop at the massive arsenal. Myungwoo panics hearing he must pay for damages, still unaware of his hidden crafting talent. The main tells him to relax and pick higher tier weapons since they're sturdier. When asking about free healing potions, he learns only guild members get them. So he immediately tells the girl to grab enough for everyone. Yerim Park picks up a terrifying axe and asks for advice. He suggests something lighter, since she relies on skills anyway. During interviews, the guild master realizes his brother knows way too much for a newbie. He suddenly smiles at the camera, believing all that knowledge is for his sake. Everyone sees it as a heartfelt moment, while Yerim Park is annoyed at the extra tagalongs as they prepare for a D-rank dungeon. The gate closes after 60 minutes and only reopens when the boss is defeated. Yu Haiyan mentions they can use rare gate stones to escape in emergencies, but while explaining, he notices something off. His brother looks completely spaced out. Not long ago, he was the weakest link in every raid. Now everything has changed, no debts, no enemies. He can now enter dungeons with people who genuinely care about him. So he smiles, convinced the dark future is gone. But he has no idea an even worse disaster is waiting. Once inside, the rookies are amazed. It's their first dungeon run. Yerim Park is mesmerized by the fantasy scenery. The guild master reminds her this isn't a picnic. He orders her to stay back, then unleashes a powerful fire slash. The girl is stunned. Before she can process anything, Han Yujin has already cleared the area, opening the paths. She even yells at him for being reckless. But while complaining, he points out the hidden monster corpses in the grass. Rule 1, the strongest leads, because you never know what's ahead. He says this is basic theory class knowledge. Yerim Park admits she can't do that due to lack of AoE skills. She didn't even know leveling unlocks new skills, clearly not paying attention. Around level 10, hunters can awaken new abilities, though you can't predict which ones. But her guardian can guide her development paths. His goal is to unlock Pale Rain, her signature move from the original timeline. He claims she'll naturally gain AoE skills, but his brother says it's not that simple since S ranks need way more EXP. Suddenly, the guild master tells the rookie to focus on her job while he supports his brother. And boom, conflict ignites. The main tries to calmly mediate between the two grown adults, but eventually snaps and treats them like children. Both blame each other, so he yells that this is not the time during a raid. He asks each of them their role. The guild master says he's just escorting. The girl says she has her own mission, so he orders them to stick to their roles since even he struggles to level up. He even threatens to abandon them if they don't at least act friendly on camera. Finally, they reach a truce. Yerim Park and the guild master agree to cooperate. As the two powerhouses shake hands, the main breathes in relief. Han Yujin tells the S ranks to stay alert and help him and Youngwoo reach level 10. At that moment, both of them get the same idea. His two strongest loyal followers start arguing over who gets to power level him. That's when the main realizes teamwork is not their strong suit. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone has discovered the time traveler has finally entered a dungeon. A mysterious group instantly locks onto the exact dungeon he entered, like they've been camping this moment for ages. Their window is short, because they can only interfere while the main is inside a raid. Turns out they've been tracking him for quite a while. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the beasts are peacefully munching grass, completely unaware their doom is seconds away. One curious goat lifts its head toward the gloomy sky, only to watch its buddy get deleted by a not even adult girl with a spear. And she does it without breaking a sweat. Absolute menace behavior. The ice mage suggests freezing everything so the guardian can finish them off cleanly, but then remembers frozen targets are actually harder to pierce. Yu Haiyan even jokes his brother would rather stab grilled lamb than frozen meat. And just like that, the battlefield becomes a pile of roasted and frozen corpses. Myungwoo is completely stunned by the chaos. Meanwhile, Han Yujin is busy farming magic stones, like a broke gamer grinding currency. He even drags his friend along to farm goats for EXP. Myungwoo asks if leveling up actually gives anything good. The main confidently says rewards are guaranteed, but checking his stats, he realizes hitting level 10 isn't enough. There's an extra hidden condition, and when he reads it closely, he freezes. This is definitely not what he expected. The word collect has its O replaced with a P, something feels off. Even though the caretaker reaches level 10, no new skill drops, disappointment unlocked. Even in the original timeline, the system remains a mystery, despite people treating it like divine blessing. Meanwhile, the Fire and Ice S ranks are rushing the 2F ranks to hurry up. They're even curious how much EXP costed in gain. Yu Haiyan says he's almost done clearing the area, but suddenly something weird pops up. Strange notifications start flooding his status window. One of them even looks like it's apologizing. Before he can process anything, the 2S ranks rush to shield him. Less than a second later, a massive fireball comes flying at them. They've been ambushed by a boss monster, which makes zero sense because a D-rank dungeon shouldn't have something this cracked. The original boss, the Black Goat, definitely didn't have this kind of power, but the giant bird casually picking him up like a pebble definitely does. The gate doesn't reopen even after the Black Goat dies, meaning the bird is now the boss. So to escape, they must take it down immediately. The guild master, never having seen this creature, hands a gate stone to his brother for escape. But instead of accepting, Han Yujin panics. He flashes back to the three-headed dragon incident, and his brother's last breath handing him the escape key. so he immediately refuses. Han Yujin insists they don't need the crystal. He believes his brother is stronger than this monster. He identifies it as Mayamo Vang, a fire-type beast on par with an A-rank boss. It even has backup wings and a relatively soft skull. Yu Haiyan is shocked by the knowledge, while he brushes it off as later explanation. Han Yujin is determined no one dies this time. He refuses to repeat past mistakes. He orders the Ice Mage to set up a barrier. She instantly obeys. Swinging her icy scythe, she creates a defensive wall. He assigns his brother to hunt the bird. He tells Yerim Park to protect Yu Haiyan, and she demands he trust her. But being overprotective, the guild master still forces a gate stone into his hand, then charges at the bird, reminded to aim for the head. Yerim Park protests she should attack since she can fly, but he shuts it down, saying she'll get roasted instantly. Only Yu Haiyan with fire resistance can fight it head on. His skill set compensates for lack of flight. The boss notices the incoming human and dives down. Yu Haiyan narrowly dodges the wing strike. As the beast lands, the perfect counterattack window appears. Yu Haiyan grips his weapon tightly and unleashes a powerful slash. Everyone is impressed, but Han Yujin screams because he hit the wing. He literally warned about backup wings. Sure enough, the bird takes off again, then unleashes a devastating fire breath. Without fire resistance, Yu Haiyan would be ashes by now. Han Yujin wonders why he doesn't just leap up and decapitate it midair. He thinks about the green willow skill, but realizes it's probably not unlocked yet. At that moment, the bird switches targets. It ignores the guild master and heads straight for the rookies behind the barrier. Panic mode activated instantly. A giant dinosaur-level monster is charging them. Yerim Park and Youngwoo are especially shaken, unsure if the shield will hold. The guild master has no time left to hesitate. He instantly activates Green Willow, using glowing branches as mid-air platforms to launch a counterattack. His brother lights up with excitement, thinking this timeline unlocked the skill early and expecting a flashy finisher. But to his shock, the S rank only uses it to blind the bird temporarily. Yu Haiyan shouts that he's using the skill completely wrong. Han Yujin is baffled when told to step on the floating feathers. He tries it, and yep, his brother was absolutely right. In a blink, the entire battle flips upside down. Yu Haiyan now has footing midair like he unlocked Flight DLC. The bird immediately starts charging a massive attack, then unleashes a devastating stream of fire straight at him. But his fire resistance basically turns that attack into a warm breeze. At that exact moment, Han Yujin dashes in with a thrust. He pours all his strength into the spear, aiming directly at the skull. A massive explosion erupts midair. Yerim Park flinches, but he yells for her to stay focused since she's the only one holding the barrier. Seconds later, the bird drops headless like a chicken after a bad day. The finisher lands gracefully back on the ground. And just like that, the battle ends. Yu Haiyan rushes over to check his brother. He hugs Han Yujin tightly, asking how he figured out that mid-air trick. He never even thought of using it that way, so his excitement is totally justified. After all, his biggest weakness was being ground-bound, and now it's basically patched like a new skill. Watching that, the main feels oddly warm inside. His brother looks like a kid who just got double rewards. On the way out, Yu Haiyan even asks to see more of his skills, making the girl want in too. Once outside, everyone is shocked seeing the guild master's condition. The dungeon rank shift is already known, so they explain an A rank boss appeared inside. While the S ranks handle interviews, Han Yujin tries to sneak away quietly after returning weapons. But suddenly, an angry gray bear charges at him. Seungkwan Kim rushed over after hearing about the rank change. He was worried about the Guardian and arrived just in time. While the main humbly refuses assistance, Myungwoo feels completely useless in comparison. That night, he visits his brother. The building manager even gives them premium alcohol for bonding time. Hearing water running, Myungwoo assumes his brother is showering. To kill time, Han Yujin plays with peace. The manticore instantly pounces on him affectionately. They start with a peaceful tug of war. Then the baby eats its usual luxury meal. And somehow, that alone drains all his stamina. It's been one ridiculously long day. From weird typos, system glitches, to that apologizing message, his brain is fried. Add in the dungeon rank shift and high-tier monster appearing way too early, and things feel off. Suddenly, the time traveler has an epiphany. He starts worrying that going back in time messed something up. Maybe the system is trying to contact him because he triggered events too early. Naturally, he blames the system for being cryptic and useless. If it gave better explanations, he swears he'd pick way better keywords. But when he presses a button, something unexpected appears. Han Yujin definitely did not see this coming. Meanwhile, those mysterious beings wonder if the item transfer succeeded. With no time to explain, the dog-eared one says the target will figure it out. She even customized the object to fit Earth standards. And just like that, he receives a strange book. Han Yujin cannot comprehend the creator's thought process. The illustrations only show S ranks under his protection. It's basically a yearbook filled with positive messages and 50 empty slots. Right then, Yu Haiyan walks out of the shower. When asked about his weird expression, the main realizes the system wants him to collect 50 S ranks. Meanwhile, the F rank monster is still locked in a cage. The moment it gets out, it attacks the red cat. The fight ends instantly. Blood splashes everywhere like a horror scene. Day 2 of Manticore research begins. Han Yujin notices it's almost doubled in size in just 2 days. Clearly, this thing sits at the top of the food chain. He rushes over to check on the baby again. Still aggressive as ever, but this time the damage he takes is noticeably lower, because he stacked himself with every buff gear available. Last night, he mentioned a skill called Monster Breeder. While sipping more alcohol, he claimed it awakened during the raid. Obviously a lie to hide his real guardian skill that can influence all living beings. He says it's an S rank skill that lets him tame and level monsters. He even pulls out chains, thinking his brother shouldn't handle such a risky ability. He insists it should be made public and talks about the potential of a fully grown manticore. According to him, S ranks would risk their lives for a mount like this, and a guild full of them would be unstoppable. In short, his skill could revolutionize dungeon raids. Back to the present, Han Yujin continues playing with Little Peace like nothing happened. He knows perfectly well the system is pushing him to recruit 50S rank hunters like it's some kind of collector quest. But honestly, taming monsters sounds way safer than brainwashing humans, less drama and fewer lawsuits. After a long grind session, the beast tamer is absolutely exhausted. Watching his pet still full of energy, he realizes making money is no joke, even if stronger mounts could make the world safer. Especially since more dungeons will keep spawning in the future. So yeah, quitting is not an option. Just as he pauses for a second, the HR director pops in and praises him for jumping right back into training. Seeing his wary expression, Director Sok quickly explains he's not here to kick him out. Instead, he looks genuinely impressed. Under his care, Peace has grown ridiculously fast in such a short time. Then suddenly, the man bows respectfully, leaving the Guardian completely confused. Director Silk apologizes for treating him poorly before, admitting he underestimated his brain and talent, then immediately clings to him, begging him to sign with the guild because he's basically a cheat code. Meanwhile, Peace thinks this whole scene is just another tug of war game. Han Yujin knows he's no genius, just a guy abusing time traveler memory hacks. He also wants to avoid this director, since in the past timeline, the guy was a pain. But the man keeps begging him to reconsider. When he promises funding, breeding support and everything, the main suddenly notices something. In this timeline, things are different. He's no longer treated like trash. Realizing he has the upper hand, he starts acting a little smug. He casually says his brother already agreed to handle the finances. Still, he admits the offer is tempting. The director instantly summons a contract, but Han Yujin sets conditions. He wants to sign as an employee while staying a freelance hunter. That way, he can sell mounts to multiple guilds and rake in insane profits. When told to reconsider, he warns signing exclusive deals with weak guilds is risky. He knows his skill is powerful enough to boost any guild's ranking. He even calls himself a golden goose, no shame at all, and says letting one guild monopolize him is a terrible move. In a world full of shady players, being too valuable alone is dangerous. Sharing profits keeps him safer and richer. Still, he promises Peace will be exclusive to Heian if hired. On top of that, he demands salary and benefits. The director laughs and agrees instantly, no hesitation. He even asks to use training footage for negotiations with other guilds. Then drops one last question. Would he consider becoming a full hunter and help them become the strongest guild in the world? At first, he plans to answer honestly, but then realizes he's being recorded. So he says hiring him as a hunter is pointless, since the guild already benefits from his skill, and warns them not to regret it later. The middle-aged man finds this whole thing fascinating. To him, the Guardian is underestimating himself big time. Meanwhile, Han Yujin feels proud of winning the negotiation. People with unique skills often get arrogant, but he knows his place and plays the system smartly. The director suspects he overlooked a genius because he was overshadowed by his brother. But things are clearly more complicated. He knows other guilds will cause trouble, but Heian is ready for war. Still, if he stays freelance, he becomes a target himself. In short, he just stepped into a world full of opportunities and danger. Maybe he still doesn't fully grasp how brutal the elite hunter world is. But the director considers this might be his way of protecting his brother. He predicts multiple major guilds will come knocking soon. And of course, he's absolutely right. Watching the training footage, many big shots show interest. The top players decide to personally evaluate this hidden card. After much effort, the new pet house is finally completed. From now on, Peace will live in the dorm with its owner. Myungwoo and Yerim Park visit. She finds it adorable while he almost dies of fear as Peace tries to bite him. At that moment, the guild master arrives to talk. Han Yujin looks confused at first, then gets shocked hearing multiple guild leaders are coming to meet him. Yu Hyun says he doesn't have to accept, but the main thinks refusing would be rude. When he says he's just an F rank among S ranks, even his brother struggles to argue. He tries to cancel the meeting, but gets stopped instantly. Yu Hyun explains that 3 major guilds coming raises their status massively, so he decides to show up and face them head on. He even says they won't care about others since they're here for him. Walking into the room, the atmosphere is heavy. All eyes lock onto him, and every gaze feels threatening. He did not expect them to be this intimidating. A man with glasses asks him to extend his hand. He wants to evaluate the beast tamer's skill before negotiations. At that moment, Han Yujin understands everything and goes pale. He quickly pulls his hand back, stammering about saving his first time for someone special. Because if they find out he has an L rank skill that can control people, things will go nuclear. So while the main desperately tries to dodge the situation, the tiny creature suddenly jumps in like a bodyguard, slipping out of his arms mid-scene. From that reaction alone, it is crystal clear Peace is ready to throw hands for its master. Everyone watches in curiosity as the beast tamer panics trying to calm it down. Chairman Minkyu Park of Hanshin Guild finds this fascinating, since no normal beast tamer skill creates such deep emotional bonds. Meaning this is not control, this is genuine loyalty. So the female guild leader casually declares skill testing is no longer needed. That bold speaker is Hyuna Moon, the boss of Breaker Guild. She speaks gently, instantly lowering the tension around him. Though surprised by her tall presence, he hears her joke about how the cute Heian leader has such a brother. He immediately imagines if Yuriam were S rank, she would probably grow into someone like Hyuna Moon. Miss Moon explains that a mature fire manticore can rival an S rank boss. So she proposes that if another one appears, her guild gets priority. He agrees but demands an ice-resistant mount in exchange, making him look hilariously greedy since it is clearly for the Ice Witch. Another dark-skinned leader calls him over, revealing their guild bought out all mounts on the market. That man is Sukwon Choi of MKC, saying trade is impossible since he controls supply. The main calmly replies they just need to clear dungeons to find better trade options. Sukwon immediately gets annoyed. He accuses him of turning them into pet hunters and using family ties to monopolize himself. Hyuna Moon smooths things over while he explains his brother guild is just one partner. He admits he lacks independence, so they are supporting him, which is why this meeting exists. He adds that if he only wanted family cooperation, he would not offer services to others. Then reminds them the number of monsters he can tame is limited. This cleverly creates competition among all present. He says negotiating with Korean guild leaders is already an honor. Even while sounding confident, the pressure is crushing him inside. Remembering he once liked one of them as an athlete, he suddenly gets poked in the face. Hyuna Moon lands in, saying he is clearly more than a normal beast tamer. With an S-rank brother, an S-rank subordinate, and a fire manticore, she asks if they would follow him to Breaker Guild. He panics at her charisma, quickly clarifies the deal is only about himself, praying his brother does not explode while someone comments on his bold claim. He boldly declares he will sign with her when her guild becomes #1 in Korea. A calm voice reacts with interest, drawing everyone's attention. Yu Gainsung of Sesyeong Guild realizes he could buy this beast tamer immediately. The main gets nervous since Sesyeong is currently the strongest guild. Joining them would guarantee safety, but his late arrival makes the atmosphere even heavier. So he refuses, saying such offers are for family only. He states if they want exclusivity, they must become world #1. Miss Moon laughs, clearly entertained by his confidence. She comments the brothers share the same stubborn personality. Without fear resistance, this pressure would crush a tiny F rank instantly. He understands S ranks are aggressive because they live in constant danger. But even their smiles are terrifying, making him wonder if his brother gets bullied daily. Someone jokes it is no surprise he wants his own guild with such a bold example. He immediately denies it, saying his brother is the kindest person ever. Even the nicest in the room. The entire room freezes, wondering if they are talking about the same person. He is confused, since to him his brother is the sweetest human alive. He recalls a day he went out. A child ran up and hugged him. When giving birthday gifts, he thought his younger brother always stayed by his side. He remembers him as a gentle guy who wanted to become a doctor. Yu Hyun says despite being busy, he grew into a polite gentleman. The guild leaders cannot hold it anymore. They burst out laughing at the word gentle. The strongest man tries to stay calm, understanding why the young man acts this way. Miss Moon even points at the guy, pretending to be polite in front of him. The F rank instantly yells at her, accusing her of bullying his precious brother. The old chairman loves the sibling bond, but nearly cries laughing before ending the meeting. Meanwhile, he still believes his brother is just acting tough. In reality, the guild leaders had already agreed on terms before he arrived. They tell him to review the contract and report issues. He scans through it quickly, then notices a clause about owning a building. The leaders realize no one told him they would build him a facility. He instantly understands this generous clause came from the director. The contract states 5 guilds will protect him and fund everything. Now it is his turn to sign. Yu Hyun notices his strange smile. He claims it is just stress. In reality, he is holding back pure joy. He cannot believe top guilds are giving him a building in the most expensive area. The shrimp is now chilling among whales. He is about to own property backed by 5 top guilds. He imagines building a workshop for his friend and a lab for Dr. White. His mind drifts to future interviews about rising from homeless to billionaire. With dramatic laughter, he will declare that he only partners with the best in the world. But just as he dreams of a carefree life, reality hits. The guild leaders are preparing to leave. The blonde man reminds him he will remember the exception he promised his brother. Han Yujin had absolutely no idea how to respond, so he did what any stunned Ice Guy protagonist would do. He froze in awkward silence while his brain blew screen. Once the meeting wrapped up, our ever cheerful hero quickly apologized to his older brother for zoning out and getting lost in his own dramatic inner monologue near the end. Han Yujin gently asked his brother not to swallow every word the guild leaders said about him, firmly declaring that he had never done anything to stain his so-called pure soul. Luckily, the brother knew better than to trust any guild master completely, and instead praised his adorable little pet for behaving so well throughout the entire meeting. The contract terms were practically tailor-made for our hero, and the next arc of his life looked like it was about to unlock on easy mode. That very night, a luxurious feast appeared before him like a system reward for surviving yet another exhausting social dungeon. Myungwoo had poured his heart and soul into the preparation, working harder than ever to craft every single dish. According to him, our main character deserved nothing less than the absolute best this fantasy world could offer. One bite in, Han Yujin compared the explosion of flavor to the bright future, supposedly waiting for him just around the corner. After that, Han Yujin casually remarked that his butler actually owned quite a respectable amount of personal assets and belongings. But the moment he mentioned that Myungwoo might have to prepare to leave in the near future, the guy's expression darkened like a dungeon boss entering phase 2. A chilling sensation crawled down Han Yujin's spine, a classic red flag that something was about to go very wrong. Yet before our hero could proudly announce the good news about the new building bearing his name, Myungwoo burst into tears and collapsed to the floor, as if the heavens themselves had just declared his bad ending. He assumed he was being kicked out, while the main was still trying to figure out which script he had accidentally triggered. Through sobs, he confessed he had always expected this day to come, because at the end of the day he was just an F-rank hunter, basically labeled useless by the system. The guy tried to reassure him that they shared the same rank, but Myungwoo insisted they were worlds apart. After all, it was our hero who once shielded him from ruthless loan sharks that even high-rank hunters hesitated to cross. In his eyes, Han Yujin was so outstanding that even his S-rank brother valued and listened carefully to his advice. Meanwhile, the butler had failed to awaken any skill at level 10, and the time regressor knew full well that his own achievements were hardly earned through pure effort. Acting quickly, the caretaker scrambled to comfort his emotionally shattered butler. Unfortunately, that only deepened the misunderstanding, as Myungwoo tearfully thanked him for everything and declared he would leave. Han Yujin argued that his friend had nowhere else to go, but Myungwoo would rather become homeless than continue feeling like he was exploiting that kindness. The main kept insisting that he was not being used in the slightest, not even a tiny bit. In fact, Myungwoo was a crucial piece of his early retirement master plan, and he was only 10,000 sharpened blades away from unlocking an SS-tier crafting skill. The problem was he could not openly talk about that hidden skill, and even if he did, chances were his friend would think he had finally lost his mind. So he pivoted to a far more strategic and emotionally intelligent approach. Han Yujin explained that he had no right to stop Myungwoo if he truly wished to leave, admitted he never realized how much this decision would hurt him, blamed himself for dumping too many chores on him, yet reluctantly mentioned there was information that could be incredibly helpful. Still, because he valued his friend's freedom, he decided not to share it, claiming that revealing it would feel like manipulating him into staying. When he emphasized that it was a huge secret he wanted to share purely as a friend, the butler finally cracked and begged him to just spill it already. In the end, Han Yujin reasoned that giving a small hint to a soon-to-depart friend would not exactly break the world balance. Deciding the best persuasion tactic was to quote a genius, our hero claimed he had learned this training method from Dr. Siop. Even so, the main could not help feeling guilty, because he was technically lying while borrowing Dr. White's name. Meanwhile, over in her laboratory, the female doctor had just finished her paperwork and was hoping the rest of her grand research plan would proceed smoothly. But as she immersed herself deeper into her experiments, she failed to notice a shadowy entity quietly lurking right behind her like a horror side quest. Back to our hero, he dramatically pulled out several gleaming knives. He declared this was the ultimate training method for his friend, while Yu Hyun sternly warned him not to mention any of this to anyone, including Dr. White. He elaborated that since his friend's potential skill was weapon-related, he should start by sharpening blades to trigger it. Myungwoo obediently followed the suggestion without asking a single follow-up question. Han Yujin felt deeply satisfied watching the craftsman step onto the path toward legendary tier greatness. And just as expected, an achievement counter materialized before his eyes like a classic system notification. Han Yujin explained that if his friend kept sharpening knives, rumors said he would unlock a crafting skill, and not just any skill but an elite one. Calmly, he added that the requirement was simple on paper: sharpen at least 10,000 knives. Instantly, an enthusiastic reaction exploded forth with fiery determination. Han Yujin never anticipated such passion. As the butler confidently calculated, he could finish in 3 months by sharpening 100 knives a day. Our hero quickly told the overexcited wanderer to put the knife down, because waving a blade around with that intensity looked dangerously close to murderous intent. Myungwoo vowed to work tirelessly to repay his friend's kindness through sheer dedication. But Yu Hyun clearly understood that this so-called retirement plan did not actually put him in anyone's debt. With that settled, it was time to check on his second investment. The female doctor practically lit up with excitement the moment she saw our protagonist. However, the hero's stamina drained rapidly as the dungeon-obsessed nerd rambled on for hours without hitting pause. She argued that most people believed dungeons were random phenomena, while he boldly proposed they might actually follow a structured pattern. Han Yujin shared his intuition and pointed out that Korea simply lacked sufficient data to confirm the theory. Dr. Salk agreed, admitting their country was indeed too small for large-scale dungeon research. She quickly stopped herself, worried her comment might offend someone, then added it would be much easier if she could study more dungeons directly. Unfortunately, most nations strictly prohibited foreigners from researching their precious dungeons. The doctor sighed that she might have to join an international research team to continue her groundbreaking work. For that very reason, in 3 years, she planned to move to the United States to uncover the principles behind dungeon formation, making Han Yujin desperate to keep this walking jackpot ticket in Korea instead of gifting the results overseas. But the brilliant doctor was not done yet, as she suddenly pulled out a plate of buckwheat jelly. Legend claimed that if one consumed it with rice wine on a moonless night, it could attract Daka B. She was referring to the legendary hunter known for his terrifying teleportation ability. That hunter took his name from a mischievous spirit in Korean mythology and carried himself with unmistakable flair. Even in the original timeline, very little information about him was publicly known. Still, Ghost Hunter was famously recognized for his unparalleled teleportation prowess. Whenever darkness swallowed hope inside or outside a dungeon, that spirit-like figure would appear instantly to save the day. From a human perspective, especially among underground gangs, the power to teleport anywhere was nothing short of terrifying. One day, a group of thugs stumbled upon something unbelievably strange. Out of nowhere, a cosplay-clad figure materialized right in the heart of their hideout. Panicking, they immediately drew their guns and aimed straight at him. But like a true ghost, the first bullet passed cleanly through his body without causing any damage. Captain Daka effortlessly used teleportation to dodge the relentless storm of gunfire. The hunter did not even break a sweat. In the end, he effortlessly asserted his overwhelming superiority. The so-called cosplayer then began speaking in cryptic, poetic verses. His words served as a chilling warning to the trembling villains before him. He declared that he knew their darkest secrets, and he promised to keep those sins hidden in the shadows, so long as they did nothing to harm him. And just like that, poof, the spirit vanished as if he owned a premium teleport pass with unlimited charges. Trying to capture that menace was a lost cause, thanks to his absurdly broken abilities. And since he carried everyone's dirty laundry in his back pocket, the top guilds treated him like royalty while he strutted around with VIP immunity. That is precisely why the science crew was desperate to bait this urban legend icon, hoping he would cough up some spicy secrets about the dungeons. To make it even better, the so-called genius doctor was browsing summoning tutorials online like she was following a cookie recipe, instead of calling forth a supernatural menace. While she buzzed with excitement like a kid before a festival art, the main tried to yank her back to reality before she dove headfirst into fantasy delusion mode. He suggested contacting the guild for proper backup instead of trusting internet folklore, and right on cue, the lights died dramatically like the universe loved good timing. Even the moon got swallowed whole by darkness, as if the night itself decided to unlock its edgy villain form. Assuming it was just a blackout, the guy casually grabbed his flashlight like a veteran dungeon raider who had seen worse. That was when he sensed something so wrong, it practically tugged at his survival instincts. Dr. White stood stiff as a statue, looking like her brain had just crashed with a critical system error. Tears pooled in her eyes at record speed, faster than a tragic flashback in a reincarnation arc. What he failed to notice was the eerie specter hovering right behind him, fully prepared to ruin the mood. The instant it unleashed a bone-chilling scream, chaos erupted across the lab like a magic experiment gone horribly wrong. Dr. White dropped unconscious immediately, proving her HP bar was absolutely not optimized for horror content. Even the main nearly lost his composure for a heartbeat. Thankfully, his resist fear skill activated like a hidden cheat code baked into his build. Once steady again, he reminded himself that no matter how insane this fantasy reality was, ghosts were still supposed to be urban myths. After piecing it together, he casually told Daka to quit the theatrics, and the teleporting hunter whined that the protagonist clearly had no appreciation for fine humor. The trickster insisted he showed up to grant the doctor's wish, not audition for a low-budget horror flick. Still, he genuinely did not expect his harmless prank to knock her out cold like that. So the specter politely asked the custodian if they could perhaps reset the vibe and start over. That was when the system popped up, revealing that our hero actually had the option to bring the masked wanderer under his custody. The entity before him could roam the globe without swearing loyalty to any nation or guild, which basically screamed ultimate loophole to all his logistical nightmares. If his theory was correct, the spirit could spoon-feed the doctor vital data without her ever stepping outside the country. Opportunities like this only appear once in a proper reincarnation storyline. So Han Yujin told the ghost to tone down the pranks because honestly they were mid at best. When the spirit claimed he had absolutely scared him, the main coolly countered that he had merely been momentarily startled, nothing more. Daka B looked visibly irritated as the young man dismissed his pranks as boring and childish. Legends said these prank-obsessed spirits adored mischief, so much they would gamble their lives just to land the perfect punchline. That was why he proposed a bet to test whether the ghost could truly scare him, blissfully unaware he was the spirit's natural hard counter. Later at the infirmary, the doctor jolted awake, only to learn the spirit had already dipped out of sight. She nearly screamed again when she noticed the hero standing right in front of her bed. Han Yujin started roasting the ghost's over-the-top outfit right there in front of the doctor. He was greeted with absolute silence in response. That silence reassured her that the prank-loving specter was no longer lurking nearby. Even so, disappointment lingered because all her pressing questions remained unanswered. Dr. White had pinned her hopes on the teleporter since her research had completely stalled out. Hearing that, the custodian subtly hinted that he might have discovered an alternative route. She lit up thinking he meant enrolling in graduate school, so he quickly clarified that was definitely not his grand plan. Instead, he shocked her by claiming he might be able to provide the missing data himself. Han Yujin reminded her how she had complained that insufficient data was strangling her research progress, which meant his earlier gamble could potentially solve her biggest obstacle. Back then, the spirit had been intrigued by the wager, so he established that the loser would serve the winner for 3 full years. The spirit laughed at the idea of an F-rank dreaming of becoming his master, but argued the deal was unfair since he was essentially betting against Yu Haiyan's brother. He demanded 20 years of servitude instead, clearly proving he had researched the so-called weakling thoroughly. Doka Beja was completely dumbfounded, especially when the hero calmly produced a contract without the slightest hesitation. The spirit grew wary because this human was charging into a match where he seemed hopelessly outclassed, assuming the F-rank intended to cheese it with items. That assumption only proved how clueless he was about the protagonist's true abilities. Yu Haiyan's victory was practically guaranteed from the start. With his resist fear skill, he would not even twitch unless the threat ranked L or above. So he smirked and hinted that the situation was far more layered than it looked. He even boldly declared himself a genuine admirer of Daka B. After all, Dakiba used his powers to save lives instead of simply terrorizing people. He also admired how the spirit carried everyone's secrets, like a walking archive of blackmail material. That was why he framed the wager as a win-win, because even if he lost, he would gain the prestige of serving as Dakabe's assistant. The proud spirit could not resist agreeing that he was indeed extraordinary. He admitted the hero was sharper than he had expected. He preferred a clever and fascinating subordinate over some groveling lackey kissing his boots. Still, Han Yujin made it crystal clear he planned to win through pure ability. And just like that, the game began, granting the spirit 3 chances to frighten him, with a single successful scare deciding everything. Back in the present, the custodian told the scientist that even if he could not explain the details, he might secure the data she needed. He admitted he was no genius in her discipline, so he proposed a 50-50 split if she developed a breakthrough theory about dungeon spawn mechanics. She called the offer generous, but doubted she could achieve something that groundbreaking, while Han Yujin displayed unwavering faith in her talent. When she suggested he was only encouraging her, he mentally checked the date and decided it was time for a bold move. Trusting his foresight, Han Yujin revealed that the new rank dungeon near the capital would feature either slimes or a coastal environment. To the doctor, he suddenly seemed like a prophet, straight out of a mystic mage storyline. In truth, he was shamelessly exploiting his time traveler advantage like a seasoned meta gamer. He told her to revisit his proposal if his prediction proved accurate. He assured her that regardless of her doubts, he had complete confidence in her research and its future success. He then advised her to request raiding rights from her uncle to enter that dungeon. After settling everything, he finally took his leave. Once outside, the custodian quietly exhaled in relief. Han Yujin had revealed just enough without exposing his secret, and now all that remained was surviving the spirit's prank attempts. For the first round, Dakabe disguised himself as the vengeful ghost of a terrifying old woman. But since the hero was too busy pampering his pet, the scare attempt failed spectacularly. One evening, he returned home carrying a set of dull knives for a friend to sharpen. Out of nowhere, eerie hands suddenly coiled around his ankles. And just like that, the ghost yanked him down, sending him crashing flat onto the floor. Han Yujin shouted that pranks were acceptable, but property damage was absolutely banned. Yet the spirit never imagined this F-rank would be so fragile that he would trip and faceplant without any help. With the second round crashing and burning, it was time for the dramatic third and final attempt. Late at night, as the main shuffled toward the fridge for a simple glass of water, he was welcomed by a blood-drenched horror prop squatting in the kitchen like it paid rent. Instead of shrieking, he almost applauded the dedication to practical effects. But the instant he turned around, another nightmare-inducing creature was hanging from the ceiling inches from his face. Han Yujin was genuinely startled because he had not signed up for a combo attack in a horror dungeon. Unfortunately for the ghost, his resist fear skill was carrying him like a max-level passive in a raid. Then he bumped into someone behind him, and when he tilted his head, he finally spotted something truly unsettling. A sketchy-looking hobo in the kitchen gripping a knife. The man slowly turned with lifeless icy eyes, straight out of a thriller arc. While the specter nearly transcended from terror, the guy casually greeted his housekeeper like it was just another weekday. Myungwoo explained he could not sleep and decided to kill time-sharpening knives like a discount slasher villain. Only then did the housekeeper notice the creature dangling from the ceiling. And just like that, the scariest entity in the room fainted from pure shock. After tanking 3 consecutive jump scares, Yujin officially secured victory in their absurd bet. With defeat sealed, the spirit cried like a toddler, shocking the main even more when he realized the being had underlings ready to brand him for losing. At some point, the ghost's relentless sobbing evolved into psychological torture. Han Yujin told him to cut the noise and asked his age, and the masked one dramatically claimed he was 10 years old. To the main, the entity felt less like a supernatural being and more like a human fully committed to method acting. The Dakibai argued that in a world overflowing with monsters and awakened hunters, ghosts were hardly the weirdest thing around. He had to concede that was a solid argument. In the end, it was easier to accept folklore going live action than to comprehend reality turning into a full-blown system game. So he finally believed the white-haired one was not human. Now bound as a servant, the ghost decided to start revealing his secrets. The Dakibai claimed he was simultaneously 100 years old and 3 years old. That paradox instantly hooked the protagonist's curiosity, though he could not help finding the situation slightly ridiculous, especially since the entire dungeon catastrophe only began 3 years ago. It quickly clicked that the spirit was born alongside the awakening of the system. As legends go, Dakibai are ancient objects that gain souls after enduring for absurd lengths of time. This particular one had existed for ages, but slept for over a decade. The explosion of dungeon energy eventually jolted him awake. Hearing that, the hero was stunned, yet strangely convinced. Honestly, it explained the yakai's teleportation better than any complicated mage theory. After all, the system's main function was linking dimensions like some cosmic Wi-Fi network. Still, seeing a real dakibai in front of him felt surreal, and the spirit nearly glitched when the guy guessed his name, and inferred from its meaning that he was basically a watermelon connected to the Yoon family. The specter even wondered if the hero was another dakibai born from a fortune teller's crystal ball. Yoo Hyun firmly declared he was human, and ordered the ghost to address him as boss from now on. With the pecking order established, the custodian assigned his first task. The mere mention of labor visibly annoyed the creature. Yoo Hyun grumbled that he was not some glorified errand boy, but the main clarified he simply wanted him to scout overseas dungeons, since countries guarded their information like national treasure. A teleporting trickster ghost could bypass defenses easier than a rogue class in a fantasy raid. When asked why he should bother, Yoo Hyun said it would elevate him into an even greater hero. With reliable data, they could unravel the mystery of dungeon spawns and protect the world, and whoever supplied that knowledge would become a global legend. The Daki Beast started doodling while imagining fame, adoration, and mountains of merchandise with his face printed on it. Just like that, he became extremely motivated to obey his master. However, he raised one inconvenient issue about traveling abroad. His teleportation range did not extend that far. Yoo Hyun quickly realized those words aligned perfectly with the hint in his system panel. So our stoic pretty boy dramatically confessed his love to the ghost in order to pull him fully under his custody. The spirit was rendered completely speechless. Watching him spiral, the protagonist explained that dakibai thrived on affection. Online lore even claimed they could morph into beautiful women just to absorb attention. In short, the spirit needed to feed on love like it was pure magic energy. Yoo Hyun doubled down on the confession and demanded the ghost return the sentiment. Instead, the flustered spirit panicked and literally vanished on the spot. Even so, the main was delighted by this chaotic partnership. The next morning finally arrived. Two bespectacled academics hurried toward our hero. Yoo Hyun watched the uncle and niece sprint over wearing identical excited smiles. They were overjoyed because his prediction about the slime-infested dungeon was perfectly accurate. The director admitted he had doubted him at first, but was now thrilled to be proven wrong. The slime turned out to be an incredibly valuable resource, instantly boosting the guild's revenue. As he basked in the praise, the custody dilemma resurfaced. Han Yujin was pleased that the doctor accepted his proposal. That relief turned into dread when her unsettling uncle vowed to attach a tracker to him. He flatly refused to deal with a tracker on top of his overprotective brother, but the director insisted it was to safeguard his brilliant brain. The guy argued he was no genius, and that Dr. White would handle all predictive analysis moving forward, so the guild should invest in her research instead. Then he dashed off while declaring himself nothing more than a humble beast tamer. Praise meant nothing to him because his ultimate goal was early retirement, and his predictions only worked due to future knowledge. Once the timeline caught up, he would look like a fraud, yet the snowball kept rolling downhill. The Seatokes mistook his laziness for scholarly devotion, assuming he was a genius too focused on work to chase fame. The new assignment required each participant to clear a maze. It was filled with distracting toys and tricky mirror walls, enough to confuse even trained dogs and cats for 3 whole minutes. A fire manticore, however, blasted through it in mere seconds. It escaped before the explanation even concluded. At that moment, it was crystal clear that high-ranked monsters possessed intelligence far beyond any ordinary household pet. With the theatrical opening out of the way, the host demanded a round of explosive applause for their 2 VIP guests. There was a calculated reason our hero and his fire-breathing manticore were gracing live television. This flashy event was the director's grand scheme, because he was dead set on upgrading the guy into a certified household name. In his view, talent that outrageous could never stay buried, so fame was actually safer. And honestly, Han Yujin would last longer as a celebrity than as some hidden trump card. After plenty of persuasion, the director finally convinced him to appear. That was why the Ice Wolf came along as security, since in his previous life, Han Yujin despised media attention and feared public backlash. Ironically, the cameras barely cared about him. Instead, every ounce of praise rained down on Peace, who was stealing hearts simply by breathing. The hero had to fight to suppress a ridiculously smug smile. Just like that, his stance on cameras flipped a full 180 degrees. Soon enough, it was time for a brief intermission. Flaunting the fire manticore felt absurdly satisfying. Watching the crowd obsess over Peace's cuteness made him feel it was his sacred beast tamer duty to share such a blessing with humanity. Yu Wenjin even started cooking up merchandising plans for the fiery mascot. He fantasized about Peace becoming a global superstar and dragging him into fame as the proud tamer. As he imagined fans lining up for paw print signatures, he sensed someone looming above him. The woman teased that perhaps the autograph would just be an adorable paw stamp. Miss Moon greeted him playfully and casually inquired about his younger brother. Broadcasting testing a monster required at least 3 S-rank hunters on standby for safety protocols. Miss Moon graciously volunteered herself without hesitation. The moment she stepped on set, every gaze locked onto her. She examined the hero with open curiosity. He rose to greet her, but ignored her extended hand, mostly because he disliked how effortlessly she stole the spotlight. She joked about Princess carrying him instead, but Han Yujin insisted they avoid flashy antics to prevent rumors, only for her to suddenly suggest he become her breeding partner, nearly triggering the scandal he feared before she clarified she meant joining her guild. Han Yujin replied he would only consider an offer worthy of the world's finest, and when she pointed out his boldness, he casually said being an S-rank's brother did not intimidate him, since elite hunters were still human underneath. The guildmaster admitted she admired that perspective, yet she also considered it dangerously naive. At that moment, Yerim Park arrived with drinks in hand, only to sense tension thick enough to slice with a blade. The bodyguard instantly positioned herself in front of her custodian. The guildmaster calmly stated she merely needed to kidnap him for 5 minutes. With that bold claim, the three were abruptly isolated from the rest. The unnatural silence confirmed they were inside a barrier skill. He demanded an explanation, and she said it was just her abilities' effect and that her team would brief the Ice Witch. He understood there was nothing casual about that overwhelming display of control. Hyuna Moon's power was terrifying, and even Yerim Park, an S-rank herself, could not resist it. Finally alone, he braced himself for some earth-shattering revelation. She simply said she preferred caution before sharing sensitive information. Hyuna confessed she wanted to discuss Han Yujin, worried that he misunderstood his own brother. His instant reaction only proved her point. They had barely begun, and he was already glaring like a martial arts villain. She reassured the adorable base tamer that she meant no harm. She promised she had no intention of driving a wedge between siblings. Hyuna Moon decided to drop the sugarcoating. She urged him to reevaluate how he perceived his little brother. In previous conversations, people laughed it off as a joke, but in their ruthless world, such matters were deadly serious. She asked whether he truly believed his brother became a guildmaster through pure virtue and talent alone. An orphan rising from poverty to flawless leadership sounded almost like a fantasy fairy tale. Clearly, Han Yujin viewed his brother as righteousness personified. So the S-rank delivered a harsh truth, that truly righteous leaders do not crush others to construct their own guild. Hyuna Moon asked if he wanted to hear about the hunter side of his beloved sibling. After awakening with overwhelming power, Hyuna Moon had to abandon athletics and assume guild leadership. Yet she admitted she was largely the public face. Real authority rested with sponsors, and among guilds, only Hyuna Sung and one other controversial leader truly commanded their own operations. That other leader was none other than Yu Yun Han. The young man had rejected a sponsor's lavish proposal, and apparently it was not the first time he had done so. It painted him as a reckless teenager determined to handle everything solo. Naturally, that attitude bred enemies, some daring enough to attempt poisoning. One night she rushed in after hearing he was targeted, shouting that attacking a high schooler was shameless, no matter how arrogant Han Yujin was. At the time, she believed attempting to assassinate Han Yujin Han was unforgivable, because he was still just a kid. But what she saw inside shattered that assumption. The room looked like a monster had gone on a rampage. Amid the devastation, someone begged desperately for mercy. Standing at the center was the very high schooler she came to save. A terrified gangster swore never to oppose him again. The executioner showed zero hesitation and finished him without mercy. Shocked, she stepped forward. Yu Hyun Han flinched in surprise. He turned to strike with lethal intent, only for her to block the attack instantly. In that instant, she realized she was not facing a helpless child. She was confronting a cold-blooded monster, and the incident was later disguised as a gas leak, while everyone involved quietly disappeared. In the end, Yu Hong eliminated all connected parties and absorbed their assets to establish his own guild. The guildmaster admitted this reality was hard to accept, yet she insisted she was speaking truthfully and reminded him that rumors once claimed the brothers had grown distant. She finally asked whether he had not sensed any change in his brother after he awakened as a hunter. That was exactly why she told him to quit lying to himself and face reality. She was fully determined to prove that his view of his own brother was completely off the mark, and that even if everything seemed bright and peaceful now, there was no guarantee the hidden beast would not one day bare its fangs at its own custodian. But right as her dramatic monologue peaked, her phone suddenly rang. The caller turned out to be the very person they had just been dissecting in conversation. In that tense instant, Hyuna Moon even offered Han Yujin protection from his own brother. Hearing that made the main remember that his brother had endured just as much suffering. Without hesitation, he snatched the phone straight from the towering S-rank's hand. Han Yujin stiffened when he heard his brother's voice, and the prodigy instantly asked whether Hyuna had been slandering him. For a brief second he pictured his brother as a ruthless overlord building an empire on blood and bones, yet he realized he did not care. There was no denying the young guildmaster acted suspiciously at times, but he himself had survived 5 savage years in the hunter world, and pure righteousness was hardly his trademark either. Failing to defend the little brother who once sacrificed everything for him would have been unforgivable. So over the call, he boldly declared the tall lady had severely underestimated him. Then Han Yujin went on the offensive and began roasting her instead. He even started narrating her most humiliating incident, with precise date and location like a system log. Before he could finish, the phone was violently snatched away. She crushed it on the spot without a shred of hesitation. Hyuna demanded to know how he had obtained that information. As she shook him for answers, he casually claimed he had overheard it somewhere. For a fleeting moment, she considered eliminating him, but that would mean losing a potential top-tier mount. He shot back that she was the one who dragged his brother into this mess first. He suggested mutual silence to avoid shared embarrassment, which only irritated her further. She silently cursed herself for assuming the brothers were different, unaware her own buried secret would detonate 4 years later. In the end, she admitted, she approached him believing he was nothing like Han Yujin. Even so, she felt oddly reassured realizing he could hold his own against other guildmasters. That remark made him understand the so-called kidnapping art was far from finished. The moment the barrier dissolved, Yerim Park shouted at the alleged kidnapper. The teenager panicked, convinced her custodian had been harmed, but the guildmaster calmly said they only talked. She then leaned in and whispered a warning for the girl to keep quiet. Interpreting it as a threat, the teenager attacked instantly. Watching them clash, Han Yujin oddly thought his bodyguard and kidnapper looked almost friendly. After all, they were the only 2 female S-ranks in the entire nation. He even briefly wondered if his young protege might transfer to Breaker Guild once her contract with Heian expired. But that fantasy was unrealistic, since Breaker Guild was already teetering on collapse. Neither Hyuna nor Sekwon Choi had the temperament to be controlled by corporate sponsors. That was why both guilds were destined to crumble, and the idea of recruiting Hyuna himself suddenly sparked in his mind. Her overwhelming firepower would sync perfectly with Yerim Park, and the system clearly nudged him toward collecting more S-ranks, plus a capable female mentor would guide the Ice Witch far better than his questionable teaching. He instantly regretted that thought when Yerim Park copied Hyuna and proudly announced she was his breathing partner. As rumors began spreading in smaller circles, he urgently warned her to avoid bad influences. As for his grand television appearance, the 25-year-old hunter was slapped with the nickname Monster Daddy. He was deeply offended because the accurate title was Monster Tamer, and just like that our silver-tongued protagonist gained yet another alias. A few days later, Myungwoo was stunned to learn he would work in a private section of the armory. Han Yujin had to pull serious strings to move his knife-sharpening roommate out of the kitchen. Since the guy was becoming a walking hazard, it was wiser for him to network in the armory where future colleagues awaited. He was not built for raiding and did not enjoy it anyway, and dungeon clears meant little compared to the future SS-rank blacksmith he could become. So the former hobo was far better off forging weapons in the armory than wasting away inside a dungeon. The heavy door finally creaked open. A blast of scorching heat slammed into our duo. The enormous workshop itself served as the armory. It was crammed with industrial-scale machinery. You needed at least E-rank status just to secure employment there. Nyan Wu found himself mesmerized by a nearby mana stone. He was instantly scolded and warned not to touch it. The worker explained it was not a public facility, and the hero coolly replied that HR should have informed them in advance. They were there to claim the private workshop promised to Myungwoo. The massive blacksmith bowed politely, stating he had already been notified. As Han Yujin wondered whether his skinny friend could bulk up like this man, Myungwoo admitted he had used blade sharpeners as a child. The moment he spotted the industrial sharpener, his eyes lit up like he found legendary loot. Just as he nearly worshipped the high-speed machine, the worker redirected him to the older equipment assigned to him. Both F-ranks exchanged curious looks. They stepped into a room that appeared completely trashed. Inside stood the blade sharpener reserved for Myungwoo. The blacksmith left without detailed instructions, assuming the basics were obvious. Han Yujin was about to complain that the place resembled a dumpster. Then he sensed something off. Every worker in the area was staring at them. They recognized the former hobo as Yu Hyun's brother's acquaintance, and assumed he got in through connections despite being F-rank. Yet their new coworker held no resentment. From their viewpoint, he was a nepotism case, but in truth, he was just grateful for proper tools and eager to work hard. Seeing that, Han Yujin felt guilty for dumping his friend into what looked like scrap storage. He asked whether Myungwoo could manage alone, given he had not sharpened blades in years. The instant Myungwoo pressed the pedal, both F ranks watched in shock as the machine roared to life. Just like that, the 9th sharpening session officially commenced. He felt satisfied because even with machinery involved, the sharpening still counted toward progress. Yu Hyun theorized that hands-on control would unlock his skill more effectively than relying entirely on massive automated systems. With a focused expression, the former hobo tied his hair back. The hero almost warned him to be careful with his fingers. But then something completely unexpected hijacked his attention. Tiny sparkles shimmered off the freshly honed blade, as if it had just been blessed with high-tier magic. The custodian could only stare in pure disbelief. It was the first time he had ever seen his friend so intensely focused. Normally, he remembered him as a nervous wreck with zero presence, a guy who could barely keep his own life together. Yet right now, he looked like someone completely reborn. Just then the alarm rang, so our hero said his farewells and headed off to train in peace. Youngwoo blinked, confused, thinking his friend had already left long ago. He offered to walk him out, but Han Yujin waved him off and told him to focus on work. The so-called monster daddy could not stop watching the little duckling. It felt like returning a fish to water. There was no doubt about it. Youngwoo was born to forge. With that realization, the custodian felt certain he no longer had to worry about him. Of course, the very next morning hilariously proved him wrong. Youngwoo lay in bed dramatically groaning about his fragile body because one day of forging had every muscle screaming. Meanwhile, back at the armories, the workers quickly noticed the absence of the so-called connection hire. When told he had taken a sick day, someone scoffed that he was clearly pretending. Others muttered he probably quit after realizing the job was tougher than expected. But when the towering blacksmith expressed doubt, the room fell silent. He had counted the blades carefully. In just one single day, the only F rank present, the same guy now bedridden had personally sharpened 1,000 knives. After 7 grueling days of non-stop grinding, his relentless effort could no longer be dismissed. The entire crew watched him tackle blade after blade without rest. Youngwoo was already halfway toward blacksmith godhood. Later that evening, the dining table overflowed with irresistible dishes. Yu Hyun assumed the knife training had somehow boosted his cooking skill as well. The meal was so divine that even the stingy teenager started calling him Big Brother. Yerim Park devoured everything, insisting no dungeon ration could compete with this feast. She then complained that hunter life had been dull lately. Being underage kept her locked in B-rank dungeons, slowing her dream of unlocking new skills and stacking wealth. So she boldly declared she would run multiple raids in a single day. The protagonist instantly vetoed that plan, explaining HP was easy to monitor, but mana depletion was sneaky and could drop her mid-dungeon. When asked about her mana pool, she proudly announced she had 102. Meanwhile, her custodian had a miserable 2 base points and 29 from gear, so he dramatically lamented his weakness. The girl then asked the cook about his future, suggesting he could earn a fortune rating as a chef. She argued someone that talented in the kitchen did not need to risk life as a hunter. That was when the hero noticed something noteworthy. Yu Hyun expressed concern that his friend was overworking himself by forging all day and cooking banquets at night. So he decided to lend him his gloves. The blacksmith was stunned since they were expensive items, but the hero told him to use them until he reached 10,000 knives. Tears immediately welled up in the blacksmith's eyes. He rushed forward for a hug, only to be warned not to wear the gloves in the bathroom. After painfully slow and steady progress, one afternoon he proudly announced he had completed enough blades for the day. Only then did he truly realize how unbearably hot the armory was. Suddenly, something was placed into his hands. A worker handed him a towel enhanced with a mana stone to shield him from the heat. Myungwoo was deeply touched, and his work environment gradually improved. One evening after finishing up, he checked his phone and discovered he had stayed far past closing time. With that, he stepped out of his workshop. Noticing the place was empty, he sensed something odd. His eyes fixed on the same mana stone from earlier. Almost entranced, he slowly drifted toward it, until someone shouted at him to stop. It was the same blacksmith from before. He explained the stone was S-rank and worth nearly 800,000. Such premium ore was rare, so they were studying the optimal way to use it. Unfortunately, despite having many smiths, none possessed the skill to handle such high-pressure material. That was why the coworker earlier refused to let him touch it. As an F rank, his stats simply were not enough to endure it. The blacksmith admitted many workers had been eyeing him skeptically. After all, he entered the armory through connections. Myungwoo felt embarrassed knowing others earned their positions fairly. Yet the blacksmith gently reminded him that some talents only needed a nudge to shine. He recalled how Myungwoo sharpened every tool flawlessly, proving his dedication and urging him to show he was more than a favor hire. True, F rank meant low physical stats, but quality equipment could easily compensate. The future legendary blacksmith smiled brightly, sensing his path just became clearer. But just when things felt stable, chaos struck again. two hunters barged into the armory asking for Myungwoo. They looked visibly tense, claiming they were there to take him, which prompted a coworker to demand clarification. That was when they revealed an investigation was in progress. Yubi and Han had gone missing. Hearing about his friend's disappearance left the blacksmith frozen in place. He struggled to comprehend it, since the protagonist should have been safe at the guild and no suspicious calls had come in, just as Yerim Park burst through the door. The girl who was supposed to be clearing a dungeon had rushed back at the last possible moment. The instant she heard her custodian had disappeared, the agents quickly informed the Ice Witch that Yukin had just reached the location. Myungwoo insisted on coming along to assist, but they firmly told him he would be more useful staying behind. After all, his current skill set offered zero value in a kidnapping scenario. Just a few hours before everything spiraled out of control, the soon-to-be-missing hero was enjoying a rare slice of peace. Meanwhile, Peace was gleefully wrecking the surroundings like an overexcited fire elemental. He mentally reviewed his checklist and realized every task was complete, which meant he was unusually free, and noticing the fire manticore's pent-up energy, he decided to let it burn off steam and headed to the gym for a joint training session. He opened the door and told the guard he was stepping out, only to face peak overprotectiveness yet again. Ever since signing that contract, the guilds had been rotating hero bodyguards to earn his favor. When questioned, the protagonist calmly explained to the B-rank hunter on duty that they were merely heading to the second basement. That was when something ridiculously adorable happened. Han Yujin beamed proudly as the cub pressed the correct elevator button all by itself. He glanced at the bodyguard expecting admiration, only to find him awkwardly silent. The previous guard had been far more talkative, so he suspected not everyone appreciated elite beast tamer content. Soon several unfamiliar faces stepped into the elevator. They apologized for squeezing in with their oversized luggage. Curious, the custodian activated his appraisal skill. None of them ranked high enough to be affiliated with Hyon. When asked, they claimed to belong to the Bricks Guild under Hyon. They explained that smaller guilds often unloaded loot here and used the training room to test equipment. The men even joked about clearing security, proudly declaring themselves spotless. Finally, the elevator chimed at the second basement. Everyone dispersed in separate directions. Han Yujin felt a faint sense that something was not quite right, mainly because none of them had commented on Peace's overwhelming cuteness, though he brushed the thought aside. After all, some people still saw Peace as just another monster. They arrived at the gym at last. The cub immediately grabbed its favorite tug toy. As he geared up, Han Yujin sensed danger creeping up behind him. He spun around abruptly, only to be blasted with a strange powder. It was Watchman fruit dust, and while his poison immunity nullified the effect, Peace was not so lucky. The powder struck the cub instantly. He watched in horror as it collapsed unconscious. Before he could respond, a towel was pressed tightly over his mouth. The kidnappers were baffled that the fruit had failed to knock him out. They assumed he must be equipped with high-grade gear granting resistance. Recognizing the men from the elevator, Han Yujin chose action instead of panic. Ignoring the chaos in his mind, he kicked the one holding the rope. His sudden surge of strength stunned them. He broke free and sprinted toward the exit. Just as he attempted to escape and alert the bodyguard, a vicious punch slammed into his stomach. It landed clean because he had no time to guard. The bodyguard ordered the others to stop underestimating him. He suspected Han Yujin was stacked with top-tier equipment, so their first priority was stripping him of everything. As they removed his belt and gloves, Han Yujin wondered if MKC had planted a spy instead of a true protector. Perhaps the betrayal ran deeper than he thought. While preparing for another attempt, one kidnapper suggested his earrings were blocking the powder's effect. They ripped them off immediately. His mana pool plummeted in an instant, remembering how much he had used his skills today, and his own warning to Yerim about mana exhaustion causing collapse. He lost consciousness from drained reserves as they shoved him and his pet into luggage and slipped away undetected. In the darkness, he cursed himself for ignoring the warning signs, because no sane person could resist Peace's charm. Sometime later, icy water splashed across his face. He was forced awake against his will. The hero realized he was tightly restrained. A scarred man with a crooked grin loomed before him. Han Yujin immediately appraised him, identifying a B-rank hunter named Wu Yi Kim. The name meant absolutely nothing to him. The thug sneered that he disliked bullying F-ranks and got straight to business. Wu Yi yanked his hair and demanded the mark of the master, controlling the fire manticore. He assured him no rescue was coming, so surrendering would be easier. Since they wanted the mark, it meant Peace was alive but restrained. The hero countered that the 5 great guilds would soon storm the place. Wu Yi simply laughed. He had been texting the assigned bodyguard the entire time. who still stood outside the training room unaware of anything, meaning no one even realized he was missing. Wu Yi explained that by the time the alarm was raised, they would be sealed inside identical shipping containers bound for Japan. Yu Hyun suspected Japanese involvement, but the thug clarified they were merely promised a huge payout. Realizing he was destined for auction, Yu Hyun rapidly calculated his options. Since he was heavily protected domestically, they intended to sell him overseas. The major guilds would undoubtedly unleash chaos to retrieve him. But once they crossed Korean waters, any rescue operation would become infinitely more complicated. In short, Yu Hyun needed to buy every second he could, so out of nowhere he started laughing. With a fearless smirk, he told the kidnapper he was not some clueless rookie who could be bullied that easily. Woojin had exposed his own weakness by admitting they needed him alive, meaning he was too valuable to cripple. Yu Hyun even mocked the B rank, saying he had defeated himself through pure stupidity. That insult snapped the man's patience in half, as the protagonist kept rambling about how they were forbidden from seriously injuring him. A savage kick crashed into his stomach. Woojin assumed his captive was ignorant, but Han Yujin understood the entire situation perfectly. He kept provoking them, calling them rule-breaking cowards too weak to survive honestly in the hunter world. And he absolutely refused to shut up, until he pressed on a very raw nerve. The B rank retaliated by stomping the F rank with full force, dragging a scream of genuine agony from his throat. Wooji grabbed Han Yujin by the ankle. He grumbled that it was infuriating to hold back because of orders. Meanwhile, the main's true objective was simple: endure the pain and stretch the clock as long as possible. Eventually, the kidnapper decided reinforcements were necessary. Yu Hyun was hurled against icy steel bars. As the thug bragged about being a fellow pet owner, the hero felt something slimy brush against his neck. His tortured screams thrilled Wu Jai, who assumed fear had finally broken him. The creature looming beside him was reptilian, wrapped in venomous cursed tentacles, a C-rank monster known as a critic. Its curse was so excruciating, most victims cracked within 30 minutes. The genius of it was that even poisoned, Yu Hyun would remain alive enough to be auctioned. Pleased with himself, the kidnapper granted him 30 minutes alone with the monster and locked the door. Meanwhile at the guild, Yerim Park stormed into another office. She had finally cornered the guildmaster, just as he began explaining MKC's situation report. The girl seized him by the collar. Yerim Park demanded to know how her custodian could vanish under supposedly flawless security. Was their fortress not advertised as impenetrable? She emphasized that under normal conditions, such a breach was impossible. Hunters who raid beside their guildmaster form bonds like wolves around an alpha. That was why loyal elites were assigned as personal guards to the monster tamer. Yet today's guard had been swapped last minute, exposing MKC's internal power struggle between the guildmaster and wealthy sponsors. One faction answered directly to the guildmaster. The other danced to the tune of rich investors, who wanted Yerim for their own agenda. Yu Ring called it evidence of Su Quan's weak control over his guild. Even though factional tension was not unusual, the strategist never anticipated sponsors would exploit subsidiaries still far stronger than his F-rank brother. Yurin pressed for any clues the MKC guildmaster had uncovered about Yurin's whereabouts. Yerim Park explained that was exactly why she was summoned, because her pale corpse skill was required. She finally understood why the office smelled strongly of blood. The guildmaster intended for the Ice Witch to sift through the dead bodyguard's memories for leads. He had already informed the guards guild he would handle punishment, since extracting intel from a corpse was faster than interrogation, and both Fire and Ice agreed to keep this from Han Yujin. Back inside the shipping container, Wu Yi noticed the bodyguards had stopped replying to his texts. He suspected their timeline had accelerated, but it no longer mattered. Once they secured the mark of the master, wealth would pour in. With that confidence, the B rank went to inspect the torture. What he saw made him freeze. The curse should have kept Han Yujin awake in relentless agony. Wu Yi laughed, assuming the brat had simply screamed himself unconscious. His grin widened when the protagonist muttered a signal to someone named Sally. Before he could even react, an attack shot toward him, and the B rank barely dodged in time. Even so, writhing tentacles ensnared him. Shock flooded his face, because Han Yujin was only supposed to tame juvenile beasts. Smiling coldly, the hero remarked that every hunter keeps a few hidden cards. He ordered the reptile to strike. The man refused to accept it. No report mentioned such power. He had underestimated the F rank, unaware the main had far deeper layers. Earlier, when the torture began, the protagonist had been repulsed by the creature's wriggling tentacles. Thanks to poison immunity, the curse barely fazed him. But raw physical damage could still end him. Even with an injured ankle, he forced himself upright. He summoned a tiny blade from his inventory and sliced through the ropes binding him. As he searched desperately for a way to endure 30 minutes with the beast, he noticed something peculiar. The C-rank monster seemed terrified of the F-rank standing before it. That was when he realized his Dragon Slayer and Raushida's Bane titles were active. The system confirmed his abilities were doubled against this reptile. Han Yujin remembered he was a Dragon Slayer with dominant titles over draconic species. He had earned them by defeating a Tier 1 3-headed dragon. So naturally he held an edge over this lesser cousin, even though he lacked true offensive skills. He deliberately dropped his knife, testing whether his custodian's skill was enhanced as well. The moment the blade hit the floor, the monster recoiled in visible fear. The beast tamer casually christened the salamander with the name Sally. As a welcome present, he sprinkled powdered C-rank mana stone into its mouth like premium pet treats. Back in the present, he coolly told his kidnapper this was either absurd luck or destiny speedrunning an instant contract. Han Yujin even thanked Wuji for accidentally gifting him a vicious new ally. With that grin, he commanded the salamander to attack. The B-rank hunter tore himself free from the writhing tentacles within seconds. Though his skin burned slightly, he scoffed that such low-grade poison was a joke to him. Before he finished bragging, something pierced into his arm from behind. Muji screamed as fury instantly flooded his veins. He violently flung the sneaky reptile away. Weak poison alone might be harmless, but stack it enough times, and even a B-rank body becomes vulnerable to steel. Now the man was beyond enraged. Sally lunged again under orders, daring to challenge someone technically above her rank. Wuji decided this farce needed to end immediately. He summoned his weapon in a flash of light. Smirking arrogantly, he declared one hand was more than enough for a C-rank nuisance. With a single precise swing, the salamander Sally was sliced apart. Wuji exhaled and mocked the hero for thinking that lizard ever had a chance. He insisted no amount of tricks could let an F-rank topple a B-rank. But just as he basked in triumph, the world suddenly spun. Before he could comprehend the shift, he collapsed as poison erupted violently through his body. It made no sense because the cursed C-rank monster had already been killed. That was when Final Thanks triggered, granting our hero double Sally's stats and abilities. And thanks to the Dragon Slayer title, Final Thanks was amplified once more. Even a C-rank toxin becomes catastrophic when its power is quadrupled. Han Yujin coldly told Wui he had no right to glare, since this was pure karma. The custodian explained he only wanted a peaceful life, yet chaos kept stalking him. He grabbed the kidnapper by the hair and demanded to know where his little pet was being kept. The B-rank trembled involuntarily. Even so, he refused to talk and vowed revenge once he understood the trick. Realizing information was useless, Han Yujin judged him more valuable as a corpse. A thick, viscous substance poured across the gangster's scalp. Toxic ooze activated, dissolving Wu Jai alive. As screams echoed inside the container, he calmly remarked it was necessary to maintain Final Thanks. His remaining skills stayed hidden, and karma had simply collected its debt for kidnapping him. In this timeline, he genuinely wished to avoid stacking more bodies. He even considered preserving one intact for burial, but with a certain teenager wielding pale corpse, that dream was unrealistic. Moments later, a metal handle snapped loudly. Empowered by Final Thanks, his own strength had overshot control. Regulating his power suddenly became a serious issue. Unlike before, the buff would persist for a full week, forcing him to conceal this advantage. He quickly checked whether Sally had gifted any additional skills. Two abilities immediately caught his eye. One provided camouflage, the other heightened instincts to detect and avoid stronger foes. At that moment, sharp pains surged through him again. His ankle remained shattered despite the massive stat boost. Without any healing skill available, raw power alone allowed him to keep moving. He instantly activated the camouflage ability. The custodian vanished from sight and began hunting for peace. Meanwhile, the Heao traders lounged outside their room, casually debating whether their ambitious plan would pay off. Invisible tentacles suddenly seized them mid-conversation. The crew thrashed in panic, unable to see their attacker. A loud crash reverberated down the corridor. One man shouted to know who dared enter. Instead, he saw the supposedly restrained captive standing free, and Han Yujin identified him as the captain since he alone remained conscious. When asked how he escaped, the hero ignored the question and demanded Peace's location. Suddenly, something was hurled straight at him. A direct impact would have dealt serious damage. The crook sneered that luck spared him and mocked him for not fleeing. He boasted that Peace was locked inside a cage, and the key rested on his person. His confidence came from being C-rank against an F-rank. Mid-speech, he was smacked violently across the face. He scrambled in confusion as the protagonist calmly demanded the key again. His hesitation earned him another unseen blow. The C rank endured a one-sided beating without ever spotting his assailant. At this stage, he was convinced the hero had allowed himself to be captured deliberately. Yujin ignored that speculation and repeated his demand for the key. He slammed the man onto the ground, then casually picked up the fallen weapon. With an innocent smile, he mentioned he still had plenty of skills left to test. He demonstrated by melting the axe in his grip. The implied threat drained all color from the man's face. Terrified, he agreed to surrender the key and disclose the cage's location. But before handing it over, the crook nervously asked the custodian to sign a contract first. That way the crook believed he had secured his own survival once the key changed hands. Yujin agreed, but inserted an extra clause banning the delinquent from ever speaking about tonight's chaos. With the deal sealed, the C rank was finally freed from the writhing tentacles. The custodian wasted no time rushing to rescue his pet. Unfortunately, the crook saw that as the perfect opening. In an instant, he activated a skill and lunged. His hand clamped around the hero's throat with crushing force. He was convinced retaliation was impossible, since breaking the contract meant instant blindness. He sneered that the protagonist was naive and probably had never survived a real dungeon. To his horror, the contract parchment was suddenly ripped in half. With the agreement voided, the system prepared to enforce the blinding curse. Yet Han Yujin's curse immunity dulled the backlash, and he calmly stated he was no amateur and likely the most battle-hardened person aboard. Then he unleashed a ruthless finishing blow. Han Yujin had predicted the betrayal from the very beginning. In truth, he had always planned to eliminate the crook. No one would believe an F rank orchestrated this slaughter, so outsiders would assume the kidnappers imploded. As for the minor accomplices, he spared them and left judgment to the guild, since they never witnessed his true abilities. However, one final complication lingered. Han Yujin still had to handle Sally's remains. He felt genuine sorrow for the fallen creature. If abandoned, the C-rank monster would be carved up and sold piece by piece. So he chose to deal with the body himself. Yu Haiyan used Sally's own power to grant her a dignified farewell. After all, without her sacrifice, he would not have survived. After a brief search through the area, the monster daddy finally located his little cub. Peace was still unconscious from the lingering powder. Escaping immediately would be simple, but it would raise far too many suspicions. So he decided waiting for rescue was the smarter move. Cradling his pet, he gently told it to rest until help arrived. After turning the place into a battlefield, Han Yujin looked at the innocent cub with quiet relief that it was unharmed. He silently wished it would one day outlive him. Before long, reinforcements stormed in. Once the hero and his pet were found, agents immediately relayed their coordinates. Without wasting a second, they opened the cage and contacted his younger brother. The barely conscious hero sensed a powerful aura approaching. It took only a moment to recognize it as his younger brother. Han Yujin was finally reunited with him. The guildmaster rushed forward to examine his condition. Seeing the entire unit assembled, Wu Jing realized the full cavalry had mobilized for him, which made sense given his strategic value. He attempted to stand on his own, only for his injured ankle to flare in protest. Enraged voices demanded the culprit's identity and called urgently for a healer. The slim hero insisted he could manage on his own, yet he was lifted bridal style regardless. Han Yujin felt grateful for his brother's concern, even as his pride took heavy damage. After some awkward resistance, he was finally settled into the car. Han Yujin told her he would visit once the investigation concluded and urged her to remain cautious. He knew she was preparing to read the dead's memories, and believed she was still far too young for such grim responsibility. He was pulled from his thoughts when his brother ordered the driver to head straight to a hospital for thorough testing. The hero protested that healers had already treated him, but Yugo insisted on certified professionals, forcing him to improvise. Yugum claimed that after today's trauma, he would not feel safe being anesthetized around strangers. That reasoning worked, persuading his brother to send him home instead. Even so, Yugon's worry for his custodian remained obvious. The protagonist grew annoyed at the guildmaster's sharp senses. Noticing a foreign scent, he blamed the ocean breeze and discreetly activated cloaking to mask it, and at last the exhausting day finally ended. Due to the security failure, MKC was temporarily barred from assigning bodyguards. Ion tightened defenses, while other guildmasters personally dispatched trusted hunters to protect him. As for the protagonist, he dreamed of being trapped inside a cage. There he encountered a strange figure who smiled kindly and offered treats as a sign of friendship. Seeing his new companion threatened, the POV rushed forward to protect him. That courageous act forced him to fight someone far stronger and ultimately cost him his life. The hero jolted awake, Yukon gasping sharply. Once he steadied himself, he realized it was no ordinary nightmare. They were Sally's final memories bleeding into him. Something eerily similar had occurred in the original timeline. Even though he could not consciously recall it, it reminded Yukon that only a few days had passed since his reincarnation. Back then, low-rank hunters died with alarming ease. Some memories were so horrific, he drowned himself in alcohol until forced into rehabilitation. He reassured himself that the S ranks under his watch were unlikely to fall, aside from perhaps Myungwoo. Then a troubling realization struck him. The only F rank under his protection was not in bed at this late hour. Meanwhile, in the armory, metal rang sharply. The blacksmith remained obsessively focused on his craft, and as the blade reached flawless sharpness, Myungwoo picked up another dull blade and calculated that only 20 knives stood between him and the legendary 10,000 milestone. You would expect fireworks and confetti with the finish line that close. Instead, he felt pure irritation, the blacksmith drowning in his own thoughts. In his head, he was contributing absolutely nothing to anyone. While everyone else searched for the custodian, he was stuck polishing kitchen knives like an NPC in a slice of life side art. Myungwoo cursed at himself for being dead weight. He remembered volunteering to help the moment the crisis started, only to be told to stay in the armory for everyone's safety. The agents even revealed that background checks showed no official record linking him to Yoo-jin despite claiming friendship. The guild trusted their bond, but they could not allow an unverified outsider near matters involving Yoo-jin's brother. That fact only sharpened his feelings of inadequacy. He broke down, realizing there was nothing on paper tying him to the protagonist. The following morning, the guildmaster's phone rang. He answered casually while sorting documents, only to hear that his brother was panicking because the blacksmith had disappeared. The hero insisted this was no harmless errand. His friend had clearly left for good. He even cited the enormous pot of beef bone soup as irrefutable proof. That dish is what Korean moms cook before a long departure, so Han Yoo-jin immediately feared another kidnapping arc. Meanwhile, Myungwoo kept replaying how he lacked the courage to face the protagonist. To make it worse, he discovered he was not even a documented childhood friend, which meant he effectively had no place to belong. Only then did he notice his shoelaces were untied. As he bent down, his bag burst open, his belongings scattered across the pavement in tragic slow motion. His bad luck stat was clearly S rank. Out of nowhere, two small children approached him. They stared at his Heian badge with sparkling admiration. The kids instantly assumed he was a cool hunter and declared it their dream profession. Within seconds, he was surrounded and interrogated like a celebrity S rank. Under pressure, he admitted he was merely a housekeeper, not some dungeon-conquering legend. Yes, he was an awakener, but only an F rank with minor equipment boosts. The children's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. The boy's mother bluntly declared that F ranks were too weak to make a living from raids. Just like that, he was roasted by elementary school analysts. Deep down, he agreed and assumed the skill from 10,000 sharpenings would be trashed here. He imagined how his friends would react, especially the custodian smiling kindly while hiding disappointment. The thought made his hands shake, and right there on the street, the grown man started crying. When asked why he was acting childish, he confessed he felt completely useless. The kids immediately switched roles and became life coaches. They grabbed his hands and promised a secret method to unlock a new combat skill. The method began with nearly drowning him, followed by suggesting he jump off the second floor. At that moment, he truly pitied himself. Apparently, even children had joined the bullying squad. Then came challenge number 3. Crossing an 8-lane highway, the boy tried to demonstrate before being stopped immediately. Myungwoo shouted at them for risking their lives and demanded to know what they were thinking. The girl calmly explained they were helping him because real combat skills awaken only in life-threatening moments. That sentence triggered a buried memory. He confirmed he had indeed awakened his ability during a near-death experience. Even so, the blacksmith remained doubtful. Then a terrifying realization hit him. These children were deliberately endangering themselves daily just to awaken as hunters. Youngwoo tried convincing them to focus on school instead. They laughed and claimed degrees were worthless. Only becoming a hunter guaranteed real money. He felt sick because history was looping again. Society once shoved him into endless studying. Now it pushed children toward lethal hunter careers. His spiraling thoughts were cut off by a massive explosion. An emergency broadcast announced a nearby dungeon break and ordered civilians to evacuate immediately. The rupture was dangerously close to their location. The children saw it as their golden awakening opportunity. The adult finally snapped into action mode. He chased after them, yelling about their recklessness. Elsewhere across the city, the broken gate unleashed gigantic spider monsters, weaving webs across the capital. News reporters rushed to capture the unfolding chaos. The streets swarmed with massive spiders, shooting webs like deranged magic casters. Experts concluded a neglected mall portal had triggered the dungeon break. Then the cameramen gasped in shock. 2 kids and a frazzled blacksmith appeared live on broadcast. It was clear civilians were still trapped inside the danger zone. The blacksmith absolutely despised spiders. To make matters worse, every other adult nearby was already dead. While he and the boy panicked, the little girl insisted they were here to awaken new skills. At that exact moment, a monstrous spider locked onto them, and only the little girl stepped forward to confront it. She scraped together every last drop of willpower and braced herself to unleash her newly awakened S-rank skill, like she was about to headline the final boss phase of a dungeon raid. But after standing there powering up for what felt like an entire season, the spider got tired of the dramatic pause and flicked her away like a speck of dust. And just like that, our pint-sized heroine was sent soaring upward in the worst impromptu flight lesson imaginable. She slammed back down with her body aching and her confidence shattered. Even with death looming inches away, she fixated on one devastating fact. She had not awakened an S-rank skill. Right at the climax, the blacksmith dashed in and pulled her out of danger with barely a second to spare. Youngwoo immediately decided the kids needed to retreat upstairs. He ordered them to climb up and call for help, while the boy anxiously asked if he could really carry his sister. The man admitted they did not exactly have the luxury of better plans. The girl quietly whispered that there was no reason to keep hauling her dead weight around. Somehow she had already surrendered her will to live. Yes, she had awakened all right. Unfortunately, destiny handed her an F-rank. That was when the boy suddenly yelled about something charging toward them. The spider had already closed in at a speed that would make any hunter panic. The three of them froze as if hit by a petrification spell. The blacksmith felt his knees buckle like they were about to log out of existence. The girl blamed herself for the disaster and begged them to leave her behind to die. She insisted they would survive better without a useless F-rank who did not even possess a single combat skill. As she sobbed about being nothing but a burden, Myungwoo could not listen to another word of that self-destruction, so he carefully lowered her onto the ground. Then he pulled a knife from his backpack, his hands trembling like a newbie in his first dungeon. The guy forced his spine straight and stepped forward to face the monster. Even so, his entire body quivered like he had aggroed something 10 levels too high. His plan was painfully simple: buy time and let the kids escape. He shouted that they were still just kids and had no right to throw away their lives. Being sacrificed was off the table. Their stories had barely left the prologue. He declared that even failing as a hunter did not mean failing at life, because this fantasy world was still worth living in. So he told them to run as fast as possible and return with backup. He warned them not to split up and to move like they had a speed buff active. The children finally sprinted off, swearing to bring help and begging him to stay alive. Unfortunately, reality does not care about heroic speeches. His emotions had completely hijacked his judgment, and now he was squaring off against a creature far beyond his level cap. In the blink of an eye, he was smacked away like an annoying insect. The impact sent him flying straight out of the building. Deep down, he had expected this outcome. He truly thought this was the final chapter of his life. As a bright light drew near, he assumed his fading mind was crafting one last illusion of his best friend. There was a strange comfort in believing that the last sight he would see was Han Yujin's gentle face. Then the supposed illusion leaned closer and actually started speaking. Turns out it was not an illusion at all. The moment that truth hit him, he burst into tears. His friend had genuinely come to save him. Words failed him because somehow Han Yujin always showed up at the exact second he was needed. After that, everything blurred into a chaotic haze. He only faintly remembered being shielded from the spider monster by his friend. Yet in the middle of that madness, he sensed something off. There was undeniably something different about Han Yujin. He even tried to point out the wriggling tentacles sprouting from his friend's back, only to be smoothly convinced they were nothing more than stress-induced hallucinations. His last clear memory was being knocked out and injected after asking a few too many inconvenient questions. Not long after he finally opened his eyes again, he quickly realized he was back at the dormitory, safe and sound. The news reported that the children had been rescued without casualties, which confirmed the spider incident was painfully real and not some weird dream sequence. That was when an irritated hero stormed in holding a sizzling plate of food. When he tried to bring up the tentacles, the hero calmly brushed it off like a seasoned boyfriend, insisting he was confusing dreams with reality. A moment later, the housekeeper was abruptly grabbed by the collar. Han Yujin was livid that he had thrown himself into such reckless danger. He even grumbled that if the incident had not been broadcast live, he would never have known where to find him. The hero strictly banned him from ever pulling a stunt like that again, and nearly dying on him. When he realized his friend had been that worried, the main instantly started crying. Han Yujin panicked, thinking he was injured, and immediately offered to summon a healer. What he failed to notice was that those tears were born from overwhelming relief. Myungwoo shyly asked if they could remain friends, even if he ended up stuck with a pathetic skill after finishing his knife-sharpening grind. That question only fueled Han Yujin anger, because it meant his friend had been suffering in silence for no reason. The hero explained that a skill rank did not measure a person's worth, and reminded him he had already secured a stable job at the armory. Yujin went further, saying he should be the one begging Myungwoo to stay by his side. He boldly proclaimed that nothing in this world could rival his cooking, so if he ever decided to move out, he had better visit often and cook a proper meal. Han Yujin swore he would eat absolutely anything, and even offered to pay for it. He could not suppress a smile. After that heartfelt city life conversation, the blacksmith reached an epiphany. There was absolutely no reason to keep looking down on himself. In truth, he had nothing left to fear. Back in his workshop, he tied up his hair like a protagonist about to enter a full-blown martial arts training arc. He adjusted the grinding wheel with calm determination. Then he got to work in earnest. As he sharpened the blades, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to his friend. Because at the end of the day, Han Yujin was always by his side, no matter what kind of chaos the world threw at them. There was a time when he had sunk so low that life felt like a glitched side quest nobody bothered to finish. That was when Myungwoo finally triggered his long-awaited awakening event. In some gloomy forgotten corner of the map, he received his one and only E-rank skill. Ironically, that same day, he had planned to log out of life for good. After registering as a hunter, the system rewarded him with a laughable 700 in support funds. He never expected fireworks, since even the receptionist bluntly told him to avoid dungeons because his skill looked completely useless. It had been so long since he saw sunlight that even a vampire would worry about him. Clutching that tiny sum of money, Myungwoo only aimed to settle his debts, because becoming someone special never crossed his mind. Meanwhile, the entire nation celebrated yet another genius S-rank hunter, ascending like a celebrity in a fantasy epic. Not wanting to be swallowed by the cheering crowd, he quietly slipped out the back like an NPC. He believed he was destined for the shadows, and hated himself so much he saw his own existence as wasted data. His awakening barely extended his survival timer by a few days, and even then he questioned the value of continuing. Then the plot twisted without warning. Myungwoo was suddenly seized by a stranger, and in that chaotic moment, he crossed paths with the protagonist. Of course, he doubted everything at first. He was convinced he did not deserve such unexpected kindness. Gratitude and fear clashed inside him like rival guilds. He knew nothing about dungeons, and lacked the explosive talent of an S-rank prodigy. Even when tasked with sharpening 10,000 knives, he never once imagined that anything legendary could come from such mundane labor. But hearing about a little girl who awakened as F-rank and wanted to give up on life hit him like a critical strike. Listening to his own defeated thoughts echo from a child made him realize how misguided he had been. He finally grasped a vital truth. Myungwoo had never cared about ranks to begin with. The protagonist never forced the blacksmith into reckless action he was unfit for. He simply pushed him to master the craft he was born for, and that was undeniable. Myungwoo always stood firmly beside Myungwoo, even when the world felt like a collapsing dungeon. The hero never once doubted him. That steady smile became the light, dragging him out of his personal abyss. So he decided to discard every last shred of hesitation. At long last, Myungwoo realized the kind of man he wanted to be. He chose to grow powerful in his own style, even if he would never become a battlefield monster like the Ice Witch. This time quitting was not an option. His goal was to polish his own path until it shone brighter than any rank. The instant he finished sharpening all 10,000 knives, the blade slipped from his fingers. He stared at it in stunned silence. Finally, the SS rank skill master of the Golden Smithy activated, and the master blacksmith awakened determined to repay his best friend. The next morning, the armory erupted with frantic screams. A worker panicked, claiming something had happened to their prized SR rank Mana Stone. Her first conclusion was theft. Her colleagues quickly explained the tremor meant the treasured ore had recognized a worthy master. Staring at the dazzling weapon, its new owner casually assumed all S-rank gear must look this extravagant. Yuram floated above a lake as drones captured every dramatic angle. She was conducting the inaugural field test of the Parnami Frostwood Trident, crafted by the so-called housekeeper. The unfortunate training dummy was the lake itself. The teenage mage eyes sparkled as she prepared to witness true ice attribute magic. What happened next left her utterly stunned. The entire lake froze solid in a single breath. Jerome could not conceal her satisfaction at that overwhelming display. Then she noticed an even crazier detail. The ice had expanded far beyond the lake's original borders. The verdict was clear. The trident carried authentic S-rank ice magic. With its completion, Korea now boasted 16 S-rank weapons, and this masterpiece was forged, not looted from a dungeon. The successful test cemented its S-rank status, and Myungwoo secured full rights over his creation. When asked about the ceiling of his blacksmithing ability, He boldly stated he could forge weapons as strong as he set his mind to. The audience fell silent because with enough experience, he would inevitably craft items reaching SS rank territory. Some proposed assigning Myungwoo a personal guard, but reports agreed it was pointless since he was no longer the fragile man who once wished to disappear. The bombshell hit Seungkwan Kim the instant he awakened his skill. In that split second, his destiny swerved into a completely different lane, flipping everything he thought he knew upside down. The guy shot straight up to C, rank level power, and we are talking about a self-enhancement ability so rare it is practically mythical in the hunter world. Honestly, there is barely anyone alive who resembles that legendary master blacksmith. He is the kind of existence that stomps on common sense and laughs at the rulebook. Just hours before the grand announcement, the air felt suspiciously calm. You know, the eerie silence right before a fantasy storm explodes. Han Yujin was completely frozen when he saw his buddy casually forge an S-rank weapon right after awakening. Talk about speedrunning the system. Myungwoo explained that crafting that beast of a weapon required a special multi-step process with layers of precise combinations. He fused mana stones from his forging process with materials stored inside a pocket, space warehouse packed with rare S and even SS grade resources. Realizing everything seemed to spawn alongside his skill, the master blacksmith grabbed frost wood and combined it with mana stones to finalize the masterpiece. On top of that, Myungwoo even received a crafting manual for a trident. Meanwhile, the overpowered blacksmith skill looked easy mode, and Han Yujin was stuck with a low-tier ability carrying a slightly embarrassing keyword. So when he started dramatically mourning the injustice of the universe, Myungwoo offered to show him his personal forge as consolation. That instantly sparked the main character curiosity, because he could tell there was more going on behind the scenes. Turns out the title Master of the Golden Forge was not just a flashy nickname, it carried serious hidden weight. After opening the gate to the Golden Forge, Myungwoo revealed he could invite others into this unique space. In that moment, the Guardian realized kidnapping worries were officially off the table. Everything had shifted in the wildest way possible. Now Myungwoo had all the potential to become the protagonist of his own epic. A golden road was practically rolling itself out before him. The second he stepped inside, the hero was blasted by radiant light, so intense he had to squint. But once his eyes adjusted, the truth behind that dazzling scene became clear. He was utterly stunned by the sheer scale and grandeur of the forge. This was not a workshop. This was a legendary fantasy set piece. Strangely, although the entire structure was wooden, it showed zero damage from the insane heat surrounding it. Myungwoo also noticed the flames burned without any fuel source, casually ignoring every natural law. However, the moment he stepped closer to inspect, things started shifting in a way no one expected. The fire twisted and detached from its original spot, moving like it had its own consciousness. Myungwoo immediately shielded his friend, even though the other guy reminded him that his stats now surpassed Myungwoo. The being before them was confirmed to be a fire elemental, a pure magic lifeform straight out of a dungeon lore book. The creature introduced itself as Ismor and called the blacksmith its master, claiming it was born in the final moments of the previous creator. The hero could not hide his shock at learning that such elemental entities truly existed beyond theory. Myungwoo revealed he was the co-creator of the trident, while the former master had prepared everything for him to inherit. That revelation thrilled the Guardian, because it meant Myungwoo was not the only hunter to ever wield this S-rank skill. The former owner had even left a bouquet and a meaningful card for the successor. Myungwoo used his ability to read ancient languages to decipher what was written on the card. It was a warm message of welcome from his predecessor, wishing him luck on the challenging path ahead. Some dungeons contain ruins of civilizations eerily similar, yet different from Earth, hinting that intelligent life once thrived in this dimension. So it is entirely possible a master blacksmith existed in the past and passed this skill down like a hidden cultivation inheritance. While the main was lost in thought, he suddenly found the bouquet being handed to him. Yujin snapped back to reality instantly, no more time for deep philosophical spirals. Myungwoo insisted that everything was thanks to Yujin, and decided to place his trust in his closest friend. He boldly declared he would do anything Yujin asked, zero hesitation, maximum loyalty. The guy standing outside looked completely stunned, like he just heard a plot twist he did not sign up for. But internally, he was throwing a victory party because keeping Dr. White and the master blacksmith meant early retirement was inching closer. Strangely though, he did not feel as happy as he expected. Something in his chest still felt off. When he called the idea terrible, his friend grew curious and demanded to know why. Han Yujin began carefully explaining his reasoning to Myungwoo. He told him not to chain himself down like an anchor tied to Yujin forever. At that moment, the main decided to reveal a secret he had buried for a long time. He confessed that in truth, they had never actually known each other before. Han Yujin admitted he approached Myungwoo because he mistook him for someone else. Eventually, he realized Myungwoo was a complete stranger, leaving both of them awkward and forcing Yujin to offer a sincere apology. After all, he was just a random guy who pressured Myungwoo into being his caretaker. From now on, the blacksmith deserved to live his own life. In that instant, Han Yujin knew he was sabotaging his own early retirement plan, yet seeing his friend shine made him strangely relieved. In his view, the best move was to let the blacksmith he had been steering spread his wings, while Young-ho stood there speechless. He recalled his friend, saying this skill was powerful enough to rival the influence of major Korean guilds. So Myungwoo declared he fully understood what he needed to do next. First, he handed back the bouquet because leaving it inside the forge was basically asking for spontaneous combustion. The master blacksmith chose to live on his own terms, no longer worrying about anyone else. Back in the present, Myungwoo unveiled his first creation as a gift before the entire audience, presenting it to the nation's youngest S-rank hunter. He explained that since a top-tier guild had supported him from the start, gifting them the first S-rank item was only fair. Meanwhile, Han Yujin was low-key salty about losing his chance to become a millionaire. Still, it was the smarter choice because once the master blacksmith became the spotlight, people might finally stop obsessing over him. Even so, he could not help expressing genuine pride for his friend. The rabbit told the bear that Myungwoo would probably carve his own path instead of staying at the dorm. Anyone would want him on their side because his value was absolutely irreplaceable. After all, he was the only hunter on Earth capable of forging items of that insane quality. In other words, there was no reason for him to waste his potential sticking around Han Yujin. The main realized they were not lifelong friends after all, then quietly took a sip of his drink. At that moment, the young hunter thanked everyone for the weapon, especially the one who crafted it. Suddenly, Han Yujin spilled his drink when his name was mentioned live on broadcast, especially as the conversation shifted toward him. The blacksmith explained that out of everyone, Han Yujin's support meant the most to him. The man in question tried his absolute best to dodge the sudden spotlight. Seungkwan Kim could not suppress a grin watching this unfold. Because right now Han Yujin looked like a clueless dad who had no idea how important he was to his little ducklings. Seungkwan Kim, Myungwoo and Yerim Park all felt the same way about him. The trio saw him as family, and that public gratitude basically turned him into someone untouchable. The days after the ceremony passed peacefully, with no major chaos erupting. With heavy security and nothing urgent to handle, Han Yujin mostly stayed home. The master blacksmith spent most of his time inside the forge, though he occasionally came out to cook something delicious. At this point, there was only one small detail left to resolve. The monster had suddenly grown lazy and refused to train for reasons nobody understood. It was strange because Peace seemed perfectly healthy, with no visible issues. Its owner guessed the beast might still be traumatized from the kidnapping incident, even though it had been asleep at the time. So he decided to take it out for some fresh air and fun, hoping to restore its spirit. So young Kang, the bodyguard assigned that day, practically sparkled with excitement as she escorted them to the training room, balancing professional composure with unmistakable curiosity. She was a 19-year-old A-rank prodigy personally recruited from the UK by the Session Guild Master, a rare gem that naturally drew attention. Interestingly, in the future she would appear on the news alongside the main character younger brother, creating a rather fateful connection. In other words, this radiant blonde was basically destined to be Yoo Hyun's future wife. Talk about pre-installed romance DLC. As the A-rank hunter led them to the elevator, Han Yujin could only think about speeding up her wedding with his brother. So Young admitted she was shocked to hear he had been kidnapped, which only made her pay closer attention to him. She even confessed she had high expectations for him, leaving the guy awkwardly wondering what exactly he signed up for. So Young explained that she possessed an SS-rank skill called Dragon Knight, a ridiculously rare ability in the hunter scene. Among all monsters, dragons are notoriously difficult to tame, nearly impossible to control even with top-tier skills. Successfully taming one is almost a fantasy myth, which makes her unused potential feel criminally wasted. Because if she actually pulled it off, an A-rank like her would gain absurd benefits from a dragon power. She started complaining that letting such an overpowered skill sit idle was basically a system-level tragedy. According to her, Session Guild occasionally discovers dragon eggs in dungeons, and if one could hatch, she would finally have a dragon of her own. Her dream was to raise a baby dragon with love and care, like it was her own child. Han Yujin could not help thinking his brother's future girlfriend was surprisingly adorable. That wholesome moment shattered instantly when she casually referred to him as a breeding partner, and the atmosphere went straight into awkward territory. The phrase the main absolutely despised started spreading everywhere, becoming hot gossip fuel. He mentally blamed the tall woman for popularizing that cursed term after her TV appearance. Later in the training room, the manticore stubbornly refused to move, acting completely out of character. It looked unbelievably lazy, while its owner hovered nearby in full beast tamer panic mode. The bodyguard suggested it might still be traumatized from the earlier kidnapping incident. Han Yujin tried coaxing his creature into playing, regretting that he could not simply take Peace for a normal walk outside. Remembering that Peace was still technically a monster, he suddenly got a new idea. The girl mentioned there was a safe place where Peace could enjoy fresh air, which instantly caught the main off guard. She was talking about the rooftop garden of Session Guild, and she immediately contacted the guild master for permission. The guild leader promptly sent a car to escort them, showcasing top-tier hospitality. He even insisted they could visit any time, without asking for approval. Clearly, the guild master was fully prepared to welcome a very important guest. Soon enough, they arrived at the luxurious sky-high garden. When Han Yujin expressed surprise that this oasis sat atop Session Guild, the bodyguard explained it was reserved exclusively for him today. It was Peace's first time stepping into the outside world, so he encouraged the little beast to relax and play freely, without holding back. He reassured Peace that the A-rank hunter was a friend, so there was no need to be on guard. To prove it, she boldly walked over and hugged him, demonstrating friendliness toward the creature, and nearly giving her future brother-in-law a heart attack. He figured maybe this was normal in the UK, but still worried about potential family drama later. Gradually, Peace began to relax in the lush green garden. It was the first time the creature had ever seen flowers like these, a brand new sensory adventure. And just like that, the nature-loving little monster started playing enthusiastically without fear. Of course, this made its owner nervously calculate potential repair costs. She waved off the concern, and cheerfully said she hoped the fire manticore would become best friends with the baby dragon he would hatch for her. When asked what kind of dragon she expected, she launched into an enthusiastic explanation. It was a third-stage dark-winged thorn dragon, a powerhouse covered in hardened black scales and countless razor-sharp spikes. Yet she described those terrifying creatures as cute, making Han Yujin question her aesthetic standards. In her eyes, the fact that they were venomous only increased their charm. The European girl advised him to visit the garden, often since it would benefit both him and Peace. He did not object, because ever since his reincarnation reset, he had not enjoyed peaceful nature at all. Venturing into forests was now far too dangerous, so this rooftop paradise was the perfect alternative. Still, having to rely on another guild territory left a sour taste in his mouth. Even so, he believed the odds of running into the guild master were practically zero. Right then, his predator instinct skill flared up, warning him of an approaching S-rank hunter. The bodyguard seemed genuinely curious about the guild master arrival. Meanwhile, Han Yujin felt nothing but discomfort. Clearly, Hyuni Sung intended to personally greet this so-called important guest. He was the owner of the #1 guild in the country, an organization steadily expanding its influence onto the global stage. Before disappearing overseas years later, he had been regarded as Korea's strongest hunter, unmatched in pure action power. Given their current dynamic, however, the atmosphere between them felt oddly tense. That left the main thoroughly confused. Once the bodyguard stepped away, Hyuni Sung behaved as if they were on some private date. Han Yujin kept reminding himself this was not some bizarre romance web novel. The guild master then decided to present a gift to the manticore. He pulled out a dragon wing bone from his inventory. According to him, it was a premium treat adored by carnivorous beasts, and the fire manticore was clearly no exception. Peace instantly fell in love with the bone, while its owner was still evaluating the man when something else stole his focus. After biting into a cookie, he admitted it tasted good, but still nowhere near the legendary blacksmith baking skills. The guild master expressed concern upon learning about his kidnapping. Han Yujin smiled politely and thanked him for the consideration. But when labeled as the guild master reader friend, he mentally cursed Hyuna Moon, even though she insisted the man was sincere. Yu Hyun had now become an extremely important figure, known as the S-rank guardian and the beast lord. On top of that, he was the best friend of the legendary master blacksmith. The guild master explained that aside from MKC, every guild wanted to get closer to Han Yujin. They were ready to satisfy any request he made without hesitation. In other words, he had full permission to act arrogant, and was subtly encouraged to take advantage of it. He politely declined, realizing the guild master was hinting he could easily trample others. He tried to clarify that he was still just a weak F-rank hunter, yet he also pointed out that with such a powerful guardian beast, he was not as defenseless as he looked. It was then revealed that guild leaders were debating whether to assign him a second-stage monster as a personal bodyguard. Seeing the surprise on the other face, Han Yujin realized Yu Hyun had not told him about this. According to the #1 hunter, MKC would cover all related expenses. Stunned by that revelation, Han Yujin thought that even if his brother was overprotective, he should at least inform him, then quickly apologized after realizing he sounded exactly like the Breaker Guild master. Lately, Han Yujin had been stacking secrets like hidden quest items from his brother, so even when asked about the kidnapping, he gave a suspiciously vague answer. Yuja was certain that if he had owned these overpowered skills in his previous life, he would have been completely clueless about what was actually happening. There was no denying that Guild Master Heya Han always moved in mysterious ways, even hinting that Yuja was now strong enough to found his own guild and potentially threaten major powers. After their negotiation, several key figures began treating him with respect, and on top of that he now had the potential to raise a personal army of monsters. Han Yujin pointed out this might break the law, but the guild master coolly replied that laws only exist because society enforces them. While the world was changing rapidly and still keeping dungeons barely under control, their numbers and difficulty were increasing at an alarming rate. Because of that, Hayat Enhan predicted that within 5 years the world would face an unprecedented upheaval. In a reality where hunters risk their lives daily for a single beast ally to survive a dungeon, someone capable of taming them like Han Yujin would become an existence no one could ignore. After all, he could tame S, rank and A, rank monsters, a beast tamer ability that demanded caution from everyone. Uni Sung advised him to have a serious talk with his overprotective brother, since that guy was wasting precious potential. The main could not help feeling like an employee being subtly evaluated by upper management. Meanwhile in Heian, Yerim Park mentioned she sensed something off about the Guardian. It started when she used her skill to read the memory of a deceased bodyguard belonging to the merchant. She activated the ability to search for clues connected to the incident. Through that memory, she saw the kidnappers speculate that even unconscious, Han Yujin might have stayed aware thanks to an item from Heian. However, Yerim Park was certain no such item had ever been given to him. That realization made her suspect he was hiding secrets of his own. At sunset, it was promised that at least an A rank hunter would escort him home. Technically, an S rank guild master more than satisfied that requirement. Han Yujin thought a guild master should be busy running a powerhouse, not moonlighting as a bodyguard, while still wondering about the bouquet in his hand. But when he turned to speak to the man beside him, he suddenly saw a terrifying hand reaching toward him. A second later, he realized it was merely a friendly gesture. According to the S rank hunter, a fragile beast tamer should never forget to fasten his seatbelt. Han Yujin felt a strange need to make up for not being present during the kidnapping incident. He steadied his heartbeat and responded with a gentle smile. He insisted that everything was MKC's fault. Han Yujin remarked that if things had gone worse, he might not even be alive to visit this guild. That only reinforced how rotten MKC truly was, and perhaps the easiest major guild to eliminate among current factions. The thought left him speechless as he considered that in this new timeline, MKC might collapse earlier than expected, even though in the original timeline, it was the first major guild to disappear. Afterward, he glanced toward the driver. The time traveler realized he knew almost nothing about the strongest hunter of the present era. Hyojin, who seemed to come from overseas, had been practically a ghost before awakening, with no known connections. That made the main consider evaluating this person's skill set. Han Yujin grew curious about what abilities the nation top hunter possessed, so he decided to secretly observe, summoning every ounce of courage to do it. He pretended to gaze out the window to mask his intention, but just as he was about to activate his skill discreetly, a cold hand settled around his neck. Like when he had held the bouquet earlier, his heart dropped straight to the floor. Silence swallowed the entire car in that instant. Han Yujin had no clue what had just happened. Even with fear resistance active, he felt like he was staring at the end of his life. If the S rank hunter applied the slightest pressure, it would all be over. The other man's face remained disturbingly calm, as if none of this was a big deal. He was shocked to be detected before he even managed to use his skill. Even the beast immediately shifted into a defensive stance. At that moment, the beast tamer asked whether his escort truly intended to turn hostile. Han Yujin responded with nothing but a faint smile. Then the hand released his neck. It casually moved to pat his back as though nothing had happened. Han Yujin sat there bewildered, and the two remained silent in the car. The main did not know what to say, only feeling uneasy about the strongest hunter paranoia. Meanwhile, at the guild reception area, two middle-aged men were already seated comfortably. Han Yujin felt somewhat satisfied by the warm reception, but as soon as the door opened, the man accompanying him hurried out of the vehicle. He was still amazed that he had returned safely. When he attempted to return the bouquet, the director said they needed to announce his arrival to the entire guild. Facing the HR director, Han Yujin reminded him that their device must have already reported an A rank or higher escort assignment. Misunderstanding the context, Director Siok explained that guilds function much like the military. Therefore, an S rank guild master visiting another guild was extremely rare, and such rare visits often sparked conflict. That made Han Yujin wonder why Hyuni Sung had insisted on escorting him home. Only then did he realize the man simply wanted to tease Hyun a little. The man then produced a flower. He presented it to the director and promised to always look out for Yu Hyun. Beyond the bouquet, he had prepared another gift. Yu Hyun received a pair of earrings containing a B rank shield skill. It was framed as a gesture of goodwill for cooperation with Su Young. Han Yujin was utterly stunned because skill items usually carried astronomical value. Things grew even stranger when Hyuni Sung mentioned these replaced the earrings Yu Hyun no longer wore. He firmly insisted Yu Hyun accept them as a sign of his desire to become good friends. Later, inside the bathroom, the box containing the old earrings was opened, and their new owner decided to try them on. In that moment, he ordered his pet to charge at him at full speed as a real combat test for the brand new skill he had just acquired. Peace obediently dashed forward only to smack face first into a shield, turning the dramatic clash into pure comedy. Yu Hyun looked extremely pleased with how convenient the new skill was, since it performed even better than expected. Only then did he notice his pet smelled questionable after rolling around in the garden. Naturally, he decided it was time for a serious bath session. The fire manticore absolutely despised bath time and made its protest very clear. Han Yujin felt the trip to Sejong had been worthwhile, scoring new earrings while restoring his pet mood. However, after getting scolded, Yu Hyun suspected another trip like that would not happen anytime soon. Director Si Wook disliked Hugh Jang and claimed that if his superior had been present, the whole block would have been wrecked, which sounded absurd to Han Yujin. But the man was dead serious, terrified of rank meetings because Hugh Jae had previously caused legal chaos when visiting other guilds. Hearing that, the older brother was genuinely stunned. He started realizing just how troublesome his younger sibling was, and imagined having to tame 50 more insane rank hunters. Yu Hyun silently cursed the system for forcing him into such ridiculous missions. At that point, the pet tried to escape the bath, but the cleansing ritual was far from over. After catching it again, Han Yujin noticed something interesting. He realized he was holding something that felt suspiciously like a soft plush toy. His first guess was that Peace had somehow unlocked a clone skill. Turns out it was simply a souvenir brought back by the returning spirit. It was actually a popular fire manticore merchandise item the spirit had picked up in Japan. Even if it was not an exact replica of Peace, the $75 collectible had undeniable charm. Yu Hyun and the Peace broadcast were trending online, but Han Yujin had no clue since he was avoiding the internet. The spirit then confirmed it had completed its assigned mission. While focusing on Peace, Yu Hyun also praised the spirit for a job well done. He found it odd that the spirit had not recorded anything about the inside of the dungeon. Apparently, Doka Baby could not enter dungeons at all. According to it, every attempt resulted in being forcefully pushed out. Yu Hyun concluded that since the spirit possessed dungeon-like teleportation abilities, it could not enter similar spaces. That was when he realized something important about the spirit being treated like a dungeon itself. To quickly test that theory, he suddenly lunged forward and hugged Doka Baby tightly. Yu Hyun demanded it not reject his embrace. He urged it to stop being stingy and to start teleporting while he was still clinging on. In the end, Yu Hyun agreed to go along with the request. Instantly, the teleportation process began. Yu Hyun found himself floating high above city skyscrapers. There was no longer any doubt. The sensation of the spirit teleportation was identical to crossing a dungeon gate. Yu Hyun created footing in midair, then began darting across the city using the teleport ability. The transition felt exactly like entering a dungeon. That night, while a driver was peacefully cruising along, a ghost hugging a skinny young man suddenly appeared, prompting the driver to frantically apologize. Yu Hyun wanted to recreate the phenomenon from the last time he entered a dungeon. His hypothesis proved correct as the status window began to shift. Previously, the system only sent notifications when he was inside a dungeon. In other words, continuous teleportation might allow him to communicate with the system. But right then, the spirit could not hold back any longer. It grabbed his pants without warning and slammed him straight onto the nearby concrete. In Korean folklore, dakibai are famous for loving wrestling matches. The spirit was not worried about injuring its master since he had a shield skill active. Even so, Han Yujin hoped for a system notification, especially after that bone-rattling slam. When he opened the status window, he received a neutral message with a few oddly colored characters. Clearly it was encoded, and he realized the system was not allowed to communicate directly, because notifications could only be delivered inside a dungeon. He concluded the system could only track him within dungeon space, meaning it had limits too. The spirit offered to fetch recovery medicine and received a gentle pat on the head. Han Yujin thanked it for the help, confirming his theory. The main decided to enter a dungeon and temporarily let the spirit leave. He even slipped in a K-word as playful praise for the mischievous spirit. At that moment, Yu Hyun felt completely bewildered. The young master reminded him of the old woman who once owned a water mill, so he suggested escorting him home. Meanwhile, Han Yujin wondered whether keywords worked on spirits. The next day, Han Yujin won an auction. He became the owner of an F-rank dungeon located near the guild. To avoid being recognized, he carefully disguised himself. With the invisibility from final gratitude about to expire, he needed to move fast and enter the dungeon to speak with the system. Thus his stealth escape plan officially began. Han Yujin tried not to draw attention despite his oddly conspicuous movements. The first phase of the plan was now in motion. Using a supportive title, he activated the wall lizard skill. Even invisible, pressing the elevator button by itself could attract suspicion. Still, the doors opened moments later. In a flash, he slipped into the elevator as staff walked away. Everything went smoothly since his style-switching ability was 4 times more effective than Sally. Even rank hunters failed to detect him, because true invisibility is rare and usually reserved for monsters. With only one exception, Union. In other words, absolutely no one would suspect that an invisible man was casually weaving through the crowd inside the building. And now it was time to activate Phase 2 of the carefully crafted master plan. The moment a staff member stood ready for the routine inspection, Yunjin dashed toward the door with perfect timing, making sure the alarm would not be traced back to him. He bolted outside and left the poor employee to deal with the chaos, fully aware he had just stirred the hornet nest. He promised himself to behave more seriously once his reptile skill effect wore off. Later at the dungeon entrance, guarded by a barrier, Yunjin realized that getting into the dungeon might actually be harder than clearing it. Thankfully, F-rank dungeons were not heavily monitored, which allowed him to relax slightly. The main objective was simple: enter the dungeon, have a quick chat with the system, then go home. Yunjin performed a final check to make sure he had not forgotten anything important. He even brought a gate stone for emergency escape. It was the very stone his brother had handed him during their previous boss fight. For his brother's sake, he wanted a peaceful life once everything was resolved, even if he was not fully confident. With determination set, he stepped into the F-rank dungeon. Yunjin quickly advanced deeper into the Amazon-like forest inside. In his opinion, this place felt more like a dense jungle than a simple forest. The main began searching for a way to connect with the system. While complaining about lacking coordinates, he was discovered by the local monsters. A swarm of golden monkeys launched an ambush from all directions. Unfortunately for them, things did not go as planned. Yunjin worried more about the system being slow than about the monkeys, and under his reptile power, they dropped in waves. As he pushed deeper, he kept trying to contact the system. He even activated another reptile skill. A rain of acid poured down and erased the F-rank monsters from existence. Standing atop a mountain of defeated creatures, he loudly demanded answers. Han Yujin calculated he could clear the dungeon quickly while collecting worthless F-rank mana stones. Right then, the status window popped up and startled him. The system began communicating through strange symbols. He quickly interpreted it as a message telling him not to blame himself. While processing that, another notification appeared. It was the information panel for the Wish Stone. Han Yujin did not understand how it related to the current situation. Suddenly, the line claiming the stone was unreliable began to change. As if it was being erased from existence, it was immediately replaced by an apology. At first he was confused, then realization struck. The Wish Stone truly possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. Han Yujin shouted that he had suspected this all along. After all, turning back time was far more complex than simple resurrection. He demanded the system explain this deception. The system refused to elaborate, forcing him to change tactics. Han Yujin took out the gate stone and warned that if a powerful monster appeared, he could escape instantly. After a brief silence, the system finally responded, but what he did not expect was his status window flooding with countless notifications. The system claimed it understood his pain and wanted to provide a proper explanation. It emphasized that preparation was extremely important. From the messages, the main understood that the system wanted him to return in 7 days. By then everything would be ready, but that was problematic since Sally Power was about to disappear. Returning to his normal F-rank state, Han Yujin sensed the system seemed anxious about something. Perhaps another entity existed, possibly the mastermind behind the Southern Monster incident, adding further chaos. At that moment, a terrifying phenomenon began. Before he could react, the system shattered into fragments as if destroyed. Han Yujin realized the situation was critical because the system had revealed too much information. There was a high chance he would face something even scarier than the previous Fire Phoenix. From the crack in the system, something started to emerge. Within that radiant light, Han Yujin felt the opponent aura surpass even a 3-headed dragon, forcing him to shield his eyes. When he looked closely, he was stunned by its fluffy appearance. He questioned whether it was truly a monster. It looked adorable, yet Han Yujin stayed on guard, because that tiny bird could transform into a nightmare at any second. His skill assessed it as F-rank, but something felt off, as if the system was malfunctioning. Just as he prepared to strike first, he noticed something alarming. The bird was about to eat a poisoned mana stone he had dropped. He intervened instantly and saved it at the last second. Then he realized in horror that he had touched the monster. Han Yujin quickly found himself charmed by the crying fluffy creature. He tried soothing it and explained he only wanted to protect it. When he reached into his inventory to grab more mana stones for his new companion, another monster discovered them both. The threat was eliminated almost immediately. The fluffy creature now rested under Han Yujin protection, and once again he had to perform mass slaughter. The Guardian promised more mana stones if it stayed quiet. After some time, the dungeon exit finally appeared. Han Yujin had unknowingly slain the dungeon boss along the way. Throughout the entire ordeal, the fluffy creature devoured every mana stone he collected. Yet it clearly was not satisfied, because its eyes locked onto the boss mana stone, a crystal 3 times larger than its tiny body. When Han Yujin told it to wait so he could break the stone apart, the system suddenly announced a new achievement for solo clearing an F-rank dungeon with almost no gear. That feat rewarded him with the rare title Miracle Rookie, a badge hardly anyone ever sees. At first, he was simply surprised that the system even had a solo completion achievement. Then he discovered something even more shocking. Clearing the F-rank dungeon granted him an S-rank title capable of doubling item drops. The title was insanely valuable, but F-rank loot was practically trash, and his reptile skill buff was about to expire. While he was distracted, the bird swallowed the giant mana stone in one gulp. Han Yujin started wondering whether soloing higher rank dungeons would unlock even better titles, and if he could handle a D-rank alone. Still, he chose not to waste time and rushed to conquer more dungeons before reverting to his weak state. Only then did he notice the bird had already devoured the mana stone and now resembled a tiny black hole. After an exhausting day, Han Yujin returned home to rest. Peace immediately ran over to greet the new playmate. The house atmosphere suddenly felt more intense than any dungeon. His little cat was completely out of control. He blamed himself for not realizing a cat would naturally see a small bird as prey. He also could not abandon the gluttonous creature in the dungeon, since it was still just a baby. So the main began plotting how to teach Peace some manners once it calmed down. While worrying about leaving the two beasts alone together, someone suddenly arrived. His S-rank detection device reacted instantly, and the visitor was his younger brother. Han Yujin quickly pointed at the fluffy ball and commented on how cute it was. The main admitted it was a monster from a dungeon. That revelation left the other completely stunned. Han Yujin fired questions rapidly, while the guy dodged by claiming he found the bird abandoned in the hallway and decided to raise it. He tried to say there was something important to discuss, but got interrupted immediately. Han Yujin asked him to handle the level 1 fire cup, and soon it faced its old rival again. Yujin attempted to explain that he should treat the bird like a younger sibling. As the main struggled to separate the cat from the bird, his brother decided to cut straight to the point. He came to talk about the kidnapping incident, a topic Han Yujin desperately wanted to avoid because it was too sensitive. In the urgency of the moment, he grabbed Peace by the scruff and tossed it toward the corner of the room. He thought he had created a quiet space, but the move only made his brother furious. He was immediately scolded for that action. An S-rank hunter getting reprimanded for throwing Peace was not a great look. Worse, he seemed clueless about what he had done wrong. Han Yujin argued that a C-rank beast would not be hurt by such a throw. His brother did not care about that logic at all. The hunter tried to calm things down, but the Guardian insisted that high stats were no excuse for rough treatment. Han Yujin snapped and ordered both troublemakers to sit down. He began talking about the British hunter who wanted to raise a dragon like her own child, and how her guild master gave the manticore premium treats while its real owner tossed it around, leaving him scrambling for justification. In the end, he apologized and promised to treat the pet like a precious weapon, which only angered his brother further. The brother said he was wrong to view the pet as a tool, and when he claimed fighting built bonds, the beast tamer demanded he show genuine affection instead. When accused of doing nothing for Peace, Yu Haiyan insisted he paid for everything. Han Yujin shouted that money was not enough, and he needed to care for the pet personally instead of outsourcing responsibility. Yu Haiyan apologized again, but Han Yujin could tell he still did not get it. Since childhood, he had always been emotionally distant from others, so Han Yujin suggested he try hugs instead of lectures. But seeing his brother too enthusiastic, he quickly clarified that he meant hugging the cat. Neither owner nor pet seemed thrilled by the idea. The moment Han Yujin looked satisfied, they separated instantly. Right after that, Peace glanced at its true master. It looked nervous for bullying the bird named Peep Peep and feared punishment. Han Yujin held up the bird and asked if Peace would behave from now on. At first, Peace still eyed Peep Peep like a potential snack. Eventually, the cat seemed to learn its lesson, while the beast tamer was busy managing the pets. His brother advised him to get a medical checkup for safety. That reminded Han Yujin of something important. He asked his brother about plans for next week. He proposed a 3-person hunting trip To test new skills and strengthen bonds with a future mount, Han Yujin agreed, though he suspected his brother was hiding something. Later he solo cleared 2 more dungeons, starting with an E rank that felt like a casual stroll. The D rank felt no harder than a relaxing fishing trip. During each breakthrough, the system tried contacting him. He kept receiving items and recovery potions non-stop. He even earned another S rank title from the E rank clear that doubled attack power, which was useless since he lacked offensive skills. As if the system heard his complaints, the D rank title turned out far more practical. That title reduced detection chance and allowed him to share its effect with those below S rank. He began plotting how to exploit this new power, yet every plan carried potential danger for himself. Han Yujin noticed the bird attempting to steal food and suspected it was a system-related anomaly. He asked a hunter with a taming skill to appraise it but failed, and even advanced care skills were ineffective, so he had to wait for Peep's true nature to reveal itself. It seemed the tiny creature now belonged to him, since he had grown quite attached. At that moment Peep realized something terrifying. Peace was trying to climb onto it. When the bird ended up perched neatly on Peace's head, Han Yujin quickly captured the unforgettable moment. Peep tried its absolute best to strike the cutest pose for the camera, as if fully aware it was the star of the show. Then it wobbled on its tiny beak and lost balance in the most ungraceful way possible. A second later it planted straight into the ground in a hilariously tragic dive. Han Yujin finally created a social media account and used that masterpiece as his very first profile picture. The moment the account went live, his 2 adorable pets sent the follower count skyrocketing. Right then the spirit appeared, praising its master new fame like a proud manager. It bragged that the pets were trending online and quickly introduced itself to the gluttonous little bird. Han Yujin even rewarded it with an expensive A rank mana stone. That made him scream internally because he was clearly spoiling the bird way too much. Since the spirit kept mistaking him for the old water mill lady, it basically meant it was now officially under his management. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly according to the main master plan. The groundbreaking ceremony for Han Yujin Beast Nurturing Facility finally arrived, staffed entirely by awakened workers and scheduled to finish in 2 weeks. Watching the news, he realized multiple guilds had poured massive investments into the project. He started imagining just how busy his life would become once it opened. Step 1 was recruiting the legendary blacksmith and Dr. White while signing contracts for taming young monsters. Only then did he realize he had completely forgotten about his early retirement and rich life dream. Still, he focused on the future and planned to reconnect with the system inside a dungeon. Yet something continued to feel off. The system had not only lied about the Wish Stone power, but also knew his actions from the previous timeline. Most suspicious of all, it told him not to blame himself, implying something terrible had happened. The fact that it contacted him directly suggested a serious issue, possibly involving time travel. In the end, he pushed the thoughts aside, knowing anxiety would solve nothing. He planned to save the questions for next time, unaware he was dangerously unprepared. After that, everything spiraled into chaos. Black flames devoured everything in sight. Han Yujin found himself facing the blade of his own younger brother. He realized that if he had been honest from the beginning, the tragedy might have been avoided. Back in the present, before that disastrous future arrived, a warm meal was being prepared. He apologized for only making eggs, but the blacksmith cheerfully said he loved cooking anyway. The 4 of them sat together in a slightly awkward atmosphere, with Han Yujin bringing the pets along to strengthen bonds. The moment she tasted it, Yerim Park immediately praised the blacksmith cooking skills. Han Yujin urged Yu Hyun to try Myungwoo dish, but Yu Hyun stubbornly kept eating only the eggs cooked by his brother. The main found it ironic that the fire type was emotionally cold, while the ice type tried to be warm. Han Yujin attempted to scold his brother for being impolite. The blacksmith explained that the 2 rarely talked, and even less so after he chose to follow Han Yujin. Yerim Park felt that comment carried a sharp chill. When asked, she said the blacksmith had chosen his best friend over staying in Hyun. That impressed her because the new building would include both a nurturing zone and a forge. Han Yujin's goal was to bring his brother and the legendary blacksmith closer. The same brother he once promised a luxurious penthouse, since Myungwoo was the type who cherished his friends deeply. Yet contrary to expectations, Han Yujin stayed cold and silent. While washing dishes, he and Yerim Park discussed the tense dinner vibe. He knew his brother was quiet by nature, but was surprised he seemed unhappy about his newfound strength. He once thought jealousy was the reason, but Yerim Park disagreed. According to her, Han Yujin felt sad watching his guardian grow independent. She guessed he feared their sibling bond was slowly cooling. When pressed further, she admitted it was just speculation. She also mentioned the guild master was stressed because the security system had malfunctioned for 3 straight days. Han Yujin began feeling guilty about that detail. Yerim Park insisted it was the guild master's fault, and even jokingly invited him to join her side instead. Later, the main tried cheering his brother up, thinking he was the reason for the distance. He decided to gift him a bouquet. The only response was a blank expression, and the plan crashed spectacularly. He clearly lacked the smooth charisma of Hyun Sung, so the reconciliation attempt failed miserably. His simple goal was just to see his brother smile, but in recent days, the guy barely showed any emotion at all. Young-yi believed an honest conversation would fix everything. Unfortunately, events spiraled before they even had the chance. Soon Peep began scanning its surroundings carefully. Yoo Hyun asked if it remembered the dungeon where it was born. He felt relieved when Peace showed no memory of its origin. While they were talking, Peace suddenly tensed up. A pack of blue monkeys charged in unexpectedly. Peace planted its feet and chose to fight. It swiftly slaughtered the monkeys, earning its master approval. According to Yoon-yi, that was perfectly normal behavior. Monsters are naturally aggressive toward other species and are often forced into fights where the weaker side dies. Han Yujin considered it a good leveling opportunity for Peace, while the guild master focused only on himself. That cold attitude started to irritate him. Later, as they ventured deeper into the dungeon, a blue monkey leaped straight toward the main. Before he could act, red threads bound it tightly. It was burned to ashes in an instant. The next monkey met the same fate. The third was swallowed by black flames. The fourth got smacked midair by a barrage of blue feathers. Han Yujin finally snapped and could not tolerate it any longer. When questioned, Yoo Hyun calmly explained that he was simply clearing this dangerous area to keep both of them safe. He then cut straight to the heart of it, pointing out that something seemed to be troubling his brother and asking if he himself was the cause. However, he added that he would not waste energy on someone who refused to share secrets as well. Han Yujin froze for a second before firing back that his brother had started the whole secrecy game first. After all, he had heard rumors about what his brother had done during their time apart, and it left him feeling uneasy. So he raised his voice at his younger sibling. But Yoo Hyun's sword sliced past his ear and pierced the heart of a monkey behind him in one clean strike. Yoo Hyun insisted that keeping secrets was necessary to protect the guardian, and for the sake of growing the guild, he admitted his brother surely had his own story too. According to him, the only thing left to do was accept that his brother no longer needed protection. Once he understood that, he said worrying about family was only natural. But his brother did not need to shoulder everything alone anymore. Now he had enough influence that other guild masters would not dare touch him. Still, the S-rank hunter claimed that was not the real issue. When pressed further, the guild master unleashed powerful black flames and asked whether his brother could truly live peacefully. Yoo Hyun wanted him to relax and let him handle everything. In exchange, they would not interfere in each other's personal matters. He just wanted his brother to stop entering dungeons. At that moment, Yoo Hyun recalled a similar memory from the previous timeline. But just as he was about to reveal his brother's secret, the system suddenly became ready to talk. That development stunned Han Yujin. Before he could process it, his body began to fade. Yoo Hyun turned around after being drawn by a strange light. He watched in horror as his brother slowly dissolved. Before he could act, Han Yujin vanished completely, leaving only his weapon behind. The system had chosen the absolute worst moment for mysterious behavior. A single spear was all that remained. The S-rank hunter stood there utterly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, his brother had disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Yujin was falling endlessly through empty air. He was still grumbling about the terrible timing when his fall suddenly stopped midair. At that instant, an entity began to materialize. It greeted him as honey while appearing as a strange pink smiley icon. Other digital beings gradually popped up around him. The main quickly realized he was speaking directly with the system itself. The icons confirmed it and kept calling him honey, which only made him more curious. When he tried to say his name, his mouth locked shut because sharing too much data would disrupt the connection. A name was classified information that needed to remain hidden. When they said they had to conceal him from an enemy, Han Yujin immediately asked for their name in return. The system refused to reveal it, making him think of Voldemort. The smiley icon apologized for lying about the wish stone. Han Yujin shrugged it off, saying it had ultimately benefited everyone. He chose not to waste time since his brother was waiting. He asked why the system knew about the previous timeline and whether time travel had caused complications. The smiley replied that the most important truth was about to be revealed. According to them, only Earth time had been reversed. To illustrate, they conjured several trees. They explained each tree represented a dimension and pointed to the one symbolizing his world. Then they simulated the effect of the wish stone. The large tree shrank into a sapling. Only Earth had been pushed back into the past. That meant other dimensions were untouched, so dungeons retained their numbers and difficulty. As a result, Earth would face accelerated dungeon growth, while enemies exploited it to grow stronger, which was why the system needed Han Yujin. Immediately after, the photo album appeared and began transforming. To save the world, Han Yujin had to gather 50s rank hunters under his command. Once he understood the album purpose, the icons explained they designed familiar forms to help him understand, shaping the system like a video game. But when he learned the status window would eventually disappear, Han Yujin was completely shocked. The system was merely a tutorial phase and was limiting human creativity. That was why people believed rank hunters could not grow stronger, even though he proved otherwise. The icons declared that humanity always had the potential to evolve and adapt. Upon hearing that truths, Han Yujin immediately grabbed one of the icons and demanded that his keyword be changed. He complained that his current keyword was ridiculous for such a critical mission. Collecting 50s rank hunters made his life feel like some bizarre dating simulation. The beings replied that they only filled in base data and interpretation was up to him, but he accused the system of being too vague. Han Yujin also pointed out that his friend received a warehouse full of rare items and clear instructions. They explained that the Golden Forge skill contained data from a previous world. Han Yujin already knew other dimensions existed. That forge had been created in another dimension and transferred to Earth, an extremely rare occurrence. The former owner had paid a heavy price to bring it into this world, because it was the only way to aid the next generation. Finally, the entity compared themselves to biologists, using data from older species to fill in unknown gaps. As a result, the accuracy was guaranteed, and they admitted they had never encountered a perfect guardian skill quite like Han Yujin. Since this type of ability was unprecedented, they had to construct numerous assumptions just to finalize its description. The guardian skill itself was already rare, obtainable only by protecting a hunter destined from birth to awaken as S rank. Han Yujin understood that before awakening, elite hunters could reach a rank or S rank depending on potential. Yet under unfavorable circumstances, they might awaken at a lower rank than expected. However, certain anomalies could awaken only as S rank, rare prodigies who quickly surpassed everyone else. That was why they struggled to blend into society, being both feared and worshipped like deities. Hearing this, Han Yujin realized just how rare the guardian title was, and although he never failed to protect his brother, none of them had lived long in the end. Because they became the Achilles heel of S rank hunters, vulnerable precisely due to excessive protection. But since the system wanted humanity to complete the mission safely, it granted him 5 whole years to gather all 50s rank hunters. At that moment, the large icon began to glitch. The conversation had hit its data limit, so the system decided to return him after 30 minutes of discussion. Yet Han Yujin still had countless unanswered questions. When he asked whether he could tell his brother about the mission, the icons advised him not to reveal everything. Asked about dungeons, they replied that the rules remained unchanged and they would handle prematurely appearing ones. No matter how persistently he questioned them, they simply said everything would become clear in time. Then they sent him back to the dungeon. In the next instant, Han Yujin regained consciousness. He immediately jumped to his feet and searched for his brother, but he quickly sensed something was terribly off about the surroundings. Confused, he realized he should have been in a forest dungeon, not this hellish landscape. He suspected he had been dropped into the wrong dungeon entirely. Suddenly, he noticed something charging toward him. A gigantic red cat lunged straight at him. That alone confirmed this was not the previous roaring dungeon. He swiftly dodged the incoming strike. Panicking, Han Yujin checked the opponent's status, but upon closer inspection, he was utterly shocked. The monster was none other than his own piece. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was lifted like a sack of potatoes. The culprit was his younger brother. Han Yujin immediately demanded an explanation, because they were clearly no longer inside the forest dungeon. Seeing the corpses scattered around, he pieced things together. His own flames had burned the entire area to ashes. He tried to calm his brother and asked to be put down, but Yu Haiyan insisted he was not angry. Han Yujin called out to Peace for help, but was completely ignored. As he attempted to apologize, Yu Haiyan finally snapped. Han Yujin exploded emotionally at his brother, leaving Yu Haiyan bewildered since he only wanted to explain. Initially, Yu Haiyan intended to give him space, but now he could no longer stay calm. He realized his brother was stepping into the perilous hunter world. When nothing improved, Han Yujin slammed his brother to the ground and pointed a blade at him. He declared he would report that the guardian had died in the dungeon. In Yu Haiyan's view, keeping his brother alive was even more dangerous. Han Yujin threatened to claim his brother died to a boss, even if it sounded suspicious, and planned to use the body as evidence. He then remembered the system warning that a guardian could be harmed by an S rank, and when he mentioned treating the wound after cutting off an arm, Yu Haiyan completely panicked. At that exact moment, the protective skill from the earrings activated. Han Yujin seized the chance to flee, but Yu Haiyan could shatter the shield easily and hesitated. Han Yujin shouted that he did not need that kind of protection and would fight back if attacked. Yu Haiyan deflected the knives thrown at him, then pinned his brother down, accusing him of hiding things. Han Yujin activated the Master Mark, and Peace instantly joined the battle. It bit its owner arm, but the force barely affected an S-rank hunter. Yu Haiyan quickly regained control of the situation and slammed the fire manticore to the ground. Peace lost consciousness immediately. Han Yujin erupted in fury when his brother hurt his pet again, but he was pressed firmly against the ground. He believed there was no other option left and attempted another strike. He admitted he had initially been happy, thinking they would be close again, which was why Yu Haiyan overlooked so many things. He could hardly believe his brother became a beast tamer at level 10, and even less that he cared for Pace, despite the enormous expenses. Han Yujin brought up the blacksmith and Peep. Everything spiraled further once he entered the dungeon. Yu Haiyan confessed he felt powerless watching his brother disappear, and broke down in tears over his own weakness. In the end, Han Yujin was not strong enough to truly harm his brother, so he decided to slice off just a bit of his brother's skin, and as he prepared to stab down, he even promised to heal it immediately afterward. Terrified of actually dying, Han Yujin instantly summoned the system to show itself. A completely new type of interface window materialized before his eyes. He was stunned because he had never seen such a format before. He quickly distanced himself from his little lunatic brother and declared he would explain everything. He revealed that he chose to raise the manticore because he saw S-rank potential in it. He also confessed to secretly solo clearing dungeons and meeting Cottonball during one of those runs. On top of that, he boldly claimed he was assisting the creator of the system. That left Yu Haiyan speechless, and he immediately insisted he did not want his brother doing anything dangerous. A second later, he was punched square in the face because he had just tried to chop off his brother's arm. In that split second, Han Yujin forgot how absurdly durable an S-rank hunter could be. He clarified that keeping secrets was not about distrust. It was because his brother was the person he trusted most in the world. The Guardian then demanded healing medicine for his Pokémon. He could not deny that he had made his brother worry far too much. He admitted the security system glitches were caused by his stealth skill and revealed he was immune to poison, curses, and fear. Yu Haiyan remarked that those abilities were extremely unusual. Apparently the system did not want him exposing Last Gratitude, the Guardian title, or the time reversal. Han Yujin told his brother to ask directly if he had any more doubts. He understood how confusing everything was and blamed himself for hiding things. So he asked his brother to come to him immediately whenever there was a problem, instead of bottling it up and trying to control him like a wild beast. And just like that, the guy who nearly chopped off an arm was apologizing like a guilty puppy. At that moment, Han Yujin realized he needed to work harder to keep his brother smiling, because if he vanished, Yu Haiyan could easily burn an entire dungeon to the ground. The two brothers hugged tightly and exchanged sincere apologies. Meanwhile, Peace was happily squished between the Han siblings. Right then, the dungeon monster suddenly shrank in size. It turned out Peace had reduced itself on purpose to get cuddled, shocking Han Yujin. Even so, he wished the beast would at least warn him before changing size. In the end, the one who gained nothing from the dungeon demanded his brother apologize to the cat. Han Yujin found it ironic that he was teaching his younger brother how to apologize properly. Watching from afar, the system creators sighed in relief at avoiding catastrophe. The sheep began worrying that revealing secrets to Yu Haiyan had been a mistake. But the siren argued that Yu Haiyan was a key ally who once sacrificed himself for Han Yujin, while another voice claimed the blacksmith had greater potential. Since Myungwoo lacked time to grow, they planned to evacuate him from Earth if it was destroyed. The sheep suggested rescuing Han Yujin as well, yet the siren insisted a true guardian would never abandon everyone else. That meant kidnapping him, which made the sheep uneasy about the morality. Still, they all agreed small sacrifices were necessary for victory. A strange jar suddenly appeared. The siren declared it the perfect beginning for a new member. They decided to decorate Han Yujin's room while waiting. And so, as they awaited destiny, the exiled children raised their glasses in celebration, while the following days passed peacefully with the brothers reconciled. Han Yujin felt relieved seeing his path progressing steadily. Later, he delivered the Spectre data to Dr. White. He asked if she needed more, but she said it exceeded expectations. It was the first time anyone had gathered such massive data in such a short period for her. She added that her uncle wanted to build a research center to gain a commercial edge since the data was so rare. Han Yujin offered to provide a private lab, construct a new building, and publish the research. He even promised manpower support and said collecting data would be easier once they expanded internationally. When asked why, he lied that it was part of his retirement plan for the good of the world. Dr. White asked permission to invite her friends. They had been researching dungeons and awakened individuals together for 2 years, and she said they would fly to Korea the moment she called. That made Han Yujin realize they were the famous Dungeoneers, the group that would later uncover the fundamental rules of dungeons. After thinking it over, he agreed to let her invite them. The deal was sealed, marking one of Han Yujin's best investments. Because if dungeons increased rapidly, a nurturing center alone would not suffice. He needed to focus on Dr. White research as well. At the same time, he began investing in stocks. He poured money into a hair growth pharmaceutical company. Unfortunately, that turned out to be his worst decision ever. Meanwhile, Yu Haiyan continued prioritizing the recruitment of more S-rank hunters. Around then, 3 high-level female hunters appeared. They were simply hanging out together. Yuna was recommending delicious restaurants to Yerim Park. 3 new monsters had arrived in Korea, but were still on the ship. Hearing that, Hyuna went to check with Han Yujin. He claimed nothing unusual had happened despite nearly dying multiple times. Miss Moon cheerfully grabbed him. She asked if she could adopt one of the 3 monsters. She promised to help it level up, forcing Han Yujin to stop his brother from incinerating the candidate. During the negotiation, So Young gently held his hand. She pulled him closer and asked whether he would still raise her baby dragon after taking in 3 more monsters. The scene was so absurd that as Han Yujin got pampered to the point of suffering, Yerim Park could not help but picture him as a squishy little slime inside a dungeon, pitiful, hilarious, totally out of place in this high fantasy chaos packed with monsters. Our hero knew his limits, carrying 50 overpowered S-rank awakeners like those 3 legends at the top of the power food chain. Yeah, that was not happening. Right then, Yu Haiyan quietly stepped up beside his brother, his calm gaze hiding a storm of thoughts he could not quite put into words. He wanted to give his brother a gift, not just some random item, but a heartfelt message wrapped in practicality from a worried little brother. It was a translation artifact, a ridiculously useful tool for a future guardian planning to deal with international clients from all corners of the dungeon and awaken a world. Yu Haiyan swore he would stop interfering in his brother's life, yet he still begged him not to throw himself into danger. To him, his brother was more important than anything else. While the mane was still melting from the cuteness overload, the girls looked mildly disgusted. After settling things with his brother, he steeled his resolve and pushed forward. The hero clenched his fists in determination, just as iron cages filled with monsters were unloaded from the docked ship. Yu Haiyan also realized he could not just stand by and watch the world crumble under endless dungeons and rampaging beasts. Then the heavy steel container creaked open, releasing a strange aura that felt like pure magic condensed into air. In the protagonist's eyes, this was a golden ticket to a happier ending with his brother. No more tragic bad ending routes. But he was not naive. Talking big was easy. Surviving the road ahead packed with life and death trials was another story. A worker handed the newly appointed guardian the master's mark, the symbol binding him to the creatures inside those cages. The man warned our hero that the incoming monsters would bring more than a few headaches and unpredictable disasters. On the way back to Korea, they had already dealt with transport accidents and beast riots that nearly turned the trip into a horror movie. And of course, right on cue, one monster suddenly broke free from its cramped cage. A violent gust exploded from the container, carrying dust and thick waves of magic like a dramatic boss entrance. Just like that, the mysterious spirit beast finally revealed itself, leaving everyone staring in disbelief. It was a griffin, half lion, half eagle, 100% legendary, a creature once confined to myth, now very real thanks to dungeon nonsense. Hyuna wanted a griffin as a pet because they ruled the skies. Yerim Park thought it was adorable. Soyoung insisted dragons were still superior. The debate was intense. At that moment, the griffin slowly lowered its head, sharp eyes scanning the crowd below like it was picking its next snap. Thanks to the guardian title, the master mark surged with power, releasing invisible pressure into the air. For some reason, that pressure sparked a strange fondness in the griffin's heart toward our hero. Yungas was completely stunned when the monster suddenly shot toward him at terrifying speed. In panic, Yu Haiyan jumped in to block it, striking so hard he accidentally snapped the creature's neck mid-charge. And just like that, the protagonist was knocked unconscious, collapsing dramatically onto the cold ground. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the fallen main character. Meanwhile, the griffin spotted something in the cargo that it absolutely adored. Without hesitation, it dashed toward the newly delivered shipment like a kid chasing candy. Yuna decided it was time to step in before things spiraled completely out of control. She conjured a miniature storm in midair, aiming to block the griffin during its aerial acrobatics. To her shock, the creature slipped through her skill effortlessly, as if wind-based attacks were a joke. Realizing it resisted wind, the Ice Witch stepped forward to join the fight. Her powerful blade shot forward, swiftly catching up to the chaotic baby griffin. But a single flap of its massive wings blasted her away. A girl who once feared pigeons was now bullied by a giant sky predator. The simplest solution was freezing it solid. The problem, they could not risk killing such a rare beast. The tension in the air became suffocating as everyone braced for disaster. Soyoung pulled out a special cloth crafted from dungeon materials, planning to trap the monster like wrapping a present. She launched her move instantly with sniper-level precision. After exhausting everyone, the baby griffin somehow looked delighted being wrapped up tightly like a cozy cocoon. At last, the riot settled down, leaving behind a fragile and temporary calm. Honestly, killing it would have been far easier than trying to control it. Soyoung suddenly imagined her future dragon acting this wild, and realized taming it would be pure suffering. After all, humans and monsters had been sworn enemies throughout history, so turning them into pets sounded like a fantasy dream, especially after it nearly attacked his brother. The guild leader suggested eliminating it immediately to prevent future trouble. That proposal was instantly halted when Han Yujin regained consciousness. He explained that although the griffin had no intent to harm him, it could still cause serious injuries by accident. The tiny creature had S-rank potential and could unlock skills, so keeping it near weaker awakeners was basically asking for chaos. He asked the girl to release it and told his brother not to interfere. His goal was to teach it proper manners. Han Yujin was oddly perfect for the job, because out of everyone present, he was the weakest. The guardian slowly stood up under everyone's worried gazes. In a surprisingly gentle tone, he called the griffin over. The little monster immediately rushed in and hugged its new guardian with full affection. Its sharp claws pierced into his skin in innocent excitement. Han Yujin gritted his teeth, desperately enduring the pain spreading through his body. Eventually, blood poured out, and his scream startled the griffin senseless. He did it on purpose to show just how fragile he really was. After healing himself, he gave the creature another chance. And thus, round 2 of this dramatic near-massacre began right in front of everyone. With bizarre enthusiasm, he exaggerated his weakness. Yu Haiyan was moved. The girls thought it was peak stupidity. After a long struggle, the griffin finally landed gently on its new master's hand. It was immediately praised for its rare intelligence. Everyone was stunned by how quickly it learned to control its immense power. Yujin then asked Yerim Park to firmly hold the griffin and cover its eyes to prevent stimulation. Though she feared losing control again, the hero assured her that blocking its sight and keeping distance would be enough. In the end, its aggressive behavior was triggered by something inside the remaining cage. When that cage opened, 2 baby dark unicorns stepped into the light. They were the last monsters on the ship. Since griffins naturally prey on horses, its frenzy suddenly made perfect sense. For the baby griffin, consuming a certain amount of that meat would unlock a new skill. Seeing the opportunity, Yuna offered some of her guild's monster horses as food in exchange for one glorious ride. At that moment, Hyuna Moon was genuinely impressed by the F-ranker standing before her. The man approached the trembling creatures with steady steps. Thanks to the Guardian title and Master Mark, they instantly developed a special attachment to him. Yuna was even more shocked to realize Han Yujin possessed unique talents and skills she had never witnessed before. She looked forward to watching him grow, not as the enemy guild leader's brother, but as his own person. Before sending the 2 unicorns to the training center, Han Yujin decided to name them. When the best he could come up with was black and white, it was officially confirmed he had 0 naming talent. Meanwhile, somewhere else, entire areas had already been reduced to rubble. A brutal and bloody massacre had unfolded, leaving behind devastating consequences. The female tracker wanted answers. She refused to let every clue vanish into the shadows like some cheap mystery subplot. When she learned Briggs had bought her contract, and that she was still a rookie, she demanded to know who on earth managed to break a high-level curse binding that agreement. Unfortunately, the guy she was choking half to death had absolutely 0 useful information to offer, especially since his guild master had already died in that shocking kidnapping incident. He had no idea who destroyed the contract, and once she realized that, her patience hit rock bottom. Her grip tightened around his throat. In her eyes, the man had officially become a useless NPC. Without hesitation, she twisted his head clean off like a seasoned assassin finishing a side quest. In a blink, fresh blood painted the cold ground red. With the buyer dead and the rest of the guild practically incompetent, the ruthless woman decided to interrogate the very victim they had kidnapped, hoping to squeeze out better intel. The monsters quickly adjusted to their new home, and after endless complaining, Han Yujin had no choice but to let the kid name the unicorn Salt and Pepper. The griffin was named Blue, and it immediately began causing chaos in the breeding area. That mischievous creature only needed one flap of its wings to flip the entire situation upside down. And as it continued spreading mayhem everywhere, its poor owner had to run around cleaning up the disaster like an exhausted beast tamer. Peace merely shot it a single authoritative glare. Blue instantly behaved and started cleaning up on its own, because Peace was clearly the enforcer maintaining order for the master. The moment the manticore met the griffin, it established dominance immediately and let Blue know who the real boss was. After a full day of chaos, all three pets finally fell asleep. The hero sighed in relief. Raising baby monsters was no joke. Just a few had already drained him dry, and he wondered how he was supposed to collect 50 of them. He began counting his lineup. 5 babies at the facility, Gate Venom, his dragon Dio, Valthesis, plus another creature the system had just detected. At that moment, Han Yujin realized he had never actually tamed a beast like this before. One of his Dragon Slayer titles suddenly activated. It allowed him to double his stats when facing dragons. At first, he assumed a dungeon break had occurred nearby, which was strange because his phone had not sent any alert. Then something phased straight through the wall like a ghost, using a cheat code. Han Yujin froze when he saw a woman with ice-cold eyes standing there. Her predator eyes flashed as she casually snatched his phone away. While he was still stunned, she looked almost amused. She began speaking French, expressing how fascinating it was that someone could detect her presence. Only then did the French woman activate her translation device. The protagonist had a million questions and started wondering if the woman in front of him was the dragon the system had warned him about. He quickly checked her stats and discovered she was an S-rank awakener named Liet. She had been S-rank since birth, just like his brother and the Siseng guild leader. Even so, in his previous timeline, he had never heard of a hunter with that name. He soon realized he was staring at information displayed on his system interface. In a flash, she shoved him onto the bed with overwhelming force. Watching his pupils move, she noticed he was clearly focused on some invisible data panel. It did not take long for the predator to figure out that Han Yujin was reading her status window. Much like Han Yujin Sung, she recognized his appraisal skill instantly. He immediately understood that without a solid explanation, death was the likely ending. So he calmly told Liet it would be better to contact the office and request a formal meeting. At that moment, the predator could not help but smile at her prey and point out that such a plan would be extremely difficult, thanks to the strict security system enforced by the 5 major guilds. Not to mention Han Yujin had publicly declared that no one was allowed to touch his brother, which made everything nearly impossible, and that is where today's episode leaves us hanging.